$1099 for an independent contractor versus an employee.
Well, yeah, but I'm not trying to get it correct. I was just, it seems like it would take a legal form to fill out and then turn it in and then get approved or stamped or whatever, and then it'll happen.
Well, if you are truly an independent contractor, anybody, which of course is quite often disputed, then there is no minimum wage at all. An independent contractor can take whatever they want.
That's true. And serendipity, you're correct. If the employer is not covered by FLSA, which would mean fewer than 5 employees or less than 40,000 in annual sales.
I promise I didn't make it up.
Yeah. It's just like a very narrow exception because $40,000 in sales is,
Is nothing, exactly. Burning.
What serendipity, you would know this. I think you handle companies outside of just your state. So
I do.
What is the minimum size of a company before they would be required to pay for some kind of workers' compensation insurance? Semi-unrelated, but just curious.
The average is 1. It varies by state, but the average is 1 to 3.
And what I'm going to say, in California, if you have one employee, you're required to have workers' comp. If you don't, you're breaking the law. I thought all other states were the same, but I guess I'm wrong.
Actually, California entities with one employer that are owner-operated are not required to carry workers' compensation.
But that's because if they're owner-operated, they don't have any employees.
They can be paying themselves W-2 wages. It's nuance. But an owner can be taking a W-2 wage on their own company.
Correct.
They don't have to carry workers' comp. Yeah.
Correct. And in fact, in most, if not all, workers' comp policies, the owner or actually the owner's family members are excluded from the policy.
Yes, that is true as well. In most instances.
Serendipity, how come you and I haven't talked more about work comp, employment, and labor?
I could talk about this.
Yeah.
Who cares about you? No, I'm just kidding.
I'll use the quietly button. I was in a room the other day and someone wrote in the chat, his voice is so annoying about me.
Darn it.
I get a lot of people telling me I sound like a fucking robot.
Okay, well, it's different.
That other guy
Your voice actually is annoying, Steve.
That other guy sounded like a robot. You are a breath of fresh air, just with similar vocal cords to that other guy I was telling you about. You do not sound like a robot.
I think he sounds like that guy back in the day commercial. This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. That guy? You guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
With the scrambled eggs, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, I have some constructive feedback for Uncle Steve.
I love constructive feedback anytime.
So you were talking about tips and how you're a prick if you don't give a good tip or you don't tip. So here's my tip for the
No, that was not me. You've misquoted me again. That was not me, but please continue with the constructive criticism.
Well, go ahead, tell us what you said.
No, but you said that if the service is poor, that you don't tip.
I said that I am a 15 to 20% tipper, and I have no problem tipping nothing if the service is shit. Correct. That's what I said.
Got it. Okay, so on Ask the Atheist show or Ask Uncle Steve show, here's my tip. When you bring somebody up and you start screaming at them and yelling at them, I would suggest that you're a prick and no one should tip you. That's just my opinion.
And I appreciate that. Number one, I've never been tipped on the show. Number two, I never brought anybody started screaming at them. I certainly have interrupted people when they say something completely stupid and ridiculous, and then if they don't stop talking, I'll raise my voice until they stop talking. But I've never brought anybody up and started screaming. That's never happened.
Really? Because I've got about 100 Uncle Steve shows that say the opposite.
Shows, so if you've got a recording of it, I guess I did it.
Yeah, you want to hear it? I can play you a clip. You want to hear a clip?
I would love to hear it. If it's okay with the mods in this room, I don't know if it is or not.
I've got a question.
I'll entertain it for a moment.
Yeah, I'm curious.
It's not gonna go sideways, John, or Jason.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna go sideways. I'm just curious as to why allow this kind of critique and insults and banter happen about something happening in another room in another house.
Because
That I continue to bring up Adrian and other people because they think I am platforming him. I know that when I've had conversations before with white supremacists, a lot of people don't like that because they feel I'm platforming them. My response is, I do not want me to hide my head in the
People
sand.
who control this room can control the dialogue. That's what I was asking.
Correct, this is not a freedom of speech space, okay? It's a mostly free speech space, but here's the thing, we have rules in this house, and like I said, even though you will hear that this is in violation of one of the rules of the house, I will mildly entertain this, but what I'm not gonna let happen is I'm not gonna let this turn into a big shit show where everybody tries to have their I gotcha moment, okay? So before you guys continue your discussion, which I'm assuming is gonna be amicable, I'm gonna do my little spiel really quick, that way it's front and center in everybody's minds, okay? The house and the rooms in this house are for entertainment purposes. We are often imitated but never duplicated. Number one, there are no threats of violence, no doxing, stay on topic, keep your shares brief, do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word and the K-word are expressly forbidden on stage and in chat. Do not spam the chat.
Thanks for
Here's
that.
the rule that we have been me a little bit. Don't bring drama from other rooms here. English only. Keep fairies out of your mouth, and they're speaking that meeting.
You can.
You guys can resume.
Breathe or not
Oh, baby, oh no, another baby, don't
They can talk
break the
about
rule of interrupting.
intelligently.
Yeah, so or like hit their funny bone, and that's
Let anybody on Clubhouse measure the size of my penis.
Great show as always. I always enjoy it. Sometimes I listen, sometimes I contribute, sometimes I don't.
John plays this clip for Uncle Steve. There's different rooms and different dynamics. And what I gathered is Steve's room is much less a critical thinking dialogue type room. It's more of like a radio show call-in. And he operates it that way. And I think that structure is perfectly fine for the people who enjoy it. I mean, I've enjoyed it plenty of times. You call in, right? And you get your little, sometimes he'll give you a little back and forth, but it's to his, that's perfectly fine. So, if you have outrage for Uncle Steve and the way he performs, you gotta understand that that's probably part of the performance piece. Like, if you've ever listened to, like, Mark Levin, you know what I mean? I'll give you 30 seconds on a liberal clock, you know what I mean? And I'm sorry for all the interruptions. Please continue.
I would like to interrupt real fast. I was just gonna say I could.
No. Hand the floor to Steve and John. Okay, going once. Going twice.
Yeah, I got a clip of Steve Appel talking about his penis and JCC. Hold on one second.
God.
Breathe or not.
We're about to move on. Because Bima and Clubhouse. They've got lots of things to say, y'all.
Also, if you type in Steve Appel Clubhouse into YouTube, you can see a whole collection of Steve Appel getting pissed. It's what I call the Steve Appel getting angry show.
John, did you just come up here to pick a fight and really do nothing about it? I'm waiting. He doesn't understand that stuff, but he doesn't understand. Outreach marketing. This is a live show. If you can't come with your dead, get off the stage.
And you really have a whole lot of following on YouTube as well.
Anybody in Clubhouse measure the size of my penis, guy?
Okay, here's Steve Appel talking about his penis and the length of it with JCC.
Anybody in Clubhouse measure the size of my
I
penis,
thought that we were talking about bringing people up on stage. But we have the accusation.
If he would have said he's got a clip, if he would have said he's got a clip of me and JCC talking about our members, I probably would have said that's not appropriate for this room and come back on my show and play the recording. But he did specifically say that I have yelled at people right off the bat when they first came up, and he said he was going to play a clip again. He said he was going to play
No,
a
I
clip
didn't say right off the bat. I say your show is you invite people up.
We're not going to have the penis talk, okay? We're in the freaking muff, John.
I'm just saying, Steve brings people up. He says, get your 5 minutes, and then he interrupts them every other sentence like an annoying little child, and it becomes a horrible show of Steve getting
so
angry.
now it's gone from yelling at people to interrupting people. Got it. Well, again, it's up to the mods if they want to entertain, but I have no problem dealing with objective criticism. I haven't heard any yet.
I think 5 minutes is a long time, and 2 minutes is just. That's wrong, isn't it?
I didn't say it was objective criticism, Steve. You have to watch the video playback. I said constructive criticism.
I'm too much to hear any given person.
Yeah, and sometimes 15 minutes is not enough. It depends who's talking, what they're saying, what they're talking about, and how they're saying it. For example, if the gentleman who's got the health problems and dealing with the social security issues were to come on, I'd probably give him 15 minutes because I do know about social security. And I do know about employment, and I do know about injuries, and it's extremely serious, and he's someone who's new to the show. I'd give him 10 or 15 minutes.
If we were on topic, I would make it last that long.
You know, what I love most about the liberal Democrats, the socialists here, they are the biggest hypocrites you'll ever meet in your life because they talk shit about everything that's happening right now. Meanwhile, their whole careers are based on doing horrific things to horrible people, unpatriotic, anti-American things.
That might be more of a human thing, maybe not just a liberal thing.
Again, I know I've been here for 45 minutes. I haven't heard anybody identify themselves with a political party or political leaning. Maybe you know something that we don't, or I don't.
I'm just saying, after you speak to somebody long enough, you realize that you are a hypocrite and the person you're speaking to is a hypocrite.
Hold on. Mother's here. I have to give Mother a reset. Mother, you just got here. Just so you know what's going on. Just so you know what's going on, Mother. We're talking about the food industry and tipping and when we tip and don't tip, et cetera, et cetera. And then John Kitover, John likes to bring the drunk receipts, came up on stage and accused Steve. He offered Steve a tip in the form of constructive criticism and noted that Steve often brings people on his stage to yell at him. He doesn't agree with their submission. I think I'm reading that correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. And the point was raised, show us some receipts, please. And we're waiting for John to play the receipts of Steve yelling at people on his stage in his atheist room. So that's where you just joined us, Mother. We're waiting for receipts. Instead of giving the receipt that we were waiting on, John found an audio of Steve talking about how big his liver is.
constructive criticism from a neutral party feedback, I would just like to say that I tell people all of the time that the host of said spaces is more than welcome to curate their space in any way that they desire. And it sounds like to me from listening to these people in this room that the objection is that they're told they're going to be given 5 minutes to bandstand, and maybe you determined to exercise your right as a host of said room to not allow them the full length of that 5 minutes. So maybe just say, hey, I'm more than happy to have you come up and share your opinion, and if it sucks, I'm going to stop you.
Yes, you're 100% correct. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I say it a tad differently, but you're right. Everybody's entitled to a fresh five. And if they say something stupid, I'm going to stop them, interrupt them, and make them explain it. But if they say something really good, I give them more time. That's right.
Yeah, he always has a disclaimer at every show, and he reminds everybody, if it's your first time here, this is how it goes. And he constantly does that at the top of the hour, the bottom of the hour, and it's well known.
I guess my question, JC, would be, is it okay if I call you J? I need to say JC.
You can call me James if you like it.
I guess my question for you would be, it sounds like this is a rep that, you feel like maybe you're not being heard in his space and not being given a fair amount of time to speak. So if you don't enjoy the way that he curates his space, will you continue to keep going?
Oh, I'm not the one challenging Steve. I said,
Oh, okay.
I'm part of his mod squad. It's John's game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who was John? Was it John? Was John the one challenged?
I'm just saying that.
I thought I heard one or two more. I mean, if it's okay with the mods, I'd love to hear what they have to say. But again, I don't want to derail your room and make it all about me.
I'm just saying, when I hear Steve Appel screaming,
If it's okay,
We're going to entertain this for about 2 more minutes, y'all.
you got it. No problem. You got it.
Instead of the fresh five, should be called the garbage five. No 5 minutes of anything other than this. Uncle Bruce. So he has this sycophants like JCC here. The booty claps up and down, John. Now that's fine. Yeah, he really does.
I give Steve a hard time.
Everybody knows about Steve's rules. Everybody on Clubhouse knows Steve's rules. Look, it's all good.
See, this is what happens when you're on Clubhouse too long, ladies and gentlemen. This otherwise sophisticated gentleman. I mean, like the booty clap, it got me. I know.
Steve's all right though. He can run his room how he likes, but it should be called Steve's 5 minutes, not your 5. It's not the pressure.
Exactly. You hear that, Steve? That's some good constructive criticism for you.
I was just going to say that's some of the best constructive criticism I've ever heard, and I will remember it. Thank you very much.
See, look at us accomplishing things and getting this.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it. My audio was messed up.
There are some people on this app that the moment that they get a green badge, they turn into a fucking asshole. And Steve is one of those people, right? Like there are some people who just get this like ego whenever they're a mod in specific spaces where they generally are nice people, and then they just turn into assholes because they feel that they can't. Hey, get off my dick. Let me land my statement, right? Generally turn into assholes for no fucking reason, and then the moment you see them get another room, they're back to normal because they don't have a free mod badge. This has been a pattern that I've seen with Steve regularly on this app across multiple spaces, not even his house, even when he's moderating in other rooms. We have gone at it in the past, I'm just bringing it up because someone else brought this up, but this is also something that I've observed myself.
Now, do you think this could be somehow connected to the Stanford prison experiment? Do you think that this power, no, I'm serious.
I really have to laugh at this conception of green bean power, because really, what do I have over? I have the same power here in this room with my green that I have in my home when I invite people over to entertain them. I'm allowed to have rules about when to engage in my presence, and I love it when I hear people on Clubhouse talk about how their rooms aren't echo chambers, or we're a free advocates here because everybody curates their space to them. Even chillism, which is one of the quote unquote freer speech spaces on this app, they still have rules. There are still rules of engagement. Like there are still some things that they choose to curate. There is no free speech on Clubhouse. Not generally.
Oh, sorry.
No, but, and the power of the green bean, like, it's just to say that, hey, this is my space. These are my people. I want to have the kind of conversation that I want to have. I don't like echo chambers. I oftentimes ask Monica, she'll get mad at me. I will green bean people that I know disagree with me and I know disagree with her because I don't want to give the perception of I'm trying to lean or propagate one way or the other. I'm just one of those people. I'm not afraid to hear people that think differently than me. It doesn't bother me at all. More often than not, it generally kind of confirms my position.
You gotta
But
understand,
I'm glad to be here too.
people will not over.
In regards to replying to, I want to, not that I'm booty clapping for Steve, and I'm going to paraphrase because I think I've heard Steve say this before. Regardless of a green bean or not, Steve knows he's an asshole, accepts he's an asshole, and will behave the same regardless of having a green bean or not.
And I was just going to say regarding the power of the green bean, my concern, my feelings for both myself and everybody is I pride myself on my consistency. And if I am always an asshole, which I don't think I am, or I'm always a dictator, then when people come in, they know what to expect. What I don't like is when people act one way one day, act another way the next day. You know, the gentleman made a point, and I'll land it very clearly. When I don't have the green bean like here, you're damn right. I'm not going to take over their space. In fact, I asked permission a couple of times. I don't have a green bean. I don't deserve a green bean in this space, so I'm doing my best to comply by their rules. But when I have a green bean, I like to consider myself at the least consistent.
I know, but you gotta listen to what. But what did Mother just say though? You're ignoring what Mother just said. Are you not hearing what Mother just said, that the green bean impacts the way people behave? And Steve just confirmed it.
Yeah. I think we can all acknowledge. I think we can all acknowledge that that's true. There are certainly where, based on the people in attendance of said rooms, I can say I absolutely feel better with a green bean, not because I feel like I have power over them, but maybe because I feel like at least like I can't be removed by them, that kind of thing. You know, like that's more the thing for me, is just have the protection of, okay, I'm amongst friends.
Well, I just put in the chat, it gives you 3 powers.
Kind of crazy.
It gives you censorship, the ability to reframe, and creation, which is emotions plus content.
Well, I noticed that, like, so the people that, like, KK, love you long time, that bitch, and Psycho.
Oh my goodness, and we're not, okay, no, we're not gonna do that.
So I noticed that, like, if I have a green bean, she won't fuck with me, but if I don't have a green bean, then she will. So I think that just having this little green thing underneath me, literally, like, people don't fuck with me.
Correct. You know what I thought when Emma was just talking? And do you remember the old snowman, Frosty the Snowman? When he starts and he goes, messy, messy, messy. Do you know what I'm talking about? No, and I feel like that comment was very random, Pima. Oh, maybe that's why I love you.
Evie, I'm going to honor your bit. What's up, Evie? I'm going to honor it.
Oh, it's TDS10. How are you doing, TDS10?
You owe me money. You owe me money.
Evie, I'm going to honor your bit.
You owe me money.
You're still, but he's fine. That was a bit, dude. That was a bit.
It's a full truth.
Last week, Tuesday, big one. Last week,
Full truth.
TDS10, Donald Trump's about to deploy the National Guard to Chicago.
M10.
He's a Jamaican scammer. He's going to scam me out of 100.
You're really going to not.
Oh my gosh.
Ask everybody, is there a ceasefire in Ukraine
Cash App and Venmo, and you don't have to put your real name on that type of stuff, right? Like in the back channel, you have to put your real information, but the surface of what like the receiver will get is just like a pseudonym, right? So anyway, long story longer, because you know I do. Like when you go to like baby showers or like a catered place or something like that, where like the tipping might not be, you just go to a place when you don't remember cash, or you don't have cash, you don't remember bring cash because of our credit card era, right? I usually tell people like, listen, give me your Cash App and send me a request for whatever. I'll just leave a note on the table in the case. So don't let that be an excuse to not tip people. You know, if you don't have it right then, you can be like, yeah, send it to me. And they've done it, and I love it. It's a great, thank you.
And speaking of tipping in restaurants, before I go, I just heard this morning, and maybe I'm a little late to the party. Did any of you all hear about Cracker Barrel?
Oh, yeah.
Their logo?
We had that conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I just found out about this morning.
Oh, did you? Yeah. They took the cracker in the barrel out of the picture, y'all.
But they didn't change the name.
Let's go Martin Washington.
They also issued a retraction today saying, we are so sorry, but we're not changing a thing, and we're going to keep doing Pride Month. They put that out there. They are the dumbest people in the world. They're called Democrats, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I have a question for you guys. Just because we kind of have a mixed bag audience, I'm curious. Everything's about the executive order yesterday about the flags. Are people's feathers really ruffled about this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Trump's an executive order.
So I have mixed results on what I think. To be honest, like it's not cool to burn the American flag, but
Oh, you're talking about burning the American flag.
I know you can fucking hear me, Steve. I know you can fucking hear me, right? So it's not cool to burn the American flag. But I also was gonna say that I think we have an issue with like here's the thing, right? Like I prefer limited government. I don't think government should be involved in as least as possible in the everyday life of the average human being. And what we are seeing with the Trump administration and with Republicans in general is the acceptance of large government and the intrusion of government more and more on people's way of speech, people's way of acting, because it's conveniently aligned to what they want. And Republicans traditionally have not been like this. So it is kind of like this executive order is going to get struck down because the Supreme Court already ruled against it, right? But it's just a fucking distraction. And it actually
Well, how do you get charged with a hate crime if you burn the LGBTQ flag?
Like, basically not being able to express yourself if it doesn't align with a political party, and that is problematic. I'm done.
Okay, Poppy, I hear the point that you just made, but like this is just a couple things that I would like to comment on. I can see in the bigger picture the point that you made. If I take a lot of the other stuff out of the equation and I look specifically at the executive order on yesterday, it is not going to get struck down because Trump didn't change any law by virtue of that executive order. All he did was encourage attorney generals to apply the laws that are in effect in each state when the burning of the flag precipitates violence. And so he didn't create any law by virtue of that executive order. All he essentially did was, I think, kind of enunciate and pronounce that he thinks that attorney generals should do a better job about actually enforcing laws that they already have on their state books. So with respect to that, I don't feel like it was an overreach. I feel like it was a media blitz to just bring awareness, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that I feel like
Oh, Mother, now I know you can hear me. Thank you.
Right, go ahead, Mike. Hold on. Mike,
sure.
Mike tried to jump in when I
you're the
did.
one who cut me off. I didn't cut you off. That was why I made that comment, right? Don't be passive aggressive.
Oh, I'm not passive aggressive.
Mike.
I think it's largely irrelevant to agree with you, Serendipity. It is kind of a distraction. It's also a further example of Trump trying to kind of push his will with executive powers to show that he's the ultimate authority in many ways that haven't been done in the past. To make a statement, and to assert the executive branch power a little more so, which he continues to try to do in all kinds of different ways. But that said, as a U.S. Marine, I can tell you that I
I'm bothered a lot by a concept of outlawing burning flags. I think it's the quintessential freedom of speech method that is the biggest example of that line where we will go too far if we don't allow it. In the 90s in the Marine Corps, when I was on active duty, it was actually brought up that there was some laws put in effect where, or they were trying to put some laws in effect about it, and it was a big deal in the mid 90s where we were talking about it as an issue. And I remember a lot of Marines saying, "Fuck yeah, you know, like it needs to be outlawed." And then I remember the Marines that I respected more, the ones that actually, you know, believed in the Constitution, the ones that were really kind of straight-laced. Almost all of them would say, no, like if someone burned one in front of me, I'd kick his ass, but as far as law goes, we should not make it illegal. I think that is, it scares me a lot because it really reminds me of authoritarian states overseas that would not allow their citizens to do that as well. So, you know, in theory, again, I think that it's an example of Trump kind of pushing his will and making the wrong decision, even though it's not ultimately that big of a deal or impactful at this moment.
You have to look at this in terms of communication capability on platforms. Censorship on this platform is real. Censorship on YouTube is real. Meta is real. I can burn the American flag on YouTube. I can burn the Bible on YouTube, but I cannot burn the Quran and I cannot burn the LGBTQ flag. That would be hate speech, and I could get arrested for that. So make it make sense, please.
No, I agree with you, John. I mean, I think those are all very valid points. I guess, Mike, one question I would ask you, because, you know, on the American issue, like, I think I pretty much agree with you about it. I don't like it. I don't want to see it. But from the standpoint of the premise of our country being free and us having the ability to protest, the laws that are in effect in the various different states regarding the desecration of the flag are specifically tied to the flag being burned while utilizing like violent protests, throwing rocks at windows and stuff. Is your position the same, that even in those situations, you don't think that there should be any legal recourse in the burning of the flag?
Yeah. And again, I think those are two separate things. I mean, I think they should, obviously the laws that exist for vandalism or whatnot, hate speech. You know, I'm borderline on hate speech laws. I'm not sure I completely love those either, but I see a little more of a reason to have those in the flag banning laws. So yes, I agree. I think that it should not be an increased sentence or a factor when it comes to prosecuting people who are breaking other laws. I really see it as a quintessential free speech issue that I think represents what free speech is intended for more than anything, any other activity that I can think of in the United States.
And I kind of want to pivot just a tad, but I was thinking about, you know, how everyone, all their criticisms of Trump, and, you know, when we think about it, like, if Trump ends up bringing some world peace, who gives a shit what his intentions are? I always hear that Trump's a narcissist and all these things, and that may be true. However, if we're all making more money, if we all have stable jobs and income, if our families are thriving and there's less violence, and I mean, I feel like who cares what his intentions are? If he wants, like, you know, just something on his bucket list to show that he's like the best, who cares?
And it's about intelligence. We want the smartest decisions. We want the best answers. We don't want bullshit. We want the truth and we want transparency. And, you know, this is, again, an issue about censorship and about the platforms, about Clubhouse, YouTube, Meta. The market cap of Meta and Apple, we're talking about the biggest corporations on the planet that are limiting Americans' ability to communicate freely, openly, and transparently. Again, I will repeat for you. I could go to jail today if I burned the Quran or the LGBTQ flag and put that up on YouTube But if I burn the Bible or the American flag, it will get promoted by these platforms and it will get likes. So the algorithm and the big tech companies and the executives that are pushing anti-American deranged algorithms, those are the enemy of we the people. Get your facts straight.
I want to make one thing clear. I'm not opposed to platforms doing anything about a flag burning. If YouTube wants to delete videos because someone's burning a flag, I'm completely in support of YouTube having the right to do that. The government having a law in place against the action is where my problem lies.
Yeah, but that's what it has. Sometimes
Mike, did you not hear what I said?
Laws when they literally have their hand in every single business or platform that we use every day.
That's a whole other issue. They need to get their hands off the platform.
Google won't do that, Mike.
Government's intervention in business is a big problem.
And I think John's point, though, you know, like we do stand mighty and proud on our individual liberties in this country. But I think that one of the points that John's made is spot on as far as, you know, being able to burn the Bible, being able to burn the American flag. Like, we take pride in the fact that we're free enough to do that, and yet there is a lot of censorship on burning the Quran or burning a gay pride flag or burning, I don't know, there is almost like a double standard there.
Well, as long as the government isn't the one making those decisions, then it doesn't affect the Constitution. Private businesses and public businesses, for that matter, are not obligated to abide by the Constitution, I don't think. I mean, but the government should never be telling us we can't burn a Bible or a flag. I mean, that like I said, those are the biggest example of freedom of speech that I can possibly imagine. I can't imagine anything else. You use your mouth, use your actions, and they also don't affect human beings. You're not infringing on anyone else's right by doing either one of those things. So it's just not. I just think it's completely unacceptable for the government to get involved in that.
I agree.
No, I agree, but I think we as consumers too, we put a stamp on things by like continuing to use platforms that allow the double standard. To some extent, there's we kind of get to choose by choosing which platforms we're going to use. You know, I wonder, like, are there any laws specifically related to like publicly protesting and burning Qurans and burning gay pride flags? Would there be any legal ramifications to doing something like that publicly?
100%.
In Michigan, we did, Gretchen Whitmer did pass this anti-hate bill for LGBTQ. So, like, when there was people protesting the streets against LGBTQ, like, people were getting arrested and things like that. So, I don't know if that was that considered. Because, essentially,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a double standard in that. Do you not think so? Like, where's the outrage over our freedom of speech?
This is a political freedom issue. You know, there's 100 political issues. Burning the flag is a political issue. Burning the Quran is a political issue.
Yeah, but they were
I don't know if I believe that. The way we're framing this
Hold
is
on.
how it is.
Can you hear me? They got arrested disrupting the peace. Is what they got arrested.
I mean, are you not following what's going on in the UK where they're making 80 arrests a day off of what people post on Facebook? Like, that is real lockdown. America could go that way, but the problem is there's this double standard. You know it and I know it. I wish Steve was here, because if you are an atheist and you want to upset Christians to get them to wake up, that they're living in some type of delusion, or if you want to wake up Jews, or you want to wake up Muslims, or you want to wake up Buddhists or Hindus, and you want to do it provocatively on the internet, you shouldn't have to go to jail or face any legal repercussions if you want to create an artistic video about burning the Bible, or burning the Quran, or burning the Bhagavad Gita, or burning the Dhammapada. These are all books. I know a lot of you just like to come here and talk nonstop, incessantly, week, year after year, and never read a book, but that's your life. I'm just saying, in the book club, we read books.
Kennedy Kitover is the book candidate.
You can go to John Kitover on Instagram and view some of my books. These are called books. They're external hard drives. Maybe some of you have read them on this app. You know, you don't just talk all the time for years and years and years. You read what's called a book on here.
Yeah, it's awfully assumptive to lump a lot of people together in a particular room. Say that they don't read, and even if you're on Clubhouse, it's interesting
If
activity.
candidate Kitover is elected, he will make it illegal to lump people together into groups. He will make your identity ungroupable, and he has pledged to cure AIDS within the first 6 months of his tenure. Vote candidate Kitover for Congress.
Hey, Scott, how are you doing?
Did anybody here get AIDS?
The great one. The great candidate Kitover.
Does anybody here have AIDS from getting the COVID-19 vaccine?
Candidate Kitover can do more push-ups than RFK.
Well, moderators, all I would say is I hate for interrupting a room. I apologize if I've been rude or caustic like acid. All I'm trying to say is I'd like to read a poem when you beautiful ladies and gentlemen, you know, have the room ready for just a quick little poem. It's called It's called My Beautiful Clubhouse Friends. That's the name of it. Well, my question is, why would you say no to a poem?
I'm the only one who wants to hear the poem. But I'll leave it to the ridiculous things.
I do want to know, though, did you write it or did you have ChatGPT?
No, I wrote this myself while I was working on my campaign on my computer.
How long is it?
It's not long. It's not long. See, I mean, this is how bad your ADHD is and your dopamine feedback. That'll be the name of my next poem. Okay, this is called My Beautiful Clubhouse Friends. I may be clapping my hands, but I don't belong to a crowd of clappers. I'm neither this nor that. I'm not part of a group that loves flute music, or one that loves gambling, or one that loves drinking wine. Those who live in time, descended from Adam, made of earth and water. I'm not part of that. Don't listen to what I say, as though these words came from an inside and went to an outside. Your faces are very beautiful, but they are wooden cages. You'd better run from me. My words are fire. I have nothing to do with being famous, or making grand judgments, or feeling full of shame. I borrow nothing. I don't want anything from anybody. I flow through all human beings. Love is my only companion. When union happens, my speech goes inward, towards shams at that meeting. All the secrets of language will no longer be secret in Clown House.
Thank you, John. I actually appreciate those words. I really enjoyed the poem. I'm probably in the minority on the John fandom. But I enjoyed that while sipping on my coffee. Thanks. You bring to these. What were you holding in your
All
hand?
fans of John must unite. We must unite and get candidate Kitover elected for Congress.
John,
What were you holding in your hand when you read that?
John, I kiss you with the fact that you called us friends. I don't believe that.
And what were you holding in your hand when you read that?
Well, it's funny that you ask that question because I know you probably haven't picked one up in quite a long time. It's called a book. But I say friends for life.
I don't think it's fair for you to call us friends. You don't think we're your friends.
Friendlies.
Wait, I see that Donald down there was off mic. Donald, did you have something to say? Donald?
With your pink ticket and your pretty PTR.
Go ahead, Scott. Do the impersonation, Scott. Do it, Scott. You got this one, Scotty.
Oh, no.
My fellow Americans.
Congressman Kitover is so fantastic. Look, I mean,
give them, okay? And the smoke goes up, it creates the global warming. Kitover is going to cool things down. He's fantastic, okay? He will make it illegal, not just to burn the flag, but to like burn those red, white, and blue bikinis they wear in NASCAR. Okay, oh, we love NASCAR. Okay, we love that. You love NASCAR. I love it. We all love it. Okay, he's fantastic. Vote for candidate. Get over today.
Scott, why is it that you think people are so resistant to change? People like Matt Cool down there, or Rohan, or Alan, or Poochie, or even Don Julio. What is it about change that causes so much anger and stress for people?
I think my good friend Alan is very change positive. He's a very change positive guy. He's got a very dynamic room where he welcomes you in there, candidate. Get over. Rowan is a good buddy. I think a lot of these people are adaptive people, but I think most people aren't. I think you're right. Most people have a tough time with change. It's the nature of the human condition. We are set in our ways. Our thinking becomes rigid. It's more natural to not be adaptive. I think just because it's the nature of the human condition. Don't hate people that don't love change. They're just being human. We become quickly acclimated. Our brain does not like distance. It's very disorienting, and so we sort of cling to the familiar to avoid distance.
I have a comment on that too. I think a lot of people are change averse because they think to change their mind means that they're somehow admitting they were wrong.
Hold on, I don't need to call anybody out. Man, cool, 'cause I thought, cool, do you have a new account? I thought I was following
Oh,
something
he
else.
did. I heard he got clipped.
What? Not
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
I mean, Matt Cool, he can be a messy bitch.
Oh, shit. Well, Matt, I'm gonna add you anyway, because I don't have any beef with you. I mean, as far as I know, but shit be trickling down my timeline and my DMs about people talking shit. So, till I hear otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and add you back. If you're gonna block me, because I know I've been blocked from a lot of people that I've blocked, I get it. But for now, I'm gonna go ahead and add you.
This
Stop
is
talking about my ladies in the mud.
This is why I record, because I have the past 2 weeks on YouTube on 13 different accounts, and there are good reasons why people got clipped. But to tell you the truth, maybe I'm a hypocrite, but I don't know why I got clipped. But I'm just saying, it's all on YouTube. You can watch the drama. No one's going to go back and watch it, but I will say, to me, it's pretty interesting and pretty funny. And Pepe has a new account. He goes by a new name, some kind of stupid French name, and he's deepening his voice and going into black spaces again. And everybody knows it's Pepe right away. Immediately, people say, "That's that racist Pepe."
Okay, so Donald keeps coming off mic and saying nothing. Donald, do you have something to say? You keep coming off mic while people are speaking, but you're not speaking.
No, it's
I'm
not a.
trying to speak, they can't hear you.
It's not against terms of service, Monica. I read the terms of service. I'd be happy to read them here live on Clown House for you, because I know most of you don't actually read anything.
Okay, we're not gonna have that conversation. Donald, is, did he leave? Sometimes he can hear us, but we can't hear him. So I'm not sure.
No, it's me. I moved into the audience because,
Well, Donald, if you can hear us, sometimes that's a glitch, and if you close the app and then come back, it will resolve itself sometimes. And welcome to the stage, Will and Poochie and Alan and Donald again.
Today,
what's up, Poochie?
I'm not. Today, I'm not. What's up, sis?
Well, you know what you ought to be careful of, Alan? Don't burn the American flag or the Bible or the Quran, and don't burn the Bhagavad Gita or the Dhammapada. Don't do anything controversial or say anything controversial, because recording free speech is the same thing as saying the words myself. So, Alan, if there's something that you don't like that I've recorded, that you've said, I mean, maybe it's a you problem and not a me problem. And I know, now that you're Nixon and all, I'm sure you've got some great solutions for America, Alan.
I think there are many solutions for America, and I often pass along what you said. I only know that we need to take America seriously. As the 37th president, I can only say that every seventh president, and that's in the 17th, the 27th, 37th, and the 47th, we were all Republicans. And I think the rational discussion forum is wonderful because, in all seriousness, rational starts with R, Republican starts with R, right starts with R. If it's Republican, it's right, and that's the 11th Commandment. Thank you.
Well,
Pretty weird talker.
well, Democrat starts with D, so that must mean doom, destruction, demise, deleterious, dangerous, delusional. D with delusional and Democrat, it's very similar.
I find it so amusing that so many people allow their politics to become their identity.
Yeah, but see, Alan was doing us all a favor there because he was being performative and he took on a character. And I would suggest that people on this app sometime be creative, create an alt account, do a character, do a different voice, see what it's like to be an actor or an actress. Because your problem is you think you're not an actor or an actress, but the truth is your identity with your red hat or your dog or your big Harry Carey glasses or your purple lipstick and blue hair, that's all performative.
Are you talking about my glasses?
He's totally talking about your glasses.
Well, look at my glasses. I'm wearing glasses. Scott's wearing glasses. It's an aesthetic. So what I'm saying is we all manipulate the way we are perceived with our aesthetic or our communication. There's 100,000 forms of communication. I'm just saying the way you PTR or the way you frame yourself is the way you project.
And if candidate Congressman Kitover is elected, he will make all forms of communication tax deductible. All your text messages, all your interactions in Clubhouse will be resulting in tax credits. Support candidate Kitover.
See, the irony of that is the more spam you probably consume, the worse your financial situation. And so you're probably not even paying taxes anyways.
You know what's interesting about that philosophy is that's perspective. Is thinking that if somebody's profile is them being performative. Some people are not because they know when they're on stage and they know when they're off stage. Some people, they don't know. They think it's all performative. So it's rather about perception. I can portray myself as such a person, whatever it is, and no matter what I do, people will perceive me as this or that or the other. So I can try to do it and be sincere, and I'll still be considered an actor.
Well, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. They curse you if you say something, they curse you if you say nothing, they curse you if you remain silent. That's the nature of communication. And running for Congress, I can tell you, I have been attacked more times than I've been praised 100,000-fold. It's wild how dragons magically appear and start breathing fire on you, and then they disappear if you're willing to crawl into the cave with a sword, kill the dragon, and emerge with the power of the dragon.
And I don't care to kill the actors, I just know that I can identify them. I use sincere ones as well. And I think that there's a need in this world for all of them. We all have voices, we all have perspectives, we all have things to give.
Well, so Alan Watts says there's this feeling of being here before. So there's this game that's being played out real time on this app, and it's a fun game to be a part of. But I would just say not a lot of people are doing creative things on this app, but people are complaining about the news every single day as if that's real intelligence. You know, Anne was like, I don't care what the fuck Trump does as long as we're making money and the economy grows. Well, that's like what a stupid person says who's lazy and says, well, I don't care about anything or the status quo is fine, or just even do more extreme things as long as the economy is growing and as long as I'm making money and we're safe. What do I care what Trump does? That type of attitude. I mean, see, but I think people have TDS that they think Trump is doing all these things. He's one guy in a suit sitting in an office saying, do this, do that, draft this, say that. You know, he's one brain, one man pointing fingers, saying things. He can only do so much. So I think people on this app do a lot of projection onto Trump in the same way that people might project onto the evergreen Pepe and say Trump is a racist, Trump is a supremacist, he's evil, he's a pedo. Everything you've heard, the worst things you could possibly say about Trump, you've heard it in Alan's room, you've heard it in this room, you've heard it in every room. And all I would suggest is a lot of that is projection.
And I understand. I think it's important that we consider the way to go in. Now, the 27th president, he was tough. He was a big man of about 320 pounds. I was a small man. I have to say I was a small man. I was only 160 pounds. Now, Donald Trump, I've read and studied, and I think he's approximately 320 pounds. So he's twice the man that I am. Thank you.
I just love it that Scott is up here. Makes me very
Well, I'm like shocked to hear Scott's economic opinion because when I hear Scott, yeah, Scott has a rant. I call it like the Scott Kent Jones rant, where it's about neoliberalists and the new political orders. And this guy says there's these three political orders, and we're currently in the beginning phases of this political. Like Scott has his shtick, okay? But I would just suggest that that is Scott's hypnosis. And it's actually meaningless, has no power, accuracy, or any substance or weight whatsoever. So I challenge Scott. You tell us, Scott, if you were the president, what would your three priorities be for we the people? Go ahead, Scott. Tell everybody your three priorities for we the people. Those are the three biggest things, Scott. Go ahead.
John, if I had three priorities for the American people, they'd be 1, 2, 3. Number 1 would be elect. Number 2, candidate. Number 3, cadet. Thanks.
No, I'm telling you, Scott, really meditate on this question because I've thought about it. You know, sitting there meditating. If I was the leader of the people, what would I do for we the people? Think about that. I encourage everybody here to think about that because you know what the answer is? Whatever issue you need to resolve in your life is what you will project upon the people and say, that's what I want for them too. Go ahead and do that thought experiment right now.
Yeah, no, actually, just hardly. But thank you.
John, let me give you some advice. I've been in this game a long time. I ran my first race in 1946.
experiment holds up. It's the golden rule. What I want for my neighbor, I want for myself. You know, do unto your neighbor as you want done unto yourself. So there's nothing new under the sun. Everything is as it always has been. However, ask. Oh, wait, is Akima here? Yeah, I'm sorry. Ask yourself, what if? See, it's the whole thing is what I want for myself is what you want for the people, and so you know, in on my situation, I did this thought experiment. I would encourage anyone here to do this simple thought projection because what you want for yourself is what you want for your people, and what your people want is what you want for yourself. You see how that works? It's a full projection upon we the people, and the truth is, we the people is basically pointing towards about 30 billionaires which are gaming the system. And I'm not talking about just billionaires, I'm talking about people with 50 billion, 100 billion, 150 billion, the top, you know, the top 30 in terms of number. They're very active and vocal because they have the money to do the most projection back, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does make sense, but I disagree with you wholeheartedly. There's a lot of things that I would like for myself, but it's not gonna work for my neighbors. There's a lot of stuff that would work for my neighbors, it's not gonna work for me.
I know. Well, give us the actual. See, you're not answering it.
Because if you live in a community where you're only thinking of yourself, then you're not living in a community. And you're not considering other people.
No, you're not.
There's not a whole lot of people that I've learned and that I've actually.
Kristen, repeat back the question. If you were the president, what would your priorities be? You're not answering the question.
Are you talking over her, John? Stay on mute until you're done.
So I was very cynical about 20 years ago, and I have since learned, people have taught me, they're a lot kinder than I gave them credit for. They're a lot smarter than I gave them credit for. And more trustworthy than I give them credit for. And I've learned that. Yeah, there are some people that I've been fooled, total con artists that have no conscience. Yeah, but those are few and far between. And luckily, a lot of rules in place that protect me and protect my neighbors from those kinds of people. And it's nice to be able to, when it has been demonstrated, to be able to trust that as well. Thanks.
Hey, Jane.
I'm merely trying to make a point.
Hey, John. I put an answer to your good question in the chat. I would love your thoughts on it. Hi.
Good morning, Agent and Jane.
Hi.
Yeah, Jane, that's a great answer, and that's one part of the solution, but it's a much bigger problem than that. Yeah, of course I agree with that. Every American agrees with that.
Do you think so, John?
Yeah, I've worked in corporate America. I know what everything is like you.
Doesn't abide by that. Corporate America doesn't ensure that everyone.
No, listen, this is you know, you've worked in organizations, there's politics in the organization. It's all about power and relativity and money but the biggest problem is government and the taxation
Wage
system.
theft, John, wage theft.
Hell, welcome to the IRS, Jane. That's what wage theft is. Your employer is giving you a unique opportunity to live, to breathe, to eat, to poop, to shower, to live. You're getting income. Income!
And you should give that income to the campaign of Kennedy, Congressman, Kitover. And I could say, there's something about John that I really respect. And something that Donald Trump does. Thinks only of himself. And do it unto others as you can do on yourself. Steal from the people. That's what the presidency is for. As I told David Frost, if the president does it, it's right. And I'm sorry, but I have to leave. But thank you for your time.
So I want to ask Kristen a follow-up question. I heard what you said. I listened closely, Kristen. But let me ask you the question again. Kristen, if you were the first female president of the United States of America.
What she said, John.
No, I'm moving past that. I'm asking a new question now. That's old news in the older room. Kristen, if you were the president and the first female president of America, Kristen, what would you do for we the people?
I think that's kind of a trick question, isn't it? They ask that every kind of debate. I mean, it really is kind of, that's like, what do you want me to answer?
I want you to answer what your intuition tells you to answer.
My intuition or my reason?
Your intuition or your reason. Just an answer, Kristen. Anything will do.
Well, good, because the great thing is that I'm not running for president. I don't think I'd be capable. Secondly, my intuition is more of an intimate thing that I don't share with everyone. So thank you for asking.
Got it. Okay, so you're a no. No for not being able to answer a simple question. Duh. Some people just can't answer a fucking question.
I mean, yeah, she did answer. She didn't not answer. She just didn't elaborate.
Yeah, that was an answer.
It was a non-answer.
It was
Darn it. The female president left. I wanted to do a competency test.
So Jane, let me ask you about what you wrote. Regulate large companies so they're able to pay living wages and be profitable, of course, because nobody should have to run a business unless they're profitable. Not hard. Yeah, not hard. And subsidize small businesses through taxation so they can pay a living wage and not go bankrupt. Wow, Jane, that makes perfect economic sense. That's a real mathematical equation. Unfortunately, it doesn't hold up in the real world. Oh, look, Ben is here. Hi, Ben. Listen, Ben, look at rule number 9. We can't talk about old rooms and old mama. I don't want to bring up the Bunny Ranch experience and outside of Vegas.
Do it, John. Okay, John. Take it down a notch or two. Let's give some other people an opportunity to interject. You know, if so, and you ask me what I would do if I were ever to become president, I'll answer your question for you. Hey, JB, again?
Hey, yo, I would have had to get my oil changed. Got stuck behind a whole fleet of trucks and sucked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Agent Malone, I have not seen you in a hot minute.
If you go into chillism, if that's where you spend most of your time, it's because the IQ level is low for you there.
I do not go into chillism. I mean, I occasionally, if there's nothing else going on, I'll go in there and fall asleep, but I don't spend a lot of my time in chillism. I'm afraid of that stage.
Actually, it's hard to avoid now, but rooms with Edmonds, now known as John Kitover, he seems to have cast a spell on about half the people who are, let's say, 110 IQ and below. It's really people are shilling for him, promoting him. They really should know better. I don't understand it. The guy is actually evil in many ways. I mean that very sincerely.
I'm gonna have to respond, Serendipity. You can't come on stage and call me evil, Agent. That could be a projection, Agent.
Cry for America.
I think the philosophy for a lot of people has been that since Clubhouse came out with their anon feature, which prevents stopping anybody from recording or streaming rooms or rooms that, and by virtue of adjusting their terms of service, you know, since we can share to all the different various platforms now, I think that people have just taken the approach that it's become a fruitless effort, and I implore you.
Then people just flip the script and are like, oh, not only will we stop condemning this evil person, but we're going to now promote him and celebrate him and elevate him as much as we can.
Okay, you're projecting, agent.
I mean,
How
Jesus
dare you?
says what
How
we do
dare
for
you,
the
agent?
things you did for
You're
me.
no gentleman coming up here saying I'm evil 2 times in a row, agent. I'll have to defend myself if you're going to say such slanderous, libel, defamation.
John, hold on, John. You get to respond. Let Agent land and you can respond, John.
We shouldn't, Jesus didn't mean to make the least of us as far as moral character to run, to run our rooms or be the focus of everything we do. I don't think that's what Jesus intended, respectfully.
Well, respectfully,
I don't
we're
think
living.
Jesus knew what running a room would mean. I don't think Jesus had any idea what Clubhouse was going to be.
Of course he would know what he would. Listen, Mike, you couldn't be further from the truth. I hate to break the news to you, but I got a picture of the Last Supper in my kitchen. You know what that Last Supper looks like? It looks like Clown House.
My goodness.
You have the power to kick him right now off the stage.
I do. This is not my house, though, and the house owner has made the decision to allow John to participate in the room. So I'm just simply trying to respect the house owner's
Listen,
wishes.
I'm gonna do agent a favor.
I actually have a private house that, like, when I have conversations that I don't want to have to worry about being streamed or recorded or otherwise information used against me. That's where I retreat.
I mean, to be fair, John's not breaking any rules.
No.
If you don't like it, we can't kick off people we don't like. That's bullshit.
Yeah, agent, and you've come in here and slandered, defamed, and libeled me twice now by calling me evil, sir. I would suggest that you go look in the mirror and reflect, because when you project like that, I'm gonna sit here and defend myself until the day's over. So take your bullshit, agent, and shove it up your ass.
There are actually other good friends of the owner of this house that actually really don't like the presence of Kitover here. But again, I'm just coming in while he is absent. And I'm just trying to respect
But
the
thanks
way
for welcoming
you like it.
me
Yes.
to the stage. I appreciate your serendipity.
It's good to see you. I have missed you. I haven't seen you in a long time, and it is good to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will remind you, his name is Agent Malone. He calls himself a double agent. His name is Agent Malone.
We like Agent, not too much on Agent.
I just want to point out that you don't build an echo chamber of serendipity. Look at this. There's 3 mods, and we all have a different answer to the question.
Right? This is true.
See, agent is doing what I suggested earlier is the problem, which is censorship. Preventing people like me causes a bigger problem for you. And so I am a microcosm of the macrocosm problem, which is through the NDAA, the NSA, the Utah facility. All this money we're spending as taxpayers to surveil ourselves is a waste of money. Apps like this hold people accountable in the court of social justice. And on platforms like Google and Meta, the only justice you're going to get.
Do they really? Do apps like this really hold people accountable? I think not, Mr. Kitover.
It's public. You're speaking publicly, and whether I'm in it recording or not, if I go in with an anonymous, you're still being held in the court of social justice. So I would suggest that those who don't know, please, you're censoring me now with your degree. Okay.
Contests and cliquish behavior. That's what apps like this do.
Okay, well, you got the power. You got the green bean.
You can hold big rooms and you can draw large crowds. And while they're sitting in that room, they're all going to be, tickling your balls and agreeing with you. And then they're going to go into the next person's room and they're going to be, ooh la la and all over them as well. There's no.
Well, you flatter a lot of people and you stir the pot.
You have pervasive women. You have pervasive women that get up on stage and kiki it up, and they use their soft, little, sweet, soft-spoken voices, and they include enough reasonableness with their, hearsay, quote-unquote receipts and slander. They take their little passive-aggressive digs, but they wrap it up in a really pretty little package, tips included, and then
saying social
the most
justice.
outrageous things.
See, that's my
And
point,
nobody
is you
has
have to
said
pursue
much.
it personally.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Nobody holds anybody accountable. Everybody just comes along to watch the internet. So, yeah, I'm firmly going to disagree with you.
Well, that's why people go to NASCAR. It's the same principle. People want to see a crash out.
Yeah, Kristen, just like that. Now, anything that Kristen says right now is gonna be gospel, y'all.
Oh wait, shoot, let me do it again, hold on, because right now, you can
That's right, get those titties up there, okay? Front and center, please.
Okay, cool.
I promise.
See, I think it's easy to roast people, and especially roast me, but I would submit that I provide a valuable service in some of the drama I bring, but I'm not the only one who stirs the pot. I'm the only one who's recording other people stir the pot, and myself occasionally. But as I told Steve Appel earlier, after you have the conversation long enough, you realize that the person you're speaking to is a hypocrite, and that also you yourself are a hypocrite. So I would just say, until you get to that point, plus you can't be a critic about art and say that's not art, because everything is art. And I would say, prove me wrong.
Yeah, you can definitely be a little shit stirrer from time to time. We all can be. I saw those titties, Kristen. Don't even try it.
Oh my gosh.
Unjust.
See, does anybody not see how Trump essentially stirs the pot too, and he's very effective at doing it? Because you could say, well, you could say the mainstream media is the message, or the simulation, or the medium is the message. But the truth is, Trump is very sophisticated, and he also tricks people, intentionally. Like yesterday, he kicked somebody out of the Oval Office. He said, "Who was that in the back that said that?" He said, "Get out of the office." Like, see, that type of content is what I'm talking about. It's essentially, it's not a meditation class, and so Clown House is not an educational app. It is an entertainment app. It is performative. Everybody here essentially is playing a game, a role, an ID, and the way you brand it and craft it is your artwork. So that's, in my opinion, the truth.
I agree with that. I've said it a million times over that Trump is a master at manipulating the media. He's a master at centering himself in divisive topics, getting the media to push certain narratives. He's a master at marketing and PR, especially marketing and branding and his own PR, right? We have to remember that he produced reality TV for how many years with his apprentice and et cetera, et cetera. And so I also feel like some of the reactions to John's point, some of his wild statements and antics, I think he's producing, he's giving us content. This is more reality TV, unscripted, whether we realize it or not. I don't believe he means half of the pearl clutching things that he states. He just knows that the liberals, the progressives, and the media are going to get riled up. He even knows his base is going to argue with people online about what he really meant to say was. Yeah, it's all performative. I agree.
He's a master manipulator.
Is that the job of the president? They're like helping the country in any way that the base the president is a fucking troll. What good is that?
Right. Is it helping the country? I don't know if maybe it's providing a little comic relief, and maybe it's distraction. It doesn't matter this is just my opinion, of course. Isn't politics, as part of politics, distracting the people? Every politician, or excuse me, president has done it in some way, right?
own purposes for decades. And he acts like he hates the media, but he actually loves the media for what it does for him. It's all a ruse. And when he was younger, he used to call media, different media types, newspapers and television stations and stuff, and pretend like he would change his voice and pretend like he was his own publicist. And he would set stories in motion about himself on his own terms, playing the media. And only years later did the people come forward and say, oh my God, it was totally Trump. He was calling, pretend like he was somebody else to talk about himself. So it's a fucking a ridiculous ploy that, that apparently he's been doing a long time.
That's why it's fascinating when people complain about, why do you guys talk about Trump? Everything is Trump, Trump, Trump. That's what Trump wants. He wants the headline. So that's why I get confused when people complain about it. It's TDS. No, it's not. The man wants to be fucking relevant. He wants to be talked about.
Of course.
Different.
Yeah, of course he does. And the thing of it is, he's a master at the craft, and I agree with Matt. It's a skill that every politician uses. He's just a lot more overt about that skill. But perfect case in point, Epstein. He took one tactic with the media and the pressure towards his base, and when that didn't work, he took another tactic, and when that didn't work, he took another one. And are any of us having rooms about Epstein, talking about the fact that there's been adjusts and corrects course as applicable until he hits the thing that works and gets people talking about the things that he wants them to be talking about?
He also has no guide rails, and he's willing to go anywhere. He's willing to tell a lie over and over again until it's perceived as truth. He's willing to demonize and attack other people that he's friends with, on a whim. He's willing to say things on the top of his head at a moment's notice without any kind of censorship, internal censorship. So, I mean, all of those traits, his lack of morality in general actually helps him get away with so much more. I mean, there's a lot of things I'm sure that, other presidents have thought in the Oval Office about, Matt, that person's ass out of the room. And it goes through their head, but they censor it. They keep themselves under wrap. And Trump doesn't do that. He just says what's on the top of his mind openly, and without guidelines, without his own moral guidelines, dude, sky's the limit for what he can do to get what he wants,
And the people are just stupid for letting him get away with it. Everything you describe is a horrible person. But somehow he's the president and is loved by a good portion of Americans. It's fucked up.
It's true, Kima, but you know what? I started noticing years ago that I was the only one that gave a fuck about character in a president. I started hearing, oh, it doesn't matter, they're all a bunch of assholes. If you think that, then you're never going to look for somebody that is a decent human being. There are still decent human beings, and there are actually a few decent human beings in politics. Most of them haven't been in for 30 years. But the idea that we're just throwing that in the air and saying, it doesn't fucking matter anymore, character's out the window, we don't give a fuck, we'll put a scumbag in there as long as he gives us what we want. That's our own problem. That's why we only have ourselves to blame. We get what we deserve. And right now we deserve somebody who's literally a stereotypical, disgusting American who eats McDonald's every single day and badmouths everybody, around him. What we deserve.
I don't deserve that motherfucker, Mike. I do not deserve Donald Trump.
Here's the thing.
I get what you said now.
Here's the thing, Mike. I'm one of those people that thinks character should matter. I'm one of those people that it took a long time for me to get on the Trump platform because of the fact that I'd already made personal decisions about his character and who he was as a person. And I don't particularly care for his character, but by the same token, when I don't particularly, during the primaries, before Trump got the ticket, I earnestly looked. I wanted to find somebody, I wanted to jump on the DeSantis bandwagon. I earnestly looked for a politician that I thought would accomplish what I wanted, and that I felt like, at least to some degree, was a man of character. They just weren't there to be had. They just were not, I just could not get on board with anybody else. And so when he won the primary, I still have to make a choice, and my choice is between two people with no character. I still have to make a choice. If I want to vote and if I want to feel like the things that are important to me are going to be represented. So
Yeah,
in that case, I have to throw my support behind somebody, you know?
I mean, arguably, a lot of the Republicans who became never Trumpers in the beginning were the people who had some more of the character. They were deeply bothered by that in him. I mean, I think most recent memory, John McCain is probably somebody that had a lot of character, and he lost the presidency. So I think that the primaries kind of eliminates the need for character because it promotes people that are on the extreme ends of things, and people who are on the extreme ends of things are not the ones necessarily with the most character. So we end up with 70% of America wanting someone who's moderate, but the extremist wins every time on either side because of the primaries, and because too many of us that that do care about character are so frustrated by the whole process, we just step out of the entire process itself and we don't even vote.
That's a great point, Mike, that the primary eliminates the need for character. Because, like, basically, whoever goes the lowest is likely to win. So, like, who gives a fuck about character? And the primary definitely sets that field up like that. That's good observation. That's crazy, though.
Yeah, the primary also eliminates the opportunity for a third party to ever get any traction. So if you look between the primary and the college, what do you call it? With the states, the electoral college. If you look between the primaries and the electoral college, those are just methods of rigging the system to take away a lot of the control that we would have as citizens naturally, the control that we're told we have, right? Like it's up to you, just vote, you can make changes. Well, those two things put huge dampers on that power that we're given. And the electoral college was put that on there in place for that very reason, to take away some of that power. But I don't think the primaries were necessarily put in for that reason, but I feel like that's what they resulted in. Necessarily put in. Talking here, my mic's just dead.
No, you're good. I think it just got quiet.
Yeah, Senator B, I was a never Trumper for, I've never voted for him, but I wouldn't necessarily call myself a never Trumper now. It took me 8 years to come around, and really what I had to witness was the demise of the previous Republican Party. I mean, I agree that neo-con conservatism, the idea of spreading democracy around the world via, all means necessary, it didn't work. It wasn't, in retrospect, it wasn't a good idea, and it's something I did believe in the 90s. But I would like a Republican Party with the rest of its values, minus that, the lesson learned. And that doesn't exist. We had to go all out and just throw all of our values out the window, from fiscal responsibility to, everything else, and just disrupt the entire system in order to show that, how bad the Democrats are. And in doing that, we got a guy that is a disruptor who made the entire process about himself. And thankfully he'll be heading out. I think he was in some ways necessary for our country to put into question a lot of the status quo that we were getting too comfortable with. I love his focus on fighting, men and women's sports, things like that. That's the kind of shit that was getting way too out of control. And I'm glad that there's somebody there for that. Immigration, I'm glad there's somebody that talks a lot more about it and at least says he wants to do something about it, points a finger at it. I mean, there's a lot of things he's done that, that I think were needed. I would have liked them done by a different human being, but, it is what we got, and he's doing something that I don't necessarily completely disagree with all aspects of.
Right.
I feel like, disruptor in chief is what he is. He's disrupting the status quo for executive actions. He's disrupting the system of presidential or executive power versus judicial power. he's disrupting the balance of the Superior Court. I mean, he's disrupting a shit ton of stuff, and it's causing us to decide who we do want to be going forward. And I think it was about fucking time because it was going downhill.
I agree, and that's primarily why I still throw my support behind him. I don't think that everything he does is right. He is not like, I don't idolize him, but I feel like I was given a choice, and I made the best choice between the two candidates that I had. And so at this point, he is our president, and I also feel like it, lump it or rump it or dump it. If he's the president, we have to kind of, we just have to support our leadership. I mean, he's in that role right now, so we have to get behind it and support it.
I mean, realistically, you know, I'm not a liberal, and that I don't want to blow up the entire country and start from scratch like a lot of them wish they could. So, because I don't want that, I have to ultimately wish for the best of the country, and I have to support whoever's in charge and hope that they're going to be successful, not make us weaker than we already are, you know. And I don't know if he's that guy or not, but when he's in the position, I have to shut my mouth. It's kind of like when I was in the Marine Corps, people used to say, I support. During the Iraqi War, they would say, I support the troops, but I don't support the war. And I would say, well, the troops are under fire right now in war. And you say you don't support the war, and even worse yet, speaking out against the war, like obnoxiously so in public, is only weakening their ability to hopefully win the war. And whether or not you believe in the war, I don't think you want them to lose the war. And if you do, then that's unpatriotic. And so I would tell people, like, they say, I support the troops, I support the war. And I'd say, well, how do you do that? You're using your mouth to talk shit about their job they're doing right now. You're not sending them care packages. You're not sending them money. Like, what the fuck do you mean you support the troops? Is that just like you just think you do because you say it, and saying it makes it real when you have absolutely no action behind it? The least you can do is shut your fucking mouth when they're under fire and say, well, you know what? Whether or not I agree with the war itself, I hope that they win. You know, and that's what they needed. That's what they wanted, and they don't fucking need people talking shit about their jobs. I mean, firefighters. You know, I support firefighters, but I don't support fighting fires. What the fuck? I mean, when they're in the building fighting the fire, shut your fucking mouth till they get back out of the danger zone. You know.
Right. Well said.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think as a man, you got an obligation to speak up against a war you don't agree with, and you can support the soldiers in a sense where
It's not cool to put your phone number up for that 50th person.
soon, and you hope they get home safely. That's the way you support them, but you don't have to support a war. That's crazy. He was going on and on about support files.
So what method do you use? To support them without supporting the war? So I agree that they shouldn't necessarily be the same thing, but you're not supporting the troops if you're out talking shit about what they're doing when they're being killed. That's not supporting the troops. Saying I want the troops to come home safely is just like flapping your gums. It doesn't have any relevance.
Getting out, make the government, and hopefully they will listen and then you want the war. Bring the troops home in the war that you have no business.
Like you want to say, so what's the
As one of the troops, I can tell you that didn't feel like any kind of support. I mean, they're over there doing it. They're breaking down doors. If you want to
Some of the troops appreciated people at home asking for the war to end. I don't say that.
If you want to act to influence their commander-in-chief who's giving the directive for them to be under fire in ways that actually are tangible, i.e. running for, a position of government to influence the decision makers, you could argue that's supportive in a direct manner. But just saying, bring them home and keep them safe, and I hope they come home safe and end this shit now is not supportive of them when they're over there at the time. It's just not. I mean, they don't feel like it. So if they don't feel like it, who the fuck are we to say that it is?
Please don't scroll. I encourage insurance agent.
Which is, I think that's the young one gets to,
Regular death threats to murder, slaughter, and kill people in detail for hours.
I understand, but when you sort
It is
of
against the
to
law. The
follow,
FBI and the local police
to follow
for
the orders of the commander in chief,
I'm just trying
I
to.
mean, for instance, when I was a Marine, I didn't say shit about my commander in chief that made me
I find this actually interesting because obviously
I disagree with the decisions he was making because it wasn't my job. My job was to support him and do what he tells me to do.
and of course you'll have
If you're
this,
not that person that's capable of putting
antithesis to
yourself in that
war, but
position
you
to
still
be
want
the
to
guy with
understand
that
it even
role,
more so.
then I
What I think is
totally
interesting about war is that it's sort of a very natural thing, right? Even
I
right
don't
now,
think
as we
I
were
don't see
speaking
how
within
somebody can think
ourselves,
that
there's
they
this
can
whole
speak for the people that have
war
actually
right
put their
now
bodies in
between
harm's way in an effort to win something that it wasn't their choice to go into in the first place. I don't see how those same people that aren't willing to do that could claim that they speak for the people that are doing it. I didn't hear when service members come back from war, sometimes they'll speak their voices about what they think about it. But when they're over there, they don't do that. They don't all turn around and talk about how bullshit the war is when they're busy watching their brothers die. They fucking do what they can to kick ass. And they take their job seriously. And I just think it's a different mentality. The people that put their lives on the line for something greater than themselves, and the people that have never physically done that but use their mouth parts to act like it's the same thing. There's a difference between those two things.
Mike, I agree with you 100%. Thank you for your service to our company. I didn't realize you were a veteran.
Oh, I appreciate it, King. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually, it's a little story about me, but my goal was when I was a kid to serve. And my dad, of course, being an immigrant was like, oh, don't serve, don't do it, you'll die, and all that stuff. But I had a lot of friends that, were in the military, and they were just telling me, and I felt so patriotic. I tried to serve, and friends of mine showed me, you're going to laugh at this, they showed me, because I didn't know what boot camp was going to be like, so I was asking them, what is it like, how does it work? And so I had friends of mine who were in the Navy SEALs who were showing me, like, this is how it is, and I was like, oh shit, I'm going to get my ass kicked, all right. Let me look into this. So a friend of mine was in Army Rangers, he showed me that, and I was like, oh, fuck, pardon my life, oh shit, so I ended up a friend of mine was like, you're kind of pretty, why don't you go for Air Force? So I went, signed up, did everything, and then I had asthma, severe asthma at that time, so I came outside, took a puff of my asthma inhaler, and the guy saw from the window, came running out, he goes, what's that? I said, it's my inhaler, and he ripped up the paperwork, he goes, can't go. All my friends were like, if you just held out, you could have gotten down there, they would have taken care of you for life. I said, nah, I don't want to do that, man. Like, I wanted to actually serve and do something. So now I do government contracting, so I help a lot of veterans. I only hire veterans. I've gotten accused of discrimination, but I only hire veterans who work for.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's amazing. That's amazing. Remember too that when I joined in '91 as a junior in high school, there was no internet or YouTube. So how do you even know what boot camp's like, right? To your point, you can ask other people's experiences and they can tell you stories, but there was no fucking video to watch to fully understand what you're getting yourself into. And when in the Marine Corps, you arrive at MCRD San Diego, in my case, on a bus in the middle of the fucking night on purpose, pitch black. And that fucking drill instructor comes up, man. If you can imagine sitting in a bus in the dark, and there's always like a light up front on the bus. It's inside to the interior light. The whole bus isn't lit. It's only up the front by the driver. And that fucking drill instructor walks up those stairs of that bus when you arrive at MCRD, and all you see is a shadow in his fucking head. And you just start screaming to get your fucking ass on that bus now as fast as possible. And you're all scrambling over each other, and then there's these footprints that you stand on to get a taste of like what it means to stand at attention. And from then on, man, they keep you awake for 2.5 days with no sleep, and they fucking shave it roughly so. And what I mean by that is they shave it quick and hard, and then they leave pieces of fucking hair sticking up sometimes, so you look like an idiot because they don't give a shit. So it's just this smack of awareness, and then you just, by the end of 2 days, you're completely exhausted, and it feels like a blur. Like everything, like you literally,
it's a scary fucking time. I'll tell you that. Some of the commanders I've spoken to says some of that stuff is not allowed in the last like I think like 5 or 8 years or so. The military has said like you can't do these kinds of things, but there's been a debate back and forth that those are the things that toughen up some of the soldiers. So it's fascinating.
Yeah, the Marine Corps is the only service that refuses to train men and women together, and to this day they fight it. They have to fight it constantly, but they've been able to hold it, and it's a huge deal in the Marine Corps because women and men are not fully physically capable of the same things, and they need the strength of both in different ways. The Marine Corps would not be the Marine Corps if they had to train side by side. I mean, I can tell you I've never been on a 20-mile hike with an 80-pound pack where any single female Marine made it to the end. But I didn't expect them to because there's other stuff that they could do, like bent arm hangs and stuff that we couldn't do. So, like, it just doesn't make any sense training together. You're never going to get the most out of the guys. And the Marine Corps needs, they're the extreme end of it. They need people who are very, very, very physically capable, as opposed to those services that you get by not necessarily pressing people to their ultimate limits,
So Mike, I was at Buford. You probably know it. Buford Marine Corps base. So I was over there, and I remember I walk in here. You'll probably take a kick out of this. I was at the administrative building, and I was looking at the wall, and I was talking to a couple of people, and I was like, "Hey, this wall is wrong." I said, "What do you mean?" It says president. It says vice president, right? Then it talks about Secretary of Defense, and then it mentions like the Secretary of the Navy. I said, it says the Secretary of the Marine Corps. I said, where's the Secretary of the Navy? And then they all look at me, shake their head, and then walk away. And I said, you guys are under the Navy, aren't you? They're like, dude, you want to keep your contract here? I'm like, why? Like, don't say that. I'm like, but it is not the Navy. I'm like, the contracts are through the Navy. He goes, that may be so, but don't talk about it here and treat us like we're a separate branch. I said, but you're not. They go, dude, you want to keep your contract? I'm like, okay, you got a separate branch. They're like, we got all three in ours. We got an Air Force, we got our own ships, and we got our own, troops. So we are a separate branch. And I said, okay, yep, you're a separate branch. So every time I go to that base, I look at the wall, I never say a word. I just go, okay, it's missing Secretary of the Navy, but that's all right. And I think that's by design. They hate the Navy. I mean, not that they hate the Navy, they just don't want to be under the Navy.
No, they don't want to be under the Navy, but they actually have a very good relationship with the Navy because when we go to war, we do ride on ships, Remember that in Grenada or whatever it was in the 90s, we had a thing that Clinton did where he had the U.S. Army handle it, but he took them in on ships. And I heard horrible stories about the relationship between soldiers and sailors. Sailors hated soldiers on their ships. They didn't even want them on there because that was really the role of the Marine Corps. So when it comes to actually serving together, the Navy provides the corpsmen for the Marine Corps. The Navy provides the Seabees for the Marine Corps, who do all the construction and building of, bridges and structures and things like that. So they actually work very nicely side by side, but Marines don't want to be identified as a department of the Navy, mainly because the Navy's just kind of cheesy. Even their white hats are embarrassing sometimes. Or
I don't get why they made Space Force a separate command. Because Space Force was technically under the Air Force. They broke it out. Why can't they break out the Marine Corps? It's got to be politics.
I don't know. The Marine Corps existed before the Navy. The Marine Corps was the first service ever in 1775. So, the Navy actually came from the Marines. So, if anything, it should be the other way around, maybe. I think it's probably the sizes of the services. The Marine Corps is very small. The Marine Corps is insanely efficient with their budget. We get all the hand-me-down bullshit, leftover stuff from the other services. The Air Force is by far the least bang for your buck. They're the most expensive to operate on a case-by-case basis, on the individuals, the airmen. The Marine Corps is the opposite. You get a shit ton of value out of the Marine Corps. So it's in the Navy.
Do you think you could kick a Navy SEAL's ass, Mike?
No. So I was a combat photojournalist in the Marine Corps, which meant I was Joker in Full Metal Jacket, basically, but outside combat, I was a news reporter. And I could do my own stories, subject matter, so I could just choose to go align with the unit, do what I wanted to do. I was I didn't have much direction in my role. And I did a story one time in San Diego about the Navy SEAL training. I went over to Coronado and Marines, but they're also a special force. And if you take the Marine Corps and you look at what they are, you know, 2/3 of special forces, but you got a whole group, you know, got hundreds of thousands of people doing that. So they're not quite as elite as the Navy SEALs, but they share a lot of the same things. Like, you can't be in the Marine Corps if you can't swim really well. Most of the people that got kicked out of boot camp were because they couldn't swim hard enough. You know, and in some cases, I was water survival qualified in the Marine Corps by choice because I wanted to be a lifeguard as a part-time job on base, and I had to get water survival qualified, which means that I had to swim for 24 hours in my camis with a backpack and a rifle and my boots without, you know, in the deep end of the pool for 24 hours. And at that point, you're doing what's about the same as what the Navy SEALs go through. But they do two things that scare me a lot. One of them is they have one of those deep dive tanks where they have to hold their breath and go super fucking deep. And that scares the shit out of me because I saw guys passing out, being brought up by divers and like resuscitated. And that scared the shit out of me. I wouldn't want to do that. And then the other thing they do is they do dolphin swimming where they tie their feet and arms behind their back, and then they have to like sink to the bottom of the pool and make their way to top for a breath and sink down again, make their way to top for a breath again, and sit there, do that for like an hour straight. And that looked really...
God bless you, Mike. While you doing that kind of stuff.
Well, the Marine Corps didn't put me to that extreme, right? So for that kind of stuff. I mean, they did put me straight for the water survival qualified training, but even then, I didn't have to do necessarily what SEALs do. I mean, SEALs go out in the ocean and freeze their asses off on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, part of the team have a couple of divers.
You were in the Matrix a little bit, unless it was just me. Can barely.
During this interruption, can I just make a reminder to the room that house rules are English only. So those who are typing in another language, if you don't mind, please refer to English.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I have a contract with Naval Construction Group, and they have these UCT, which is the underwater construction team, and man, these guys are like divers. They go all the way under. They like actually build and repair fixtures and structures under. And I was watching them go because they let me watch it, and like they put on this like Darth Vader hat so they can breathe, and then they go under, and they have this special machine that brings the tools down. So I was like, oh my god! I was like, this is like incredible. I would never do it, but this is incredible. Like this.
Yeah, there's a movie out that just came out. I watched it recently. It's a true story about an underwater welder who goes down 300 feet and welds bottom oil wells and stuff. And it's a true story about a guy that he died down there and was brought back to life, and nobody knows how he lived, basically. But I can't remember who was in that.
Is it a documentary or a movie?
Oh, I know Woody. No, it's a movie, but I know Woody Harrelson was in it because he was the lead. In it, he was like the boss of the diver.
Not the Matrix.
Yeah, Mike, you were going in and out of the Matrix. I was trying to hear the name of the star so I could look up the...
It's not called The Abyss, but Woody Harrelson's in it, and it's in the last three.
Sure.
It's not Last Breath, is it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I just looked it up, okay. It came out this year, it says. Follows a group of deep-sea divers racing against time to rescue a stranded teammate after a catastrophic accident. All right. just joined the room, sometimes we have these moments where like everybody goes silent because folks are working in the background. But I'm sorry. No, it's all good. Hey, we're only human, right?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Sorry, yeah, I was working. And then I was just like, oh wait, got quiet. And then I jumped off.
Yeah, I was looking at the stage. I was reading about working on this piece about this pastor who was being critical of BET and the BET Awards and how harmful it's been to the Black community. And then I looked on the stage and I'm like, oh wait, no one's talking. Well, welcome Princess to the stage. I don't know if you've had a chance to speak, but the mic is yours. I think we're just going popcorn style, huh?
Yeah. Hey girl, how are you?
I'm good. I'm trying to figure out how to make it so that I'm also working in the background. To make it so when I am clicking on my emails and it shows the preview to the right and Outlook, I don't want it to consider that a read email, and I don't know how to change it back. Currently trying to do that.
Gotcha.
Just right click it and view unread.
I know you can right click it and like make it back to Marcus unread.
Yeah, my previews don't make them look red.
I know mine use. I have a loaner computer because they had to wipe my old computer because. Fine.
Trying to straighten this curly mess. Oh.
I have to say that the iPhone, the newest iPhone that has built-in AI, there's a lot of talk about how it's kind of dumb and it's not a big deal. But the one thing I like about it is it gives you email summaries without having to click on it. And the summaries just say like, you know, so-and-so was asking for this to be done by Wednesday. It just takes the whole email and just briefs it, sticks it up front. I really like that, actually.
I do too. I don't like it so much with my text messages because I feel like
it's funny, it's cheesy sometimes. Sometimes it'll summarize a text or something in a really funny way.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't even think of a good example, but every now and then I'll have a laugh out loud moment because of how it describes what's being said in the email.
Same. I'm just like, okay, that's not really what's going there. But good try. A for effort. But I do like the email recaps. I find it to be a lot more concise there. Probably because it has more information to go on. Okay, I think the curly hair is gone again, y'all. Okay.
So I'm hating on the curly hair.
Oh, girl. My hair is a fucking atrocity. It's so freaking beautiful. You always want what you don't have. I spend a lot of time making it look straight.
Oh my god, my daughter's half Asian and it's always straight and she dies for curly hair.
Oh yeah,
it's the exact opposite. She's constantly trying to curl it.
You always want what you have. Yeah, it was born straight when up until I was like 13 or so. And then I don't know what happened. Like, it just went crazy. And mine's really, really thick, so it's very unruly when it's curly. It's just gonna stick out everywhere.
I swear mine has changed postpartum.
A lot of people say that. Mine never did. I wish the curl would have gone away.
So I have like one full sibling and he has like super curly hair, and it's interesting because like I've seen all these TikToks and stuff. They're like, if your hair like air dries like this, you probably have curls. You're just not styling it right. So I think that like I have like one of the like entry level like wavy curly hairs types, but I've just been styling it straight forever.
That's my daughter. Hers isn't super curly like mine, but it's definitely got some natural wave.
I just want to address Joel in the comments, and he said, Princess, you have freedom to leave, because I asked, because he was making a comment in regarding the percentages from the poll, and I said,
voted blue in our poll. I view it as a freedom of speech, and my husband and my family members have all served to protect that freedom of speech. So I definitely, that's where my my poll vote came from.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that Protect the Stars and Stripes is leading. I feel like most veterans would not choose that. They would choose the blue. But I don't know.
I mean, I agree. I chose the Protect the Stars and Stripes simply because, to John's point earlier, if people can be fined and or jailed for burning the LGBT flag, why aren't we protecting the American flag too? I think that's my whole position with that.
Is that on a federal level? I don't know about the burning of the LGBT flag, which I would consider myself an ally.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I mean, if it is, you're agreed. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me still think that you can't burn the American flag, but it makes me definitely think that the gay flag should not be protected more than the American flag.
You should be able to burn anything that you want. If it's on your property, you know what I'm saying? I don't care what it is.
I agree.
And if it's somebody else for you, now you gotta burn the property.
Right, because you're destroying someone's property. Right, like if it's your property. I think too, I get really amused by this conversation about burning the flag because in our U.S. flag code, it doesn't technically allow for the flag to be on used as clothing items. So all of these people, which I have a ton of patriotic clothing, and so does my husband, and so does my baby, which technically per U.S. flag code is not technically allowed.
Correct.
So if we want to get in the nitty gritty of protecting our flag, people that are being very patriotic are technically not falling within the U.S. flag code.
Even the police do the route strike.
Correct.
They're not following. Let's not get too technical.
It really kind of freaks me out. It always has to watch them manhandle a flag at the Olympics or after the track meet where the American they hand them a full flag and they wrap themselves in it. It's always given me the heebie-jeebies because it's not just clothing with stars and stripes on it. It's the real flag and they wrap it around their body. And I know it's not supposed to touch the ground. And I used to be part of details in the Marine Corps where I had to deploy the flag up a pole in the morning and bring it down at sunset. And the way we handled it was so incredibly respectful to just see some guy grab it and wrap it around his body and walk down the track with it just kind of really freaks me out. It's just a little right.
That's really interesting. I've never thought about it from that perspective, but I think that is really good point to make. Because I never thought twice about it. I just thought they were being patriotic.
That's a huge debate in the photography community too. The wrapping the flag around.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when it's a real flag, you know what I mean? If they had it on their clothing or something, it doesn't bother me, but just the real flag doing that to it makes I don't like it.
Yeah, I want to wait to purchase flips. I know these men have left
Wow.
signatures, so I may fill in the flag.
They're not here anymore, but
Your birds always sound so lovely in the background, Serendipity. It just sounds like wherever you live just sounds so peaceful. I don't know if it is. Could be chaos. But the birds definitely make it sound peaceful.
it is peaceful.
We have a lot of trees in Georgia. We're known as the city in the forest, right? We have more trees per square mile than any other city in the United States, major city. And people don't know that, but my backyard has a green space behind it. And I have one of those birdhouses with a camera on it, so you can watch what the birds do on your phone. And dude, they chirp loud all day long. You see during COVID, COVID, I would sit on my porch pretty much all day on Clubhouse, and the background would be chirping all the time, and I'd have multiple people ask me to like remain unmiked just so they could listen to it. We have really loud birds in Georgia.
We really do. I have my voice isolation on so that she can even hear, because when it's not on, people comment endlessly about, oh my gosh, the birds in the background, and sometimes like it's a bit too much. And where I used to live, they generally had chickens, and for the first year or so, their chicken roof had a couple roosters that crowed all freaking loud. And one of them, I swear, he was like sick or something. He was one of those that, right in the middle of his cock-a-doodle-doo, he'd like choke himself. And he'd start and it'd be just like, oh God, the rooster just died. Awful. It's like, listen, it's the sick rooster. They're growing right now. You cannot let go. It's like, this is terrible.
Hey, the love of God has got me deep, though.
I watched this, I don't know what it was. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Tell me to stop. I told him to go ahead while I was talking.
Serendipity, have you downloaded Merlin Bird ID for your iPhone?
I haven't.
It's from a university that it's a university project, so it's free download for public. It's called Merlin Bird ID. And you just hit record and you hold your phone in the air and while the birds are talking, and it shows you which bird is which, and it even like highlights them when they make a noise. So you can see it like bouncing between the different types of birds, and then it collects birds.
Oh, I love that.
It's really cool. Like while you're sitting there, you should download it and just play it, and it saves them. So I have like I have an owl in my yard. The ones that go. Those guys. I can't remember what they're called, but they. And they do. He does it constantly. But he does it. So I did it, and I can't remember what kind of owl he is, but it caught it on there, and then it records it so you can listen to it later.
I'm downloading it now. We have tons of cardinals. Like I see a lot of ours. We've got oodles and caboodles of cardinals, and they're so aggressive.
No, are you like simple? So when I used to watch my birdhouse a lot, I started noticing that birds were migrating to jets, different kinds of jets. So like and woodpeckers are the most aggressive, right? They're the biggest assholes. You'll kick anybody out. I think I'm breaking out. I don't know.
No, you're not. You're not.
Okay. So I would watch birds and like I'd compare them to jets. So like F-35 is definitely like the woodpeckers because they can take anything out. And then like cardinals remind me of EA-6B prowlers, which are those radar jamming airplanes that used to have the big like fuel thing sticking out the front, like phallic like almost. They remind me of those. And I watch how they interact with each other, and there's a total hierarchy of breeds, right? Like blue jays are really aggressive as well. But
yes, they are.
A blue jay can kick a cardinal out. But a woodpecker will kick everybody out.
I did not know that the woodpeckers were aggressive to other birds.
The big ones, yeah, the big ones. I mean, the tiny woodpeckers, no, but the big woodpeckers are brutal. If you want to know, do you have like a bird feeder?
No, not right now.
Okay, so if you had a bird feeder, if you put mullet, the stuff that's like it's square and it's like got fat, it's a bunch of seeds and fat. If you hang that next to a bird feeder, the woodpeckers love that shit because they'll stand on it and peck their beaks right through it. And every time they arrive there, everybody splits, and they're super aggressive. They start pounding through that stuff. Like there's a big woodpecker in Georgia that it's red and it has black and white stripes on it. I can't remember the name of it, but that thing is fucking he's an asshole.
And we have whippoorwills too. We have quite a few whippoorwills.
I don't know what those are.
Yeah, you always know when you start hearing the whippoorwills that summer's right around the corner. They're like one of the first birds that you start hearing, and their call is, I mean, that's where they get their name from. It sounds like they're saying whippoorwill.
I wonder what they are. I wonder if is that the actual bird name, though? Because I've never captured one on my Merlin.
You haven't?
That's why I'm wondering if it has a different technical name. They're just
Let me look. Hold on. Whippoorwill. Let me see if they... Oh, wait. That's the App Store. Let me go back to Safari.
Well, while she's getting that, I just want to say I have a fabulous bird feeder, but listening to this conversation, I think I might upgrade. I've been thinking about for the past year getting one with a camera built in. And that mullet stuff you were talking about, I get that a lot for the birds. I just put it on the ground, but only in the winter. I only give it to them in the winter. I don't give it to them in the summer. But I just put it on the ground, and they come and swoop it right up. It's gone within a matter of minutes.
If you hang it though, you'll get woodpeckers because it's vertical. Like they won't eat it off the ground, but they'll hang on it if it's vertical.
Okay, right on. I will keep that in mind. Very good.
Yeah.
It's not saying. Okay. Antrostomus vociferus. I guess is the whippoorwill. But whippoorwill comes up pretty regularly on Safari.
Find it on that Merlin app.
All right.
Because you can look through the bird list for your region. You download a region pack from there for wherever you live, and it has a list of everything that exists.
Continue.
My favorite birds in Georgia, my favorite ones in my feeder are Carolina wrens. They're super cute. The way that they move is so cute. They're little fat brown like footballs. I guess they're feather balls.
I have an affinity to them.
But they hawk.
Just because my granddaughter's name is Renly, and we call her Red. Okay, whippoorwill. Let's see.
Mike, I was just creeping on your photography. I really like your style. It feels like, okay, as a, typical military spouse, I did photography as a hobby for a little bit, but I like your editing style. It feels to me like a very crisp, moody. Like it's very moody, but your images are so crisp.
Yeah.
It better be. He's a photographer.
The reason they are is because my specialty is lighting, so I know a shit ton about lighting. I've been doing it for 30 years.
Yeah.
And most everything that I do is overridden ambient, which means I'm actually working with at least one big flash to replace my key light. So that what people don't understand is if you override ambient, meaning that you take the natural light in the world and you set your camera on settings that make the natural light not enough for the camera, when you then interject something like a flash, which is insanely bright compared to any kind of steady panel light or something, that increase in contrast ends up putting the picture in a situation without editing, because most of what I do requires almost no editing. It ends up putting it into a situation where your eyeballs see a maximum amount of contrast at any given moment because the light is coming from all directions. But when you override natural light and you reintroduce your own light that's brighter than natural light, you're limiting the amount of directions that the light is coming from. from. And what that does is it by default increases contrast and sharpness. So I always say you can have a completely shitty camera and a shitty lens, and you can have a insanely sharp tack focus image by having powerful lights rather than your camera and your lenses.
Interesting. So that would explain why I could never achieve that look, because I have like an extra flash that I got, but yeah, because I would mostly just play around with like a natural lighting.
Right.
But yeah, that would explain why my pictures never looked like crisp like that. Like I'm like looking at your pictures, I'm like, dang, these are so.
Well, and if you go down to the product photography down at the bottom of that Instagram, any kind of products that's there, those things are insanely sharp, and that is because I'm using an incredible amount of light. I'm using 35,000 watt seconds, which is, it's like the sun almost. Like if you don't blink every time you fire your flash, your eyeballs will get burnt like you're at the beach all day. And I'm using f/22 ISO 100, which means the camera is seeing absolutely nothing without the light itself.
Yeah.
And now when you do that, I mean, you do that with product because you want to get depth of field. You want to make sure that it's in focus from the front to the back. But when your lights are very powerful, like 640 watt seconds, which are like Einstein's, really bright lights, when you have multiples of those and you get up to into the 30,000 watt second range, you're creating an environment for that picture that doesn't exist in the real world, and then it looks highly premium, which is why I do stuff for Home Depot and major retailers, because they require that. Not right. Like online retailers don't give a shit, they don't know the difference, but major retailers, that's why they go to big studios for that stuff, because the studios are using powerful lights.
And glass helps with the sharpness and natural light settings, and you can also use a speed light in conjunction with natural light as well.
Right, right. Yeah. But if you use a speed light to augment natural light, you're not going to pull off what I'm doing in those pictures. It won't.
So they won't.
It's a very it's more that's more like a fill scenario, like using light to augment natural light.
Right.
This is using light to replace natural light, which is a whole other level.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, professional photographers 20 years ago, everybody knew how to do it, or you weren't even in the industry. But it got watered down, lackluster talent. They called it democratization of mediocrity. Basically, the expectations were lowered because it was oversaturated with average talent, and the clients lost track of like what to expect. And then prices went down, and overall value decreased, which is why I'm an electrician during the week now instead of a full-time photographer like I was for 30 years.
Hello and welcome. Our topic today is understanding mythology, and my guest is perhaps the world's foremost mythologist, Joseph Campbell, the author of The Hero with 1,000 Faces,
Mediocre talent and
Masks
the
of
way
God,
of
and the Atlas
teaching
of
more
World
mediocre talent
Mythology.
to make their money in photography.
Well, they learn the basics and they're a teacher.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, like here, pay whatever, $19.99 to get my
stems from the
pro tip
embodiment
manual.
from our own experiences, that
Right,
every
exactly.
mythological story or experience comes from our experiences as human beings in a physical body.
Yes,
I think
happy
that would
Tuesday.
be quite contrary to the earlier idea that
I had fun with
mythology
it.
is
I only did it
much
for
product
like a
of
couple
fantasy
years.
or imagination.
I did it for like a hobby one year, and then the second year I was like, okay, I'll try to like do this like as like a business, and then I was like, no, I don't have time for this shit. I work full time. Like this is a lot.
I still do television and movies occasionally, but I only do for a day or two at a pop. I don't do like long stints anymore. And I just take off work, like I'll just take vacation off work and go do that if I have a day or whatever. Then I do weddings, I do like 25 a year, and I charge $3,500 a wedding, so.
And I feel like that's pretty industry standard at this point.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's harder than ever though.
Yeah, there's like a couple here that does photography that I used to go to church with them, and they like are like $5,000 for like their lowest package, and you have to have a full-time wedding planner to even work with them. Like they won't work with you unless you have a planner. Like some of these like crazy.
What's interesting about that is if you look at my raw files, they look almost identical to the
like after, I was like, this is
Right.
so much time.
Right, so remember that post-production for a photographer is losing money because you're not a digital artist, you're a photographer. And digital artists are worth $60 to $80 an hour. Photographers are worth $300 an hour all day long. But that's photographers who know what they're doing, and they do it in camera. In some cases, commercial-wise, they tether it to capture one so they can edit on the fly so that they don't have post-production work after the fact. In the case of weddings, you have to use a flash full time to do that, or writing ambient most of the time, which is what I do. But either way, if you earn $3,000 for a wedding and then you go home and you work on it and it's 10 hours long, that's $300 an hour. You go home and you have 20 hours of post-production, you just lost money the entire time you were doing it. And you lost the available time that you had, the 20 hours of free time. So you're wasting your free time, you're losing money the entire time. And so the goal is, I can charge $3,500, which is more than enough for me because I have very limited amounts of posts required. So it's a $60,000, $70,000 part-time job for 25 days of work, essentially. Which is, sometimes I edit my wedding when I get home from the wedding. I literally edit it. So if you can imagine if you were doing that, you don't need to charge $6,000 a wedding, which means that it's almost easier to find, middle-income average people. There's a lot more people that can afford $3,500 than $6,000 a wedding.
I think some of them, they price themselves out because they want to shoot a certain type of wedding, which is fine. Like, you can pick whatever clientele you want.
Right, but what's kept me from doing that is my inability to maintain long-term relationships with planners and people like that. I just don't play the social game well enough to constantly be schmoozing, going to conferences with people and showing up and saying hi to them and sending out emails all the time to remind them that I exist. I don't do that because I don't follow up all the time and build actual personal relationships with these planners. Over a year, of course, a year or two or three, even if they love my work and they recommend me, over time you start losing, those recommendations because they just kind of forget about it or have short-term memory. So the only way you can charge $10,000 a wedding, it's not that their work is any more premium to my work. It's that their promotional workflow requires them to build and maintain steady relationships with high-end planners who have high-end clients. And that is just something I've never enjoyed doing. So I've never reached outside of that price point. I've done quantity over quality and quantity. Like they say, good, fast, cheap, pick two. No, I'm all three. I mean, I literally am, and that's what people don't understand. But that's just because I have 50,000 hours into it. I mean, I was a combat photojournalist in the Marine Corps, and then I worked as a news photojournalist, and then I owned a photo studio that did work for Home Depot and Lowe's and Walmart and all those people, and then I got television movies. So I've just always prioritized light and I'm a technical shooter. I didn't do it for the art. I've never ever. I think that's the difference between me and 99% of photographers. I didn't start doing it because I wanted to.
Because I did it. I started it because of the art. I
exactly
the art of taking photos and
exactly
and having the eye for different shots.
Exactly.
For me, I struggled on the technical side of figuring out camera settings, figuring out lighting, figuring out post-production, all of that. That was just ugh. I was like, no, I'm the artist. No.
Right. and that's a weak, and believe it or not, that's a weakness because the reality is you're producing a product that needs to remain highly consistent, that needs to be, represented on your website what the client's going to get when they pay the money. When I go to a wedding, for instance, I'm ADHD, so it helps a lot because in my brain I can stand in a room and I got 50 things I can do, and I call them widgets. So I know that if I move a chair under a window and I put the black shoes on there, I'm going to get the window, the toe of the shoe is going to get a cap light from the window above. If I frame it a certain way with my 50 millimeter, I call it the shoe under the window shot that's on the 50. And so I have thousands of those now. So I walk in a room and it's almost like I have an overlay on my eyes where everything jumps out at me for opportunities. And I go, okay, I'm going to do these 3 today or these 4 today. And it's all repeating what I've done. I mean, every time I shoot a wedding, I try to do one thing I've never done before. If I've been to the venue 100 times, I'll find a new shot at that venue that I've never done before each time. But that's more for the venue because, and I'll always do the key shot. So imagine you're at a wedding venue and there's a barn there and everybody's going to do the bride and groom in front of the barn. Great. I'll do that because that's the one that everybody does. but I'll go do one from a completely different angle, maybe go to the woods behind it and shoot with the trees, framing it a certain way that nobody's ever done. That one's for the venue. And I always do that. I always do the basic one that's a no-brainer that everybody does, and then I do one that nobody's ever done before. In a place like Tate House, I'm going on Saturday, I've shot that venue like 60 times. And every time I deliver a wedding from there, there's something brand new they've never seen before. So it's like, that's what I do. So I maintain good relationships with venues. That's where I get most of my work. I just don't chase planners. And planners is what you need for hire.
Yeah, for sure. And see, I got into it for a completely different reason. I mean, I always liked photography anyway, just growing up and as a young mom, but for me, like journaling, one of my fondest memories was going to my grandma's house and pulling out old photo albums and looking at all the ridiculous photos. And I wanted to journal different perspectives of my kids and their life, you know, as they grew and do things. Like, it wasn't so much about here, smile and say cheese. It was, I want to remember them doing this right here, like in their natural element, you know? That's why I got into it.
Yeah, there's production artists and there's creative artists, and they're not the same. So even when I was like in Home Depot headquarters, I was an executive for them for 18 years of my life. And I was a creative manager in their advertising department. And I was always better at like building the templates that were used for the ads. I would build out templates. I would take an idea that somebody had, or maybe I came up with originally, and I would build it 20 different ways and repeat elements over and over again, just fine-tuning them for more and more efficiency to make it more effective but easier to build in the long run. Like, that was my strength. It's never to start with a blank piece of paper. I was an incredible editor of other people's work, more so than a creator from scratch of my own work. Whereas that's where weddings, with all my experience, that's where like the monotony becomes a strength for me. Whereas the monotony for other people becomes, they start second guessing their creativity because they start doing the same things over and over
And
again.
that's like how I started to get that way when I had like my year of like, okay, I'm gonna try to see if like, okay, let me go through the process of being it in like a business and getting the clients and then shooting the same things over and over. I was like, oh my god, I don't want to do this.
Right, but once you start repeating successes, things that have been successful for clients in the past are going to be successful for clients in the future. So when you start finding yourself repeating things, as long as you're sifting through and maintaining your efficiency, but weeding out the things that are less successful versus the things that are more successful, they become routine. And so I knew that like every time I was doing a portrait outside, I was going to use a 70 millimeter or above for a full-length portrait because I wanted to decrease my depth of field, but I would use a 50 millimeter below for a half-length portrait because I wanted depth of field. And I made it a rule that I never broke from. So and then I started memorizing settings, so I could shoot a whole wedding in 3 settings. Like if it was outdoors, I would do aperture priority 2.8 off-camera flash 8 feet back, 8 feet to the right on half power for a cloudy day, full power for a sunny day. And then when I go inside, I need to be more conservative on my shutter speed because I might have reduced shutter speeds and I'll get blur. So then I would do shutter priority 1/125th of a second, 1600 ISO, and my cameras would be on quarter power, my flashes. So I had like 3 settings and I shot for like 10 years. I shot weddings on 3 settings the entire time. And then I started getting more creative, and my work back then looked less dramatic because I was basically averaging out light on a regular basis by using shutter and aperture priority. But as I got more advanced, I started shooting manual full time and then really controlling it. But I just built habits and memorized settings for 10 years that are defaults, they're fallbacks. So like if you don't know that aperture priority 2.8 at 400 ISO for a cloudy day is a default setting, then a wedding's scary because sometimes you're in a pinch and you're in a hurry and you're moving from one position to another and light drastically changes. You should be able to drop it in without thinking about it. Like you need to convert your understanding to muscle memory so your hand does the setting without your brain thinking about it. Then after you have some time, once you've like gotten what you need in that split second, you can then take the time to pause and start thinking about where you're at and start readjusting. But you have to have fallback settings that your hands can do without your brain being involved, or or the job will never get easy. And once you get to the point where I am, where it's almost second nature, I don't think about a fucking thing. I'm thinking about the next project I'm gonna do at home, building something the entire time shooting a wedding. And that's where I'm at now after all these years. I've done over 1,000 weddings. So at this point, it's autopilot. So if you look at like I'm charging $3,500 a wedding, I'm putting 10 hours into it, and it's not much work anymore. Like, what kind of fucking part-time job can give you that, you know?
For sure. Yeah, and it's funny because like I think about there was this venue that I was able to book for 2 different boudoir clients, and I loved my first one so much, and I booked a second one, and I didn't like it as much. And it like to me it was like, oh no, I got to go into this venue for the first time and be creative. And then the second time it just felt like, ugh, I'm trying to like recreate all of this and like do all the same things. And I absolutely hated that.
Oh, we're such different people.
You're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do, and now I'm like,
well,
this is boring already on the second try.
Exactly. Like I know my first 3 or 4 times at a venue, I'm never gonna be happy with the work. I'm only gonna happy 5. I start getting happy after 3 or 4 or 5 visits. That's when I really figure out what I haven't thought about before. Like I don't really have the time to really deep dive into being creative. I can't be creative the first time. There's too many options. There's too many things to look at when you're first there. But after you've been there 3 times, you can eliminate, basically your efficiency increases. I'm obsessed with efficiency. That's what ADHD people usually are obsessed with efficiency, because basically what ADHD mind does is it pays attention to a tremendous amount of details, and it compares and contrasts details in order to weed out things that are typically going to be repeated. So you start identifying opportunities for efficiency where 1 + 1 = 3 instead of 2 in a lot of options, metaphorically speaking. That's what ADHD mind does. It basically, it's a higher it's like a computer running at a higher megahertz. So it's analyzing and calculating much more data than a typical mind does. It's paying overly too much attention to everything at once. But that's a strength, because as long as you can tame it, you're basically running at a higher operating speed, which means you can run circles around most regular people. Albeit regular people don't want to be trying to do it. But that's why photography, weddings are so good for ADHD minds, right? Like there's so much going on. Like you're a DP like a movie. You're controlling lighting, but you're also managing a crowd. You're also creating a product that needs a consistent workflow of predetermined things, right? I need a full length and a half length portrait, vertical and horizontal of the bride. I need the same for the groom. I need a table setting shot and a table wide shot and a room shot. So there's a list of things I need to get, but I'm also managing the crowd and the people, and I'm trying to maintain, build this artificial friendship with the family and the bride herself, and there's just a lot of things going on, and that's where I thrive. One time I took Adderall before I went, thinking that it would help me somehow. I don't know why, and it was the fucking worst decision I ever made. It's like my brain slowed down, and I could only think of one thing at a time, and the wedding was excruciating. So I realized that I have to push something. I have to harness the ADHD when it suits me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's funny. You said you were in the Marine Corps?
Credit markets that remain.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. Yeah.
How long did you serve, and where did you go?
I served 8 years.
Stay at home.
I was from Seattle, so I went to San Diego for boot camp.
Okay.
Okay, that's cool.
That don't even have a home. Stay in the street.
Or is it Camp
Miramar is what's there now. I was stationed at Little Toro. I was part of the base realignment closure group that shut down El Toro in Santa Ana and moved to Miramar. Yeah, so I was part of BRAC for El Toro. Yeah. But, I was in El Toro. I was in Darwin, Australia. I was in Iwakuni, Japan. I was in Indianapolis, Indiana, and Southern California.
And you did
Good work. Don't back down. There are people who support you and appreciate
photography in the Marines?
Stay salty, brother.
Yeah, I was a combat photojournalist, so my job was actually Jokers from Full Metal Jacket. But I served, same job, but I served 92 to 2000, which was, I came in 12 months after the Gulf War, and I got out 12 months before 9/11. So I basically was trained in print journalism, public relations,
broadcast journalism, radio and television for overseas. And then I ended up being a journalist for the base newspapers and magazines and stuff for 4 years. In the second 4 years, I was a public relations specialist for the headquarters and headquarters squadron, where I did basically a media liaison. I was at El Toro. I actually worked with Hollywood a lot, and I was a liaison for Tustin and El Toro that would coordinate whenever Hollywood was filming movies and stuff. I would kind of like be the person to coordinate the Marine Corps' interaction with the movie itself.
Very cool.
Which is kind of how I got into movie and television film later, and I started shooting for that kind of stuff later in my career, because I had a pretty good understanding of the industry, and I just kind of stepped into it and got a job right away on a TV show. And so that kind of moved me that direction after a while. But in between that, I worked for Home Depot Corporate, and I was visual merchant designing interior stores, and I was art directing things. So I got like the client end of it experience, and then I went back and got laid off from Home Depot ultimately after 18 years. And I started serving them as a photographer. So I opened a studio and did their photography for them instead of like the agencies we were using before. And then I did weddings the whole time. Even when I was an executive at Home Depot, I was shooting weddings on weekends. So I have like three lives. I have like this whole military career. I have a whole Home Depot executive like business career at their headquarters. And then I have a whole photography career, and now I'm an electrician because I went to job school 2 years ago to learn how to be a low voltage electrician because I needed something Monday through Friday. So I've had like 4 careers in 50 years, basically.
Cool.
Yeah, you're kind of cool, like,
So I work for the Navy, but I speak because of the way that it's set up. The Marines are under the Navy, so I support.
We're above the Navy. We're above the Navy. They just use us for things.
They're just their taxi. That's all. My husband's in the Navy. My dad was in the Navy. I work for the Navy. My mom worked for the Navy. Yeah, but I support Marine projects currently.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You work in Miramar?
No, so we used to live in San Diego. I worked out on Point Loma. And then my husband was stationed in Coronado on one of the carriers when we lived out there, but we live on the East Coast now.
Okay. I was just talking earlier about how, as a journalist at El Toro, I did a story one time on the SEAL training.
Yeah.
And I went down to Coronado and spent a week with them, like documenting what they were doing, and that was pretty fun.
Yeah, I liked living in San Diego, like being very like fleet facing. Like where I am now, we don't have a lot of. We have like obviously like military bases here, but it's not very like fleet facing. But we are planning to move to Norfolk, so we'll be getting a lot of that.
San Diego is amazing, isn't it?
Oh God, I miss it so much. Like so much. I was just like I know what it was. It was a damn car commercial yesterday, and they're all like on those like highways right along the beach, like.
Yeah, Laguna Beach.
Man, I'm just like, damn, I miss living out there. It's just, I don't know, it's just so different. It's wonderful.
Did you spend any time in Orange County when you were there, or just San Diego? Did you go?
A little bit.
Like Laguna Beach and Newport Beach and.
Yep.
Yeah, those are the places I have in my head.
Yeah, like San Clemente, like I really liked the beach towns and stuff. Like even like Encinitas and Carlsbad and that area was really nice. Yeah. What a time. I'm so glad that I got to live there because my dad grew up in the Hollywood area, and my grandpa is actually buried out at the I forget what the
cemetery where all the stars go, whatever that
yeah,
was.
Rosecrans Cemetery. Yeah, so my grandpa is buried out there in San Diego. So it was really cool to like go and live in Southern California because it felt like my dad just has like really deep roots in that area. So it was really because my mom is from where we live now. So like her family has really deep roots here, and then my dad has really deep roots in Southern California. So it was really cool to go and live there for a few years.
My vivid memories of first experience with the Navy and the Marine Corps was in boot camp. They sent me to
Balboa, which is a hospital I think down there in San Diego.
Yeah.
And for my wisdom teeth to be pulled off, so during the boot camp, as soon as I got to boot camp, they notified me, and they sent me down to Balboa and a Navy corpsman come in and do the job. And
I'm so sorry for the interruption. Did you say to get your wisdom teeth taken out?
Yeah, all 4 of them in boot camp.
That's so super cool that they identified it and were like, nope.
Oh, that happened to my husband too. He had to get his taken out.
Really?
They do that. If you don't have it done when you go to boot camp and and you need it, they'll do it. And because they don't want you out in the field to have obstructions and stuff.
Right, because it could be a big,
But when they do it, they have no fucking sympathy for you because it's a Navy guy and you're in boot camp, Marine Corps boot camp, so he thinks you're like a piece of shit kind of, or he treats you like a piece of shit like the drill instructors do because he doesn't really, like, he just wants to make an experience for you as well. So they did local anesthesia, but not that long. And he's I'm like bitching, I'm like, he injected that gun, and I'm like, that hurts, and he's like, suck it up, fucking your body, suck it up. Yeah, he's cracking my teeth out my soul, like,
Well, if it makes me happier, my husband went to boot camp in like 12 years ago, and when they were pulling his teeth, it was kind of a similar situation, and apparently one of the teeth got like hooked onto his jawbone, and they were just like going to town on it, and it was just like, here's an 800 milligram ibuprofen, bye.
Oh yeah, I got 24 hours of relief, and then it turned out that the day after I had my teeth pulled, we had combat training where we had to physically punch each other with boxing gloves and shit.
No.
And it was just bad timing. So I had to go. I was already still bleeding from the teeth being pulled, and next thing you know, I'm getting punched for the next. And when you do combat training in the Marine Corps, it's less. I mean, it's a little bit about hand-to-hand combat, but it's different because they're assuming that you're going to be back then. They were assuming you're going to be fighting somebody who's wearing a helmet and a flak jacket, so it's mostly focused on like attacking the face and then getting somebody on the ground so you can stomp on their face. So the one thing they do is there's a lot of people in the boot camp they've never been in a fight before and they're trying to toughen you up. So they take you down to the beach and they have holes dug in the beach that are deep enough to stand in, and the drill instructors stand around the hole on the outside. And then they stick the 2 of you in there with boxing gloves and like face protection, which does absolutely nothing basically. And then you're probably like a 4x4 or a 5x6 square, and then you proceed for 30 or 60 seconds to basically punch each other in the face as hard as you can. And all you can do is block your own face. But when you're blocking your face with boxing gloves and someone's punching the boxing gloves, you're basically punching yourself in the face the whole time.
Wow.
So it's basically about getting your ass kicked, and they size you up by height. So they would line us up all by height, and I'm 6'3", and the guy that I had to fight, I was the second tallest guy in the platoon, and the tallest guy was like 6'6", and he was like a quarterback in football in high school. And every time I went, they put me up against the same fucking guy, and he would kick my ass so bad that I'd come out of there, and I'd be like, my entire sweatshirt was just filled with blood. My nose was bleeding. I mean, I felt like my nose was broken, but it wasn't. And I had blood coming out my nose and from my face, and my lips were all bloody. And I'd get out, and the drill instructors would just be laughing at how fucked up I was. And they had like a bucket of bleach water, and they'd be like, "Go clean your face up, Moon. Oh, you got your ass kicked, buddy." You know?
Oh my God. I mean, do you agree that it made you tougher, or just more experienced?
Well, boot camp makes you tougher in general. It makes you kind of feel invincible.
Okay.
In the end, you feel kind of invincible. But it definitely toughens you up. I mean, it breaks you down, and then it builds you to zero, and then it builds you up into somebody that is confident in your ability to do kind of anything you need to do. But it also instills, like, adapting and overcoming is a big part of it. So it instills the idea that you're going to fail, but you need to keep trying over and over again as much as possible, so that you can ultimately dominate, but you got to learn from your mistakes. You don't do the same thing twice. That's something that people don't know nowadays. Like, younger generation are so afraid of failure, they don't even start, you know?
Oh, wow.
And I feel like that's a major crutch of younger people today, is that, like, they'll watch the internet, they think that watching someone else do something shows them how to do it, but then they ultimately either are afraid to try it because they don't want to fail,
or they do it and they fail the first time and then they lose faith in themselves. Even though watching something online is not the same thing as like building muscle memory to do something without thinking about it. You know, they're two totally different things. And so I feel like the internet has given people a false sense of capabilities. And so people with, out of control egos will try things and fail, and that's one outcome that's not good. And then people who don't have a lot of self-confidence won't even try because they're afraid of failing. And neither one of those things will ultimately lead to success, you know. So I think that's the Marine Corps, the best thing it teaches.
May I ask you guys a question? And I'm not looking for any particular answer, just your take. Do you know how like there's certain countries that require people to go into the military? Do you think that would benefit the states? You or princess or whoever wants.
It would benefit the United States for everybody to be required to serve the government for like a 2-year period in some capacity.
I would agree. I would definitely agree with that because I worked for the military on the civilian side, so I get from that lens, and it is definitely very eye-opening. You see a lot of things that most people don't. And you just trust the news or whoever to tell you about it. I definitely think serving in some capacity would be really beneficial for a lot of people.
Right, and the reason I say that is because what I believe about America is that we are ultimately going to fail because we lost patriotism and we lost everything. And because America is the most diverse country in the world, we don't have a culture to fall back on, a common culture to fall back on. So like Japan, well, they're a tribe essentially on an island, so they're always going to have one another. We don't have one another. And so what used to bite us was patriotism and our faith in our government. And also basically Christianity. Both of those in the common thread of American society, we don't have anything else to hold us together. So when you add on the influence of like greed and selfishness that's basically dominant in the culture because of one-upism as a result of social media influence, things like that, you're basically attacking the core values of what kept us united for the longest time. And I always use the Pledge of Allegiance as an example. Like we used to have to say Pledge of Allegiance, which stands one nation under God. So one nation under God, indivisible. We no longer believe that we're one nation under God or indivisible. So we don't even say it. And even if you didn't believe it, you had to say it, which at least was the bare minimum amount of effort for the country to kind of build a, albeit maybe false sense of patriotism in some ways. But we don't do that either. So essentially, we're losing it all. We're losing everything. And if we're a nation of individuals who are divisible, we're going to fail. And so I think that forced government service for young people would not only require them to do something that requires being responsible at an early point in their life, where they have to show up to work on time. And when you're sick in the Marine Corps, you got to go to work. You get up, you go to work. Then they might send you home, but you don't get to fucking just call somebody and say, I'm not coming in today. So assuming that they could get all those kind of things, I don't think they have to join the military. But I mean, I think the military should shrink instead of grow, to be honest with you, in America, but at least expenditures of it. But like I said earlier, I'm just really concerned about the decline of patriotism and core religious values. I mean, if you want to say that religious values instead of Christianity, that's fine. But if you don't believe in God, you're going to find a replacement to believe in. And right now, it appears it's money, and that's stupid because the government is taking more and more money from the middle class people of America by the minute. So if money's your God and you're having less and less opportunity to have enough of it, you're going to become disenfranchised.
We're failing for the reason you described it, like say that pledge of allegiance, but even if you don't believe in it, just say the words. That goes back to the same.
Yeah.
Like, how do you support the truth if you're just saying words? You're really not. So like the fact that they never believed in this pledge, act like they're pretending like they believe that like one country is invisible, and it never was that. It is the problem. Like say like when we gonna go back to patriotism. that's why it's gonna fail, because they would never tell the truth.
Well, I'm not black, but I'll say that during World War II, when the country did unite post-war for the Industrial Revolution, we were a pretty united, incredibly patriotic country in general. And if a black person wants to say that's not true because the experience is different, I'm not going to say that you're wrong. I'm not going to say that your experience is wrong.
After World War II, the black soldiers was treated worse than the prisoners of war. The black soldiers came home and wondered if they get to be happy like the white soldiers were. Like, to say that we were united after World War II is crazy, because them same black soldiers that fought valiantly was treated like shit when they got home.
Whether or not they're treated like shit, they were proud to be Americans when they returned home as well.
No, I disagree.
You disagree with the fact that black service members? You disagree with the fact that black service members returning from World War II weren't proud to be American based on their service? I disagree with you.
Do you think that patriotism for soldiers, black or white, might have shifted dramatically, Mike, after Vietnam? Do you think those soldiers came back all happy?
Yeah, I think there was a shift after Vietnam, and I think that 20 years of Afghanistan didn't help either.
What do you attribute the shift to with Vietnam?
The threat of the draft, that people were afraid to serve in the first place. So,
Or perhaps that it was also a lie. Like, I'm sure you're familiar with Daniel Eisenberg and the Pentagon Papers.
They didn't know it was a lie when they were protesting. They thought it was, but they didn't.
No. I'm talking about soldiers coming back after they fought. After the.
Well, even when they came back, that's like an armchair quarterback way to look at it, I think, which I don't totally agree with that concept. It's kind of like saying that Georgia was why.
What do you attribute it to? Soldiers coming back disgruntled versus World War II, where they're like, I agree. I think soldiers were far more patriotic after World War II, because that was extremely important and caused to end Hitler. But Vietnam, very, very, very different. We had no business there, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, again, I mean, I didn't live for it. I mean, I was a baby when it was going on.
I understand. We have history books, right?
We do have history books, but we can't talk about the soldiers then in terms of.
You were just talking about soldiers. You were just telling
You guys, I have
how patriotic black soldiers were in World War II. So, go ahead, Sarah.
This is Melissa, the other Melissa. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged.
Yay! I don't know how he's intellectually stimulating for her, but more power to him.
You're saying you're a baby in Vietnam, but you were telling Hakeem that black soldiers were coming back after World War II patriotic. So.
Hey, you know what's funny? Literally while we was talking, I'm driving the Uber. I have older than in the backseat, an older black man. I had no idea who he was. He was getting out the car, and listen to what I said. He said, I'm a servant. Man, he had to be like 65, 70. Was in World War II, probably Vietnam. But he said, everything you said is exactly right. I wish you had time to tell these people that. He's like, I don't got time, but you stand up for what you just said, because everything you just said is 100% true. Literally, a Marine just got out of my backseat, so
well, when that Marine was serving, actively, when he was in the service, I guarantee that he didn't look at his fellow Marines like that.
And taking action against.
When I'm on the ground, Mods, if somebody comes to, God forbid, rape your mom or something, how would you resist in your case? Would you just watch and just speak and say, don't do this, and not?
Amir, you don't have to preach to the choir. I understand why all this is happening. I understand the logical and the rationale behind Hamas. That does not necessarily mean that I have to agree with any form of violence.
No, I understand.
Why?
I didn't ask about Hamas much.
And just a second, this is the question you should perhaps ask the most notable person, one of the most notable people of all, which is Jesus Christ. What did Jesus during the what did Jesus say during the Roman Empire, which was I would even argue one of the worst type of empires? He said, forgive them, for they know not what they do, as they crucified him. Those were the value systems.
No, but Marge, I wasn't talking
talking about Jesus Christ. I was talking about you. Let's say you've been through atrocities. I was asking you. Let's say God forbid something happens to your mom in front of you. How would you resist? What would you do? Would you pick up something, shovel, or whatever you do?
Violence breeds the use of violence in response, and up to the use of violence to remove the obstacles of living a fulfilled life, living with equality. That's not the point that I'm trying to make here. I understand what you're saying. I understand the rationale behind it. You don't have to sit preaching to me about the rationale.
What would you do? I'm asking you. What would you do? That's what I'm asking. What would you do in that situation?
I don't like hypothetical questions, but of course, if somebody's going to come and hit me, I'm going to hit them back. I'm going to respond. I'm going to defend my own animal.
So you will pick up a baseball bat or something, right? And you hit him?
Probably.
Let him finish. I want to hear this, brother. I know, but I want to hear this really quick.
For a lot less, I've gotten into physical fights. That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
That is violence, though, by the way. You know, that is violent resistance.
Right, but that does not mean, because I'm human, but that does not mean that I'm going to sit promoting these type of ideologies of using violence in response. And that's not something that anyone can change. And for you, Abu, to sit there and laughing when I'm looking at huge examples in history through the Roman Empire, which by far was worse than what we are currently experiencing. Jesus been David said, forgive them for they know not what they do. And those are the value systems that I follow. You could be you can do your own thing, you can have your own opinion, but to impose that on me or to talk to me like I don't understand the rationale behind what's going on in my own homeland, you guys just sound bad. You sound bad.
You said that I'll defend by hitting back, and then you said, oh, Hamas. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you piece of shit? What the fuck are you even saying?
You know what, you can go fuck off. You just sound like a very miserable piece of shit, just like any other people on this app. No, just go and continue to be so negative, and it's just so like repulsive.
Well, who are you hating
I'm
on?
to bend over for nothing, but you don't speak for all Palestinians, and I represent a huge segment of the Palestinians.
Hang on, hang on.
I just wanted to come say hi. I wasn't really trying to help.
Yeah, thank you for coming. No, I just wondering that.
I come later, but Abu, you don't represent all Palestinians. Shut the fuck up. No, I do. I represent a huge segment of the Palestinian society who being silenced by people like you who use your voices in a way to intimidate and to silence other Palestinians. It doesn't matter. There is diversity within our society, and undermine the diversity within our society.
Hang on. Let us answer the question, please.
Hopefully you had that question for dumbass Abu, because I was
I'm asking.
continue my life here.
I'm asking. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Los Angeles is not that nice now.
it's way better than a lot of other places, Los Angeles. So anyway, guys, I just wanted to come and say hi. And I would chop your head off. I would shut the fuck up, you dumbass.
So he comes in here preaching against violence. What a fucking scumbag. Preaching against violence and ends with a note, I'll chop your head off. Fucking piss off. He's clearly on his monthly. Yeah.
Yes,
I wanted to ask a question. What, like, you know, there are a lot of people say, oh, you know, what is it? Violence, we get violence and stuff like that. But I get that. But at some point, when you have did everything that you could do, sometimes to resist, like how I mean, just the way a lot of oppressed people have resisted. It's the last straw. It's the last straw. When you have done everything else possible, and your day-to-day life is still misery, you're still oppressed, you're still being killed. This is the last straw. So it's not like he makes it seem like all of a sudden it's like in a vacuum. Oh, these are just savages and stuff like that. No. And I hope he wasn't like saying anything about Martin Luther King, because a lot of people do that. And then towards the end of Martin Luther
teaching, and you guys can Google this. He even said, I feared that I brought my people into a burning house. After he done, his people were given civil rights. So,
with regards to what you're saying, these kinds of people want to give up everything, want to give up their weapons. Essentially, what the PA has become. They've given up all their weapons and now they're sitting on their laurels.
He gave up
because
his
they
ass.
can't defend.
He gave up his ass.
We know he gave up everything. He gave the inside of his ass as well. But that's another story.
Oh, yeah.
With regards to, no, but these people, essentially, I do not understand where one side is armed to the teeth and they're expecting the people who are being oppressed to give up the weapons.
AK came to the mic with all that pompousness just to go, I rest my case.
Apparently Elizabeth doesn't come up. She's got so much to say in the chat. Like, just come on. Be nice to hear. Jakob's gonna donate money. He's gonna donate a couple bucks to cover income. Oh man. Sigma Y is the local icon of the male.
He said, is this a serious endeavor?
I got killed about this. I'm not laughing anymore because they just came after me.
Oh, bro. Buttercup tried to character assassinate Grace this morning over this. But didn't care. Didn't care what the message was. I played that video. Didn't give a fuck.
No.
That kids are getting beat up, getting held hostage, getting fucking kidnapped in their own universities. Didn't care about any of that.
Had to get Grace this morning.
Yeah.
It was called Let's Get the Canter.
Yeah, Grace endorsing semen is what she pointed out. I'm like, no, it's income.
You can tell, if you take Freudian analysis, you can tell exactly what these people have entrenched in their subconscious. Unbelievable, man.
John, what do you think of the post on the top there in the Jumbotron, covered income by Lyle Culpepper?
Well, it makes me think of a poem I'd like to read to the room.
Norm, is it okay if he reads us a poem? Yes, I'll have to give that the thumbs up. Thank you for the consultation, Counselor. Perfect. Go ahead, John.
An intellectual is all the time showing off. Lovers dissolve and become bewildered. Intellectuals try not to drown, while the whole purpose of love is drowning. Intellectuals invent ways to rest and then lie down in those beds. Lovers feel ashamed of comforting ideas. You've seen a glob of oil on water? That's how a lover sits with intellectuals, there but alone in a circle of himself. Some intellectual tries to give sound advice to a lover. All he hears back is, I love you. I love you. Love is musk. Don't deny it when you smell the scent. Love is a tree. Lovers, the shade of the long branches. To the intellectual mind, a child must learn to grow up and be adult. In the station of love, you see old men getting younger and younger. Shams chose to live in the roots for you, so now he soars in the air as you're sublimely articulating love.
Looks like Bibi missed the best parts.
I think so.
just get the feeling that Amir doesn't really live with all that much love in his heart or in his surroundings. Must be very difficult to be such a cranky old bugger.
Yeah, love is powerful.
Especially when it comes from unexpected places, towards unexpected places.
Has he encouraged his worshipers to come here at all? Like, I'm not on, today's like the longest day I've been on.
Okay, fine. I just felt like then he'll feel less likely to block me if, okay. No, this is the thing with you, Danny. You're just a bitch, okay? Because in the other room...
Danny, you're a bitch? I didn't know that.
They texted me, someone blocked me from the room, and then you're asking why people block you then.
Yeah, you can't block, like, you gotta.
Thanks. And it's like, okay, that system doesn't for a while.
You know what's... And that's what killed me, man. It says at the bottom, Lyle...
Is relatively homogeneous. The blacks as a group, because of the experience, it's relatively homogeneous.
It's just... I stopped reading. Finally figured out.
Because the more we're exposed to one another, the more we see the humanity in one another, and we accept each other as people who are like ourselves, but in a situation 4% one population and 96% the other population, yeah, it's fucking fraught with all kinds of racism and bullshit. Except that in the old years there was a lot of black people, but there were still more white people then. So racism is a lack of exposure. On Clubhouse, you get people from, who the fuck knows these people are sitting when they're talking, man? A lot of them probably live in neighborhoods where there is no black people in high school or whatever. And then they're in here talking about racist issues, and frankly, they are not experts because they have no experience with it at all. And by the way, for me to be a white guy in Atlanta and have no opinion on black people because I'm not black is bullshit. I know more about black people than most white people do. As a wedding photographer, I shot 1,000 weddings. 200 of those at least have been black families. I was the only white guy among hundreds of black people for 10 hours in a whole fucking day, seeing their most like intimate moments. I have some experience.
What do you mean by having an opinion of black people, Mike?
Oh, a lot of black people will tell you that white people don't have an opinion about their issues at all because we're not black. And that's bullshit. I live in Atlanta. We're an interracial city.
That's what I mean. Can you give me an example of one of those set opinions?
Well, okay. So, as someone who shot weddings with black families, I noticed that black people are almost always late compared to white people. Okay? That's my experience with weddings. I've also noticed that black people at the receptions have way more fun and are way... Yeah, that too. Well, that's real. But so I realized that stereotype's real, okay? But I've also realized that white people suck at having fun, and black people are way better at having fun. So culturally, they are more, they're tighter knit amongst one another. White people are more selfish between one another. I've noticed that difference. Like these things when I talk about them, for someone to say, oh, you're white, so your opinion doesn't matter, or it's not right, or you shouldn't be saying this because you're white, wouldn't make any fucking sense, because I have eyeballs, and I'm smart enough to see trends, and I've noticed that these things are fucking true. Now, if I hadn't been around these situations at all in my life,
So no, I didn't know this stuff then. But I do now, and I have a right to say it because I know more than than other white people who grew up in a place with no experience. So I don't know, like I think that people that have experience and personal testimony of their realities have a right to be part of a conversation about black and white issues, back and forth. But if you don't have that experience and you aren't smart enough to know anything but what you're told, then maybe your opinion isn't as valid in the conversation, and you should step out for your own fucking reasons, not because someone tells you to. Like, not every opinion is fucking equal. Not every opinion matters. Like, we've completely lost the ability to respect somebody with a fucking PhD in a subject, put 12 years of study into something that we found on the internet on our own. We've lost the ability to represent their opinion as more important than our own. That's just fucking retarded. We're all getting dumber because we're doing this to each other. It's stupid. It's like arguing with an astronaut about flat Earth, or arguing with a pilot about flat Earth. You're fucking stupid, okay? Arguing with a doctor about vaccines, well, you're not as stupid as the former, but it's not a very bright thing to do, considering they put thousands of hours into their craft, and you, I don't know, hang light bulbs for a living, and you both have access to the internet. Like, what the fuck? No, it's not. No, let me make that straight, Akima. Go look at the definition of appeal to authority. Appeal to authority only applies when the person actually isn't relevant as a subject matter expert. Believing a subject matter expert is not appeal to authority. You can look at the definition. I'll read it to you if you want to, but go look at it yourself. Read it through the lens of whether or not you're dealing with a subject matter expert. I'm not upset. I'm walking around. No, I'm not. You can gaslight the room that I'm upset, but I'm not. Passion is not anger at all. I'm talking about something that is important to me. So you can categorize it as race is important to me because I'm a race.
There's been plenty of passionate and raised voices because of something that people feel very strongly about. And I think it's encouraged here. It doesn't break a rule if you're not interrupting. It doesn't break a rule if you're being respectful, things like that. And that's what these things are for, is to have shared conversations.
And honestly, you don't know this because I'm not a person. I'm pacing right now. When I start thinking and when I start feeling passionate about something, I stand up and start moving while I'm talking. It's an ADHD thing, I guess. And as I walk, my energy increases and my heart rate raises and then my voice gets louder. It's not anger. Not for me. So there might be other people that are hot when they're like this, but that's not me. It just me. I'm in the groove. I'm feeling heard. I'm talking about things that mean something to me. Like when that happens, my voice raises, it speeds up, and I end up pacing. Not anger. If I was anger, I'd be like punching a wall and leaving the freaking room or something.
Political spectrum in the United States, which is what we're talking about.
Thank you.
The vast majority of Jews are political, and they make up the Democratic Party. If you look at the leadership in Congress and in state legislatures, 90 to 95% of the Jewish representatives are Democrats, and 90 to 95% of the blacks are Democrats.
Not just politically. I think what he's saying is like lifestyle, culturally. Like, how's their family structure? He says more liberal.
No, it's
exactly.
Look,
see, what I'm saying is that you preach liberalism to everyone else, right?
What percentage of Jews? You don't
practice conservative values in your own personal life, and that's
what percentage of Jews? There are 7 million Jews in the United States.
Those values, and that's why you guys are so powerful. Even though
this is what you don't seem to understand. This is what you don't understand. There are 7 million Jews in the United States right now. Okay, who live in the New York City area. Out of the only 50% of Jews actually belong to a synagogue. Okay? And only like 30% ever go to a synagogue in the first place. So no, you don't seem to understand what you think Jewish is a religion. No, it's not. It's an ethno. It's a different ball of wax. Are we a race? No, we're multiracial, but we are a specific ethnic group and nationality. We're not just a religion. I'm an atheist Jew who doesn't belong to a temple, but who does go to the temple periodically and celebrates the holidays. So where do you get that? We're our own animal. It's you can't compare it. And to say that there's conservative, no, the conservative Jewish lifestyle, particularly in the United States, 10% are Orthodox. Even in Israel, you would think that there would be more Orthodox in Israel. No, there's maybe 10 to 12% of Israelis are Orthodox. That's it. That's it. So this idea is bullshit. The majority of Jews in the United States are progressive, are moderate to left, progressive. Almost all are Democrats. And again, it tracks very similar to the Black American population as well. It's the same thing.
Very similar to the Black American population.
This family structure, I don't know why you're like have a big deal about that. And that's not relevant to the conversation of politics. No, it's not. It's like.
There's a difference between political conservatism and social conservatism, right? What you practice, how attached you are to your religious doctrine, how attached you are to living within those parameters.
Right.
I would say, again, there's two different spectrums of conservatism as it relates to Jewish people. There's the Zionist conservatism, which is
I got a large family. Jewish today. Four grandparents came from Eastern Europe in the late 1800s. Okay, and I have a branch of the family that's been living in Israel since 1900. So I sort of have a good view of this stuff. Going back to the point that you keep on talking about. The whole population. It's 10%. So yes, they exist, but they exist as a very small group that's different from us.
Zionist spectrum, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I consider myself, I am a pro-Palestinian Zionist. That's what I am.
Awesome.
Okay? All right, because people don't understand the word Zionism. I grew up with the word Zionism. The only thing that Zionism means is that you support the idea that the Jewish people should have a homeland, and not describing what that homeland is, should have some homeland in the area in the Middle East around Jerusalem. That's all it means. That's it.
Based on what?
That's all it means. That's all it means.
How old is the idea that Israel should be in that? Isn't that a conservative value? That is
the idea of national identity is what it is, okay? All right? People in Armenia, there are like many, many, many more Armenians that live outside of actual Armenia, okay? But if Armenia didn't exist and you have like 50 million Armenians that live outside, don't you think they deserve to have a land that represents them where they are a majority population? I think the same thing is for the Kurds. The Kurds there are millions, tens of millions of Kurds that have their own language, that have their own identity, that have their own history. They should have their own country where they're the majority in northern Iraq and southern Turkey. They absolutely should have their own. And the Palestinians, no matter what their history is, no matter you can argue about it, they are a specific identity that have an attachment to the land where they are a majority. They are a West Bank. They should be given the right, just like the Jews were given the right to the Israeli borders within the 1967 borders. The Palestinians, who've always lived there, should have their own land, and that's their land that they run themselves. Period. End of story.
What about Black Americans, Ben? Do you think that Black Americans should have their own nation state as well?
Well, first of all, technically, that's what Liberia was about. Liberia was about Black Americans going back and starting their own state. So technically, you have that. But as a Black American, do you identify with that? First of all, I think Black, it's too large a group. It's not like it's attached to a land. I live in Burkina Faso, okay? And the fact of the matter is, even Burkina Faso is completely artificial. Who do you think made up the borders of Africa?
Wait, so, are you saying that that's like Black American reparations in Liberia? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you want to sit there and say that should Black Americans have a country?
That's what you're saying. Just say what you just.
No. I'm not saying it should be that way. I'm not saying it should be that way. I'm saying is that not why Liberia was created?
I think it was more of a settler colonial.
No, it's not like.
I think it was a failed attempt to have a settler colonial project on the continent as opposed to a real homeland for Black Americans. In reality, a real homeland for Black Americans would be
How can you have a homeland for Black Americans when there's some Black Americans? But first of all, I have to tell you, having lived in Africa for 5 years, the strongest connection to the people here are with their traditional tribes. So I live in Burkina Faso, which is 60% of the Mossi nation, the Mossi people. And there's also the Diala people. There's 51 separate identities, but 60% of them are organized around the Mossi people. The head of the Mossi people, the Naba, have much more power than the president of Burkina Faso. People identify with their identity. They have their own language. It's the Moray language. And most people in Burkina Faso speak Moray to each other. On a daily basis, they also speak French because that's sort of how if you speak a different language, they can at least connect with the common language. But the culture is been there for centuries.
What does that have to do with Black Americans?
Well, what I'm saying is these cultural identities are the real identity. I'm just saying that
we can't hear you for some reason. Like you're here, man, we don't hear you. It's like you talking.
Okay. Yeah, there's something there. I don't know. It's sort of like I think that there's been a certain amount of curiosity of Black Americans visiting Africa, and I get notes from people who are asking me what's it like living in Burkina Faso, or do you think that it's a good idea? What I would do to move there, things like that.
Somewhere real noisy. I think we need to, reset the room, etc. This guy told me he's talking too much.
Yeah.
They want to actually talk about the topic.
Well, Lonzo was leaving the room. Who's leaving?
I'm saying people, people in the audience, they want to actually talk about the topic.
I think Bobby wanted to get it. I think she wanted to say something.
What if Trump's make DC actually safer?
What was that? I'll shut up if somebody has something to say.
I thought Corporate Barbie had something to say.
I did. I was trying to get more info about the topic, like what have y'all been discussing before I got here, before I respond.
I think there's a question for Notorious Al and Amici that came in a little bit later.
Huh?
I said I think there's a question for Lonzo, Al, and Notorious. They were in the very beginning. I wasn't here in the very.
Oh, okay. Lonzo, could y'all give me like what everybody was saying before I respond?
I think the topic had just started when I got in here. Me and Ben started talking. So But what's your thoughts on the topic? How do you feel about it? I mean, I think it started.
I feel like what Trump is doing in DC is that, let me just ask y'all this. Do y'all feel like he's making DC safer? Based on what y'all know.
I don't get it because we keep on going back to the point that in DC and these other cities that he's talking about, there's been a 30% reduction in violent crime, period. And the only way that he has an excuse to put military into the cities is if there's like an extreme emergency. What happened January 6th? January 6th was an extreme emergency, and he didn't call in the military then. But here, he pulls it in, and there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse for it.
So I was asking so I can kind of gauge what everybody else was saying, because what people think may be happening isn't actually happening. There's a lot of lying going on with this administration. You can't trust shit they say or trust any numbers that they bring to the public. You have to actually talk to those who work in that, like in certain fields or work in politics, to really get the full scope of what's going on. There was most recently, he's been fighting with our mayor, because I am from DC, and he's been fighting with the mayor and the police chief because they wanted to give out accurate information about the crime in DC, and he's trying to not put out accurate information so it can make himself look good. What's happening is our constitutional rights are just are just not being put forth at all, or not being considered. You have a lot of unlawful searches that are going on. They're even confiscating registered guns and taking them away. They're going into the subways and they're just harassing Black people specifically, tackling them down to do searches, asking for IDs and stuff. There are several checkpoints all over the city, even close to the Maryland border. So they're even trying to trickle down on the low to go to Maryland, even though they don't have any jurisdiction for Maryland. The only reason he's able to do this is because DC doesn't have full power. DC works a little bit different than everywhere else because we don't have representation in Congress and we are not a state. So therefore, because we still fall under the federal umbrella, Trump is able to do whatever he wants to do, but he's also breaking the law when he's doing some of these things. People's cars are being broken into without any warrants or anything like that. And now we're about to come, and this is when the National Guard was unarmed, right? So now they have called and said that we're going to go ahead and arm the National Guard, and we're going to put them in the street. Now DC is already have a lot of federal law enforcement, but now you're starting to see the federal law enforcement in your neighborhood, which is quite scary because you would normally only see them if there's a police raid or downtown. Now you're seeing them in your neighborhood. They're asking you for ID. They're just picking up people for petty, non-violent offenses. They have now taken away, cash bail. So they're locking people up, and even though it's against the law for them to detain them for a certain amount of time, you're going to have to wait until whenever they release you. You got the DEA, you got ICE, you got ATF, you got FBI, all in your neighborhood. So these aren't just police, you got the federal police. And now they're going to be carrying assault rifles. Janine Pirro, who's this whole administration doesn't know what they're doing. Most of them are political appointees, which means that they don't have any experience, any background that would even qualify them for the job. They're just loyalists, and they're doing whatever Trump says, if it's unlawful or not, because law is slow. You gotta fight in the court. How long it's gonna take to fight this stuff in the court? I can't give a time frame on that. But they're doing this because they can get away with it because the law is slow. I don't know how long they're gonna allow this to happen. But if y'all think that DC needed the National Guard here for regular shit, and they would only have been like locking people up for like traffic violations, and it hasn't really been any major offenses that they're locking people up for, I think people need to really pay attention to what's happening in DC, because he has put out a whistle, a dog whistle, for other states that he plans on targeting. He's targeting DC specifically because one, not only that, he has just like your delivery drivers. We have a lot of immigrant delivery drivers. They're getting tackled on the little mopeds and getting unlawfully detained as well. We have a high-profile civil rights case going on right now with Kilmar Garcia that was picked up in Hyattsville and taken to Guantanamo Bay unlawfully, and he's still being detained right now. And they're planning on shipping him to Uganda, even though he had the right to be in the United States, right? So they're not giving a fuck about our Constitution, the law, or anything like that. They're doing whatever they want to do, and they're specifically targeting Black people and people of color, like the Mexicans or the Hispanics. So people need to pay attention to what's going on in DC, because it will trickle over to other areas, and I find it very strategic that he's targeting a lot of these states that have predominantly Black people in them, to say that they're they're very violent over to other areas. And January 6th, when y'all tried to stage a coup, they didn't send the National Guard, but they felt the need to overthrow our police chief, who does an amazing job, by the way, and has DC crime down 30%, to do whatever they want to do. So y'all should probably pay attention to what's happening in DC, because they said Chicago is next. They're going to target California and other areas.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I came in the room when Corbett was talking, so I'm not sure what the rounded opinion is, but I don't know where the agenda is for the room and the title, so I'll just sort of go off of some of her points. So there's a thing that people say, you're not from DC, so you don't know how violent DC is, right? Or someone goes, have you lived in DC? Do you live in DC? Okay, you don't, so you don't know that there was no crime, except for what I heard her say, regular shit, right? Like, sort of, she's alluding to that the crimes that happen in DC on a regular basis are petty in nature. And I've seen with my own eyes when I lived in DC. I've gone out. I've seen kids clean out rows of cars with the police right there. With the DC, and I'm talking about the Metro Police, right there, and they're telling me, shrugging their hands, there's nothing they can do about it. I've seen police being unable to stop violence, being unable to break up fights that have turned into, just hear me out, fights that have turned into gang violence, that have turned into shootings, that have led to death. I've seen it. I've seen it on U Street. I've seen it on 14th. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen what people say now are these unwarranted searches. I mean, come on, we're talking about decades of what they just changed names. There were pop-out boys, there were jump-out, there were all sorts of names for police who had unsolicited legal, illegal, it's been going on for decades. It didn't take the National Guard to start doing this. So my thing is this, right? I don't want to get too passionate about this and go on and on forever. There's a thing that I believe is going on, and I got this off of a lot of videos I've seen about pickpocketing in Europe, which is becoming a big thing now. It's the word desensitization. It's when people are so used to seeing a common pattern of crime that their exposure to it makes them feel like it's normal. So when they see something else that's different, they'll prioritize that while sort of reducing the impact of what they've seen. There's a lot of crime in DC, and you can't call it regular shit. If you've owned property, if you're a decent resident of Washington DC, you do not want what's been going on in DC over the last 5 years to keep happening. And anybody who is trying to minimize the impact that crime has had in DC is just someone that's desensitized. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm for safety. I hate crime anywhere and everywhere, and I'm not going to use politics to minimize what has been going on in DC. I'll never do that, and I never voted for Trump. That's all I gotta say.
Can I ask?
May I respond?
Hold on, I just want to corporate Barbie. I just want to ask you a question real quick. You was like you was here and you own property. What gangs is on you?
Exactly.
Ten? Those are all. What's the gangs on?
Okay, so it's tough to answer that question with all the people here because we need to be honest with ourselves. If you go to U Street, you've seen at 2 a.m. how uncontrollable the street is.
He said gangs. Stop avoiding that question. Just if there's a gang, just name the gang.
Exactly. Okay, I got you. Listen, trust me, we're all DMV.
Sir, if you don't know the name of...
I know the name. I want to say the name. I know the name. Let's say the name. Just let me say the name. Fox 5 Gang. Fox 5 Gang. What about the Fox 5 Gang? See? Hey, guys, if you're not from the DMV, this is what they do. You know?
You made some shit up. That don't...
All you have to do is go to...
And you know you were Fox 5? How did you know this?
Gang.
Let me tell you.
On U Street? I've never heard of this.
So,
for my non...
there are no gangs in DC. They have crews. They're not called gangs.
So they're not gangs. That's why when you say gang violence on U Street is uncontrollable because it's 35 businesses on one block.
It's right by Howard. What the fuck?
Listen, all of that stuff is on U Street is college students.
Literally,
I feel so disappointed.
hold on, Tien. That's what I'm saying. Just sound foolish. U Street is where bars and clubs are. So of course it will be quote unquote uncontrollable at 2 a.m. because all the bars just closed and everybody's drunk leaving the bar. But it was strange that you said gang violence on U Street when we all know in DC there's no gangs. We don't have Bloods or Crips or gangs. We have crews based off where you live. So quote unquote gang violence would happen where niggas live, like on the south side, between like 18th and 21st or something. It's not, U Street. So that's where people hang out. So right now they have an increased police presence where black people go to have fun, college kids, on U Street and on 14th. And what's that doing? It's destroying DC's economy because everybody's afraid to go outside. Everybody who organizes events in DC has been canceling all the events because everybody's afraid to go outside. So all of the businesses, the real repercussions of this, businesses are hurt. Last week was restaurants. All of the restaurants said they had no reservations, which is so strange for restaurant week. All of the businesses are hurting the most. So if you're a property owner in DC, you should be upset at the fact that the businesses are struggling all over the city because everybody, black people, white people, Latinos, everyone is afraid to go outside and nobody's been.
When I found out that they were detaining people.
Respectfully, I did ask to speak.
Okay. Y'all know I feel like this is work.
Can I get in on too?
Same here.
Yeah, this is
Because he's
just want to share. I live in Washington, D.C. I've been around town a few times this week on my bicycle. I've had a chance to observe what's happening, and it is true that the increased police presence is affecting the lived realities of people. You will find an increased military presence in the metro stations. I biked by Union Station a few days ago. There were 2 armored cars out there. There were a few military people out there. Folks have been detained and in some cases arrested for fare evasion. I think corporate already talked about delivery guys on mopeds who were simply trying to make ends meet by delivering ordered meals and other goods to DC residents. And a lot of them have been arrested. Those who haven't been arrested are no longer on the streets. Now, to be fair, in some cases, these are people who don't have proper vehicle registration, and perhaps some of them don't have their papers, so they're scared to expose themselves to the to ICE officers. But you know what? They weren't bothering anybody. They were just delivering food. And everybody knows that in a city, the fact that you have a law on the books doesn't necessarily mean that you have to enforce the law, because police departments have priorities. And somebody who's biking on a moped, delivering food from day to day and not harming anybody is not going to be at the top of your priority on the top of your priority list for law enforcement. Now, the guy who spoke before me wants people to think that Donald Trump has the legal authority to interfere with the way DC conducts its affairs or whatever he wants to, but that's not the case. We have a law called the Home Rule Act, and there's a section of that law that does allow the president, under narrow circumstances, to ask the Metropolitan Police Department to provide police services under very narrow circumstances. There has to be an emergency. It has to be a pretty big deal, and the president can't require the MPD's services for too long. Depending on how you read the law, you may conclude that the president has only 30 days to do this, and after the 30-day period ends, he'll have to ask Congress to give him permission to continue doing so. That is currently being handled in the courts. The judge responsible for presiding over the case is a lady named Ana Reyes. She's new on the bench. She hasn't been there that too long. She was appointed by Joe Biden, I believe. She is a Uruguayan American, and for those of you who are interested, she's also openly lesbian. She has not shown the Trump administration much deference. She seems to believe that Donald Trump has overstepped his bounds just because of the way he's doing it. In fact, last week, he tried to take all of the authority from the police chief and give the authority to run the police department to Terry Cole, who's currently the interim chief of the Drug Enforcement Agency. Fortunately for Washington, D.C., Judge Reyes let them know last week that that was not okay, given what she knows about the case, and that they had to change things so at least the police chief, who is great, remains in control of the Metropolitan Police Department. There are a few other things that they're sorting out right now, and my hope is that by the end of the month, we'll have a decision from the judge letting us know whether Trump oversteps the legal bounds of his authority or not. My guess is that he did, and I'm hoping that the judge rules in favor of Washington, D.C., so that at least there can be an order on the books letting Trump know that he has to fall back. So to the guy who spoke before I did, the other thing I'll say is the justification that Trump has given for what he's doing doesn't wash out. He says that D.C. has a serious crime problem that warrants federal intrusion. That doesn't make any sense, because the undisputed evidence shows us that crime has been on the decline for several years, and so we have less crime today than we had last year, than we had the year before. So crime is reduced, and if you're going to say
I'm not saying that there isn't crime in Washington, D.C. There is. But the story that Donald Trump is telling about the criminal activity in Washington, D.C. is a false one. We have less crime today. We don't have more.
I want Dr. Corporate to look at my PTR and then I need an apology. I need an apology.
Can I get in the camera?
No, I'm not apologizing nothing because I have to fact check it.
You were wrong.
Everything.
No, we're not wrong. This is still.
Everything that this administration puts out, you cannot fucking trust it.
Let's admit you were wrong.
It's smoke and mirrors. No.
Hold on, Cooper Barbie, real quick. This is the thing. You said, I asked you what gang was on your street. You said the Fox 5 gang. The Fox 5 gang, everybody knows if you're from DC.
Now you're gonna lie that you knew. You said the gang was at a place. Can
I finish what I'm saying? Thanks. I literally said, like Cooper Barbie said, if you're from this area, you know, niggas beef based off where you're from. If you're from DC, you know from a young age, we say real live Fox 5. These are niggas from 37th who started saying Fox 5 gang. This because they live. This is not a gang, a real. If you go to 37 right now, are you a part of the Fox 5 gang? What the fuck is that? That's what the media calls them, and white people. It's what they say in rap songs. That's just the niggas from 37. And again, they says they're from 37 Southeast. So how did you get that? That's the gang on U Street. That's not even the same. It's not even the same person.
Okay, so there are, am I the Matrix? Okay, so.
No, we can hear you, content.
There are podcasts. Okay, so there are podcasts that I just looked up on YouTube from former BC gang members and current BC gang members. There's a former BC gang leader. I just dropped the link in the chat, and I'm looking on YouTube right now, and this is from the actual gang members saying that there are gangs in DC. So I just want to respond to the lady that said there's no gangs in DC. There are actually gang members saying that there are gangs. I think that their word
Thank you, brother.
has a little bit more validity than yours.
Yeah, but that's not accurate. It's not accurate. Helen, I'm from Don't make me get a big mic. Y'all not from this area, so y'all wouldn't necessarily understand. But it's a difference between a crew and a gang. A crew isn't like an organization. These gangs are like organizations. So there could be a semantics thing going on with the verbiage of a gang, but in actuality, it's not a gang. They're not a gang. We're not going for the
They're right. It's Fox. They're right. It's Fox. It's not organized crime. It's not. Hold on. This is what we trying to explain to y'all. It's not organized crime in the way that, like, they could never put a RICO charge against these niggas.
Yes,
All
they
this
can.
literally
They have. Articles for that.
Hold on, I'm trying to explain it to you. Literally, the street, it's not a lie thing. There's nothing to lie about.
Okay, more articles.
Like, literally, okay, you got it. We both can't talk at the same time. Thank you.
I just don't want you to lie.
Okay, so you got it.
Hey, hold on. Let Doctor speak. Just relax for a second. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. What I'm trying to explain is this. This is not gang violence, how y'all think about fucking LA or some shit. There's not gangs where the gangs run operations, organized crime, like such and such has a leader and we looking for the leader. All this is niggas from different streets in DC don't fuck with niggas from the other street. All of the streets, most of the streets, have numbers as names, which is why in your
gang started, right? Somebody.
No, it's not.
Listen, I heard you out. That is how gangs started. It was somebody from Grape Street in California who formed Grape Street Crip. It was somebody from Hoover Street in LA formed the Hoover Criminal Gang. That was protecting their territory and they was beefing with other streets. That's literally how gangs started. Grip Street is an actual street. Hoover Gang. They was beefing with the police. Hold on.
Quick question.
Hoover Street, Hoover Gang is an actual street. That's what we call Roof Street is a gang, but it's an actual street. They started off protecting their neighborhood, protecting their street and their block, and it formed to gangs because they was fighting other streets. And they formed to that's what gangs started from.
I understand. And just a quick question. Assuming that's true, are you saying that how gangs started is exactly what the formations are in DC right now when it comes to crime? That these are actual gangs? Or are you just trying to give us the genealogy of gangs?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
So you're just saying that these are how gangs start, not that they are gangs?
No, I just told you that's exactly what I'm telling you. That these are gangs. They're gang banging over their street. That's why they're killing other people from other streets. They don't like. They're from another street, from another block. That's gang. They're gangs.
Can I respond because I'm in a minority of thought here, and you've got 4 people. Please give me 1 minute to respond to some of this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
So when I talk about that, let's be honest, right? Like we have a room full of people who are not from the DMV, right? So like when someone asks me a question like, I'm guessing they're identifying that I know the DMV, I've lived in the DMV, I'm from the DMV. So they'll say, oh, are you trying to say there are gangs on U Street? Now, they know that both them and myself know that gangs don't live on U Street. But it's a way to fuck with the people's psyche who are trying to get accurate information about DC to believe that I'm saying nonsense. Because how the fuck can U Street have gangs, right? U Street is a strip of entertainment. It has bars, it has nightlife. We know that. But see, she said something very dishonest to throw people off. So let's talk about the gangs.
So she requires you to be accurate? That's dishonest?
Okay,
yes.
So it's ridiculous, right? It's like you're asking me if they gangbang. Who are the gangbangers on? I don't know. Name Six Flags. It doesn't exist, right? But why bring that up, right? So the point I'm saying is this: you're talking about gangs and you're trying to classify types of gangs. You're saying gang A, gang B, gang C. Which gang has more notoriety? Which gang has more global recognition? We know the Bloods and Crips do. The Bloods and Crips have more notoriety. They have global recognition because of their color-coded disparities and all that. So we know about the Bloods and Crips. But I'm telling you that on a small scale within DC, I've been in studios in Southeast DC in my past days, and I've heard and seen young men rep the Fox 5 gang. I know them. I have a kid named Lil Squirt right now doing 10 years. This is a kid that I put under my wing. He's an active gang member. I'm the one telling you guys this, so don't lie to people who are not from DC.
We're not lying. Hey,
Fox 5? That's Fox 5? Okay.
This is misleading though. And this is the problem when y'all get on this app. And I understand that you are, you used to be a resident, but it's totally different. Like people that are from the area is trying to give you context. And for you, we have to be careful with our language because that fucking matters. And it also matters to our fucking safety. Like this isn't just some talking fucking point. We're actually living in this shit right now. So, like, let's be clear about the language. There is a clear difference between gangs and fucking crews. And I put in the fucking chat just in case anybody needs more context. A gang is an organized fucking, is an organization. And they can do a bunch of different shit that could lead to a fucking RICO. A crew is not that.
For years, socioculturally, DC residents, especially people in the DMV, have tried their best to make people outside of DMV not see them as a city that has gangs. They hate that word. They hate that term.
The police doesn't even recognize it.
Let's clarify something.
city, raised mostly in Northern Virginia, PG County. I work in DC. DC folks who are from DC, for example, like Dr. Library Card, understand, at least for me, when I was growing up, the DMV, while we understand it as a cohesive unit, it's really a term that emerges, at least in my mind, with gentrification.
That's correct.
Just because you're from the DMV doesn't mean you know anything about DC. Folks from McLean, Virginia, who don't even go to DC like that unless they want to have a little phone, don't know shit about what the politics are in DC like that, and the social relationships in DC. Folks who live in PG County, some of them don't know what the fuck is. If you live in Bowie, you don't know shit about probably what's going on in DC because you probably ain't out there like that because DC too damn far for you. So we have to stop making it seem as just because you grew up in the area. If you're from fucking Chantilly or Fairfax, you may not even know that much about DC. So just because you're from the area doesn't mean you know about what the fuck is going on in DC. I've grown up in DC in and out for a good part of my life. There are still things about DC I don't know about. But what I do know, just not to move away too much from the conversation, is that most residents, and the polls have been taken on this, hate the fucking increased police presence. We're seeing all kinds of ages. I mean, I was fucking out on Benning Road this past week, hanging out with some people. Like seeing fucking DEA agents just rolling up on people for no fucking reason. Baseless shit. No fucking probable cause, nothing. Just rolling up on them, showing their faces. Kicking motherfuckers out of the metro station. I was at, what's that joint? Stadium by RFK or whatever. I was out by that metro station. Motherfucking police officers just rolling up on people. DEA agents, others just rolling up on people for no fucking reason. Like, there's no justification for this, especially with after what Hurricane said, when you're seeing a decrease in crime. To make it seem, you're talking about being misleading, to make it seem as if residents actually want this shit, it's fucking bullshit. And it's to ignore the kind of work that residents have tried to do, especially DC natives, to combat crime. If this administration was serious about combating crime in the city, it would try to work with people who are on the ground who've been doing this shit for years rather than trying to assert some fucking federal force as if motherfuckers want them there.
Well, one thing we do know is nobody's going to really try to do anything stupid with that amount of force on the streets. However, I do agree that what they're doing is wrong and it doesn't make sense because the crime, like you just said, the crime has been decreasing. And for Trump to make a statement saying, hey, I want to go to Chicago next, when Chicago is at an all-time low since 2014, it literally does not make sense. But however, what we do know is ain't nobody gonna be doing nothing stupid while they out there. So go ahead now.
Actually, we don't know that because
continue. Go ahead. Continue to go ahead and wipe up all the niggas that need to be wiped up. So
I have a question for the stage. Do you guys know what home rule is and why Congress can overthrow it?
I know what home rule is. I know that Congress passed.
No, not the people from DC. I want the people on DC on mute. Let everybody else answer. I'm proving a point. Yeah. Let me be more specific. The people not from DC, mute up. I mean, the people that are from DC or DC, well, from DC, mute up. Everybody else on the stage, could y'all tell me what that is and why it could be overthrown?
what you saying again?
Do you happen to know what the Home Rule Act is and why Congress can overthrow it? This is important.
No, I don't. I actually know what it is.
No one, anyone?
Yeah, I'm not from DC, but are you referring to DC being a district and not a state, and that's why the federal government has power over authority?
No, she's not referencing that.
A little bit.
She said home rule. There is a law called the Home Rule Act. It was passed in 1973, and that law determines how much power DC has to govern itself. That's what she's asking about, Notorious. It's okay if you don't know what it is, but there is a law that does exist, and it gave the District of Columbia expansive powers to govern itself. The federal government does not retain superior power over DC.
So, Hurricane, in your opinion, you believe that Donald Trump, what he's doing is illegal, period, just hands down?
Yes, I do, and to be honest, in order to engage in this information in a meaningful way. You have to understand what home rule means. If you don't, you don't have the bandwidth to have this conversation in a meaningful way. I'm not being shady, I'm being honest.
Yeah,
if you don't know what home rule is, then there's no point to talking.
I'll speak on this.
Do you know what home rule is?
No, I mean the whole subject of what's
Do
going
you
on.
know
And
what DC?
Mucho, let us make this point first before we get to your point. I know you wanted to contribute to the conversation, but the reason why I asked that, and like Hurricane said, is to give more context as to actually what is going on in DC. Just like Hurricane said, the Home Rule Act gave DC the ability to, because DC is not a state, we are the nation's capital, we are a city. Which means we don't have any representation in Congress when it's time to put in those electoral votes, right? So to understand what home rule is, like Hurricane said, it gave DC the ability to govern themselves, the ability to elect its own mayor and city council. Before that, Congress directly appointed its local leaders. It allows DC government to pass local laws, manage budgets, and administer city services. However, DC does not have full sovereignty. Congress retains the power to review and overturn local laws, and all locally passed budgets must be sent to Congress for approval. So, because the only way that they can overthrow DC's ability to govern ourselves is to overthrow the Home Rule Act. And in order to do that, it has to be a state of emergency situation. DC crime was actually down 30% when Donald Trump decided to claim it as an emergency to militarize the DC area and bring the National Guard. So let me get into what happens when they overthrow it. When Congress overrides home rule, Congress can step in at any time by passing legislation that cancels or overrides a DC law and prevents it from taking effect. This often happens around budget issues such as restrictions on how DC can use its own tax dollars, abortion funding, marijuana regulation, or needle exchange programs. It can also occur when Congress attaches riders to federal appropriation bills that block or alter DC laws.
Yeah, I know a little bit about the Home Rule Act, but I'm a little bit uneducated on it. I know a little bit.
Well, I just read what it was.
Oh yeah, I have some other information.
So to Hurricane's point, I would just quickly say Hurricane's absolutely right. And as Hurricane knows, I'm rarely in a position to challenge his legal expertise on most matters, if not all. And this is something that Hurricane alluded to in his first submission, which is, whether Trump and his executive order has sufficiently legitimately declared an emergency in D.C. Of course, section, I think it's 740 of the Home Rule.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, which allows for this kind of taking over, usurping, or supplanting of DC police, or using of DC police for federal purposes. This hasn't, of course, been litigated in courts. Trump comes out with the executive order. The concern is that, not necessarily at the district court level, but I think this gets to the DC Circuit and potentially the Supreme Court. Do the courts want to be in a place of second guessing what a president declares an emergency? Of course, that takes vast presidential and executive discretion, but we put ourselves, I think the courts rather put themselves in a very tough situation when ultimately you would either be required to lay out a test for what would be necessary to declare an emergency in DC, which I don't think courts would deem appropriate when it comes to the president asserting his authority, or at the very least you say, you know what, this doesn't rise to the level of legitimacy for purposes of this section of the act. But I still feel that the courts would be very reluctant to question presidential authority in what a president could deem an emergency in this circumstance or others.
So why do you guys, I see that you guys are against this, so why do you guys think that Trump is doing this? What is his ultimate goal?
What he's trying to do is incite.
White supremacists.
He's trying to incite race war.
Majority black, and he's fucking with immigrants and niggas. That's why he's doing it. He's doing it just to say he can. I mean, this was all in Project 2025 as well, so it's not really I don't want to say it's not a surprise, but we knew this was coming. Like, Kamala Harris talked about this during the campaign trail. It was in Project 2025, if you read it. Like, this is all part of the thing to, like, expand what the federal government can do to states that disagree with Trump loudly or don't, what is the language they use? Don't align with the views of the federal government, aka what Trump's administration said they should do. So putting Pam Bondi control of the DC Metro PD is right in line with what they said they were going to do in Project 2025. If they feel entities are not doing in whatever municipalities are not doing things in alignment with the federal government, they're just going to put somebody from Trump, one of Trump's appointees, in charge of the shit and do what they want.
Yeah, I'd like to hold on. Let me. So on February 5th, two Republican congresspersons, Senator Mike Lee and Representative Andy Ogles, introduced a bill in the Senate and the House called the Bowser Act, named after Mayor Muriel Bowser. Bowser stands for Bringing Oversight to Washington and Safety to Every Resident. That's what the acronym Bowser stands for.
These names, by the way, that's insane.
Yes. So if the bill is passed, what the bill would do is repeal the Home Rule Act that we've been talking about 1 year after the bill is passed. The Republicans want to federalize Washington, D.C. completely. They want to take Home Rule away, and they want to make sure that they are in charge of Washington, D.C. for at least the next few years. The bill itself does not have enough support in either chamber of Congress to allow it to be put on the floor for a vote. But what this tells us is that there are federal legislators who do want to wrest home rule from Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is using his power as the chief executive to further this agenda. So what we are likely to see is a three-pronged approach to D.C. home rule. One prong is this proposed bill in Congress. The second prong is Donald Trump's executive order trying to take over the Metropolitan Police Department. And then the third prong would be getting the case to be heard by a judge who is sympathetic to Trump's agenda and the GOP's agenda. And like Black Freedom Struggle said, if this case gets in front of the wrong judge, there's a strong likelihood that the judge is going to rubber stamp Donald Trump's conclusion that Washington, D.C. has too much crime, that Washington, D.C.'s police chief and the Metropolitan Police Department have not been able to adequately address the crime, and that the chief executive of the United States is therefore should be allowed to use his power as chief commander-in-chief to check the problem. This narrative that the crime rate in Washington, D.C. is uncontrollable is one that Trump and his cronies have been parroting for a long time. We've got Senator Mike Lee and Representative Andy Ogles telling Congress that is the case. If you go to Mike Lee's website, you'll see that he says D.C. is failing Congress. He says that Mayor Bowser's crime policies are soft on crime, which he believes encourages criminals to victimize innocent Americans. He is accusing Washington, D.C. officials of allowing non-citizens to vote in elections that they should not be allowed to vote in. And he also says that there are backwards regulations leading to a high cost of living. I don't know what those backwards regulations are. So we just have to be very careful. We should not be deceived by the narrative that Donald Trump and his cronies are repeating out there. No one is saying that crime does not occur in Washington, D.C. Crime does. Crime occurs everywhere. What we're saying is that a long time ago, Congress, after deliberating for a while, passed the Home Rule Act, giving Washington, D.C. certain powers to govern itself and allowing the president to ask the mayor of Washington, D.C. to provide MPD services to the federal government, but only under a narrow set of circumstances. The law itself says, to an extent, what those narrow circumstances are. And in my view, those narrow circumstances don't exist here. They're just not there. There's no reason to say that we need federal military in Washington, D.C. We don't have increased crime. We don't have that. We have less. What Donald Trump did, and then I'll stop after this, is capitalize on a particular event. A few days ago, a former Doge employee was the victim of an attempted carjacking. Donald Trump allegedly got a picture of this guy and posted it on Truth Social and said, hey guys, this picture represents the reason I have to step in Washington, D.C. Because this guy, who was the victim of an attempted carjacking, suffered, he's my friend, and what's happening to him is happening far too often, and that is why I need to get the federal government involved. The problem is, that's not true. I mean, it is true that the guy was the victim of an attempted carjacking, but it's not true. Carjacking rates are up. They're down. Just like everything else is down. Fewer homicides, fewer high carjackings or attempted hijackings, fewer other types of violent crimes. There's no justification for it. The only way that Donald Trump can justify what he is doing is by lying.
Absolutely. And if it wasn't that Doge employee or former employee, none of this probably would be happening, right? I mean, Notorious, to answer your question, why is he doing this? Well, he's just, the cursory, answer to that. He's essentially recycling Nixon's, war on crime, which was code for war on black people. Look at the cities he's going after. Not only are they Democratic, but they're black women. LA, right? Until Newsom pushback. It's absolute optics. It's a band-aid. And for those that think this is a great idea, I'd love to hear your answer as to what happens and it's going to happen when the National Guard leaves. Like, if this is the magic wand to solve all crime in these cities, well, what's going to happen, gasp, when they leave? We're suddenly going to, you think law enforcement feels empowered because they've been overstepped? Negative. It's a band-aid, it's optics, it's pure show of force.
No, that's great. It's really tough because, those who believe that this is a good idea, when we think about crime in our country, it's typically left to the states and even more specifically to local governments. I mean, it's why when you have a traffic violation or you even have whatever kind of charge, most of it is going to your local courts, controlled of course by the state, all that. Okay, this is why we have federalism in our country. Okay, leave stuff like crime up to the states. So, when we read Section 740 of the Home Rule Act, Trump, or the federal government, the president rather, can only come in, as Hurricane was talking about, and as others have mentioned, I believe as well, for federal purposes, provide services for federal purposes. Now we have to ask ourselves the question, when it comes to local crime, when has that ever been the purpose of the federal government? Outside of particular emergencies, for example, let's say, when there's rioting or something to that effect. When you're talking about crime that has gone down, there's been no riots, there's been no kind of conflagration in the city, when has there been a history, and I imagine that a justice like Ketanji Brown Jackson or Justice Sotomayor would ask this question to the Solicitor General, if this goes before the Supreme Court. When has it ever been in the history of our nation, outside of riots or rebellions or whatever, that your typical run-of-the-mill crimes that the local government seems to have in control because crime's been going down, when has that ever been a federal purpose? To the extent that the president needs to come in and say the local police need to provide services for the federal government to address it. It'd be hard-pressed to find instances in history that would warrant that. So I think that Hurricane is certainly right when it comes to what the outcome should be. What the outcome, in my estimation, will likely be is, again, the courts don't want to be in this position, and this is kind of like the ugly feature of our constitutional structure. The courts don't want to be in the position to second guess what a president deems to be an emergency. And so we'll probably get a few strong dissents, but I imagine that the courts will say, you know what, Trump was in his authority to come in and take over the Metropolitan Police Department for federal purposes.
I think if there's not a competent solution, then we shouldn't argue with someone trying to present a solution, right? I don't think we've given enough time to play out to see the results. We haven't given it enough time to let this play out.
Have you read the Home Rule Act?
No, I said we haven't given. We're talking about failed solutions. All the solutions that failed, like.
Wait, what solutions have been proposed that have failed?
No, I'm saying law enforcement, whatever they're doing, the crime rate is still what the crime rate is. So
it's a 30-year low.
Solution.
It's a 30-year low.
Instead of talking about they shouldn't be there, let's talk about solutions.
You're avoiding my question. You haven't read the Home Rule Act. You don't know what DC Home Rule stands for. You don't know why Home Rule is the law of the land. You don't understand.
No, Hurricane, I don't just want to talk about problems.
Stay out the way. Stay out the streets.
The problem is.
Stay out the way.
Are we talking about the problem more than?
Yeah, I know.
So you don't want to talk about the
solution.
You're doing the thing that the Manosphere bros like to do, where they don't know anything, but they come on stage, speak with a deep voice, and say, "Oh well, we're just going to talk about."
You don't want to be condescending without an intelligent comment.
I'm being condescending. I'm being condescending. I'm the only one in the conversation who's actually intelligent. Because I've taken time to learn about.
I'm talking about your delivery. I said we have intelligent without you having condescending delivery. Good. Come on, we're not going. So I'm just saying.
No, the condescension is required because you started with condescension.
Well, Hurricane, you're making assumptions. We don't know each other. You're making assumptions.
Scott, I'm going to give you a throwing ignorance.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm not throwing ignorance.
So Scott,
you don't know what DC Home Rule stands for. The reason people are complaining is that there is a law that forbids Donald Trump to do what he has done.
That's the problem. People aren't talking and complaining about Donald Trump simply because they don't like him. They're complaining about Donald Trump because there is a law that they understand to forbid what Donald Trump is doing. That's the problem.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Listen, well, Hurricane, so I'm asking about solutions outside of Trump. I'll give you the solution. I'll give you the solution. Okay.
Hold on.
But you're talking about the problem.
Solutions is the law itself.
Hold on, the only
That's
thing.
where the solutions come from.
Listen, the
Always
only thing.
read law before you start talking about solutions because you don't know
But
what you're
your
talking
speaking was already known. Okay, we know he's breaking the law, Hurricane. Don't speak what's already known. So this is the thing. This is the thing. I want to answer this question. I want to answer this question real quick. I want to answer this question.
Oh, let me say this right.
Alright. I was trying to see how long y'all were gonna go before y'all allowed each other to speak, but it's clear that y'all probably need like a cue or something.
We're doing okay, Lonzo. It lasts so long. Longer than usual when we got the Jamaican thing.
Yeah, I was just going to answer the question right quick. Okay, thank you, Lonzo. Yeah, it'll be quick, really. So the solution is, to Hurricane's point, you enforce the law. When it comes to Trump, if we believe that we are a country of laws, we enforce the law. If there's a constitutional or a statutory violation, you enforce the law. Leaving that aside, when it comes to the solution regarding crime in D.C., the solution is what's been going on. Crime is down approximately 26%. All right, 30-year low. Seems like things were working. You let that play out. That's what you do. You don't all of a sudden intervene and say, hey, crime's going down. Let's jump in there some more. That's been the issue. You work with local folks as, from my understanding, speaking with some local organizers, working with the police, along with just being on the streets, doing the necessary work to address crime. At the end of the day, things have been working. They've been working in the city. So that's the solution. Allow the shit to play out because it's been effective.
Yeah, I partly agree with that. I would say the solution is. Hold on, one second, Scott. I partly agree with what he just said. The solution is number one, y'all need to stay out of the way because if you think you're going to go down there and protest, that's going to end up in the result of Black Lives Dead, right? So that is exactly what you should not do. But what they do need to do is stay out of the way, do their job, do what they've been doing, not participating in crime. Number one. Number two, what they have to do is go through their politicians. Like, I don't know if y'all been watching that politician in Chicago. He spoke out against Trump, saying this is something that we do not need, right? Raising awareness in the media, in the front for it, letting them know that we are handling our city. We are taking control of our city. We don't need Trump to do that. So y'all have to really push for your elected officials to start speaking out and raising awareness. Hold on, let me finish speaking. Hold on, Hurricane, let me finish, brother. Hurricane, let me finish, brother. And they need to go through their elected officials to speak out against what Trump is doing in order to raise awareness to get this thing ended. That's going to be difficult and hard for them to do, being that it's D.C.
No, that's the third
Very quick, because I haven't spoken in a minute. This is what we're trying to get y'all to understand. Mind you, as I'm at the wharf, it is 3 troops with guns right here. This is crazy. The wharf is crazy. Anyway, the DC doesn't have elected officials that we don't have the protection of a state constitution or a state government infrastructure to protect us from the federal government. We have one elected official in Congress, and they can't vote for anything. So when y'all say, speak to your officials to speak out, there's one person on the federal level that represents DC. Mind you, she has no power to vote. All she can do is advise on policy and speak on our behalf. Right? When you're talking about... Yeah, that's a black woman, y'all mayor.
No.
This nigga slow.
Y'all got a black mayor.
They don't
Y'all got a black mayor.
How is the
Just mute up. Just mute.
Let's go.
She's not talking about the mayor. She's talking about
Lane. Yeah,
that's what she's talking. Do you know who she is?
No.
That's the problem. Y'all don't know shit. shit about DC, but you want to
This is what I was trying to explain. They don't have any power, right? Because ultimately, Congress controls all the funding that comes to DC. So when Trump was on those executive orders early in his presidency, all of that stuff directly affects DC, right? All of the laws about funding can't go to federal funding, can't go to XYZ if they violate DEI. That applies to anything in DC. Any grants, any DC organizations, DC Humanities, DC, what's the other one? Not the art, DC, it's Humanities and it's another one. All the shit that they do here, it all depends on Congress. They run all this shit here. We don't have a state, we don't have a constitution. So anything that, even though I don't consider that heavy, our mayor says, if Trump and them funds the problematic, the Congress can pass some shit to fuck something up. They can slide something in a big bill that affects DC directly and fuck all this up. And there's nothing we can do about it. They have to walk on a line. This is so strange. Why is it 20 National Guard people at the wharf right now? Like, who is that?
Because the Negroes left the war.
Man, it ain't no niggas out here, bro. This is a bad word.
The niggas show up on Sunday.
Bobby, stop trolling.
So crazy. I'm watching so many videos like on social media that obviously right-leaning folks are really enjoying this. You know, like they're taking a trip downtown with gold chains on and not worrying about it. And the music's in the background. It's so weird. But they're enjoying it. And then you see like the reverse, right? Like so many people feel like their profile, like the Hispanic people, they feel like they're in the seas like a motherfucker.
PTR locked up. This is right now.
I got pulled over because they thought my son, who was in my PTR, didn't have on the damn seatbelt. How about that?
Yeah, they're doing these checkpoints. And what they do with the checkpoints is pretty much like they'll have all the cars on any given street stop at the checkpoint. And what people have been saying, they hear the cops say, if it's a white person, they can go through, unless it's like obviously something illegal. If it's a black or a Latino person, they move. It's like left, right. They move you off to the left side.
Oh,
So
that's crazy.
they check your car, they check whatever, they search your car pretty much, and then check your license registration. But they've been just pretty much any Latino person that's on a moped, if they don't speak English, they snatch them off them bikes and lock them up.
They also want to say it depends on what type of car you drive too. So I have a Dodge with I have legal tint. It literally the last but it also not Rango.
Okay.
So I don't even have like a freaking like nothing big, but because of the fact that they pull over specific cars too. So I have been like people get pulled over if they have like specific cars, but they ain't pulling no damn Subarus over.
I know some of the people
They almost
here, so they made the primary fence.
They almost they almost arrested an off-duty police officer down at the wharf. Somebody said that he was waving a gun in a restaurant and almost got arrested. So you can clearly see that who they're targeting and why.
My only issue is that I'm in the city, and when you have people that don't know that DC literally on my license plate it says taxation without representation, and you don't know that we are federally ran, so anything can really affect us. I just want people to just stay quiet and just not talk about it because you don't know how the city is. The mayor, we all got problems with the mayor, but crime was going down 30%. And when you have shit like this that's going on, it's going to make crime go down for a little bit. But I bet once they leave, I bet it pick back up because that's not how you fix it.
Some real might notice that crime is going down, but hold on. So this is Stephen Miller. He was speaking about DC the other day. I don't see this. Hold on.
Hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists in DC. There was a murder on the street D.C. Residents were afraid to go to restaurants. They were afraid to go into entire neighborhoods. They were getting carjacked, right and left, robbed and beaten. That was Washington, D.C.
It goes more in detail on that. That shit was like so funny. It just kept on getting louder and louder. DC's living out.
Meanwhile, white people walking their dogs down
Okay, DC's literally the brunch capital of the country.
Thank you. Who's gonna go to restaurants?
Before the federal government came in, DC was popping like DC always be popping. Like, come on now. Like, people were still going out to brunch, having a good ass time in DC. Like, I came to the Union Station.
So people should feel more comfortable.
I came to the Union Station every morning. Every morning. This bullshit that JD Vance was talking about, how motherfuckers were afraid, families were afraid. You see lines stretched out the motherfucking Starbucks in Union Station. Nobody was afraid. People were going to what the fuck is that shit called? Blue Bottle coffee and shit like that, getting their coffee. Nobody was tripping in Union Station. These fucking lies about what people are allegedly fearing and feeling in DC, it's bullshit. People been going to restaurants doing their thing before this motherfucking government came. We've seen a drop in the local economy, as Dr. Library Card mentioned earlier, precisely because of the military presence. For a president to give a fuck who says he's a businessman and cares about businesses and shit like that, to see a drop in the local economy, especially during restaurant week, which is normally going off and that shit's fun as fuck, is remarkable. But we knew this would be the outcome exactly because of this fucking unnecessary, unconstitutional military presence in the city.
I was literally just in DC about a month ago, and I had a great time. So I do agree with you there.
I think like freedom from what your perspective is, and I get it. I'm out here as well. I'm in Virginia. We come down to DC. I mean, I work in Crystal City. Come to DC all the time. In just the last, maybe I say the last 5 months, and it's definitely been happening a lot longer. I think it's picked up within the last 2 years. But just in the last 5 months, yeah, there has been an increase in carjackings. Like, jokers, you come out at night, y'all go into a lounge or a club, and you come out, and there's about 30 cars in a row who all got broken into. And within the last 5 months, there's been 5 people who I know who've had a sibling or a family member who happened to come out while the carjacking was happening, and they got shot. Like 5 different people. One of them passed away. And that's been there has been a huge increase in the way that carjackings have been happening, and it's actually started to spread outside of just DC. It's actually moved into the Northern Virginia area over near Arlington and Alexandria into the apartment settings. So has there been a change, I would say, in the crime and the way that crime has happened inside DC? I would say there's been a change. It depends on when we say that crime has decreased. We really have to look at the data and where they're pulling that from. Because obviously a lot of people that were in DC a long time ago got pushed out to Charles County and whatnot. So DC has become a lot more diverse, and you see a lot more white people in DC. So yes, crime has definitely changed, but the severity of crime and what's been happening now, I'd be crazy to say that there aren't a lot of people that are in DC or in the surrounding area that's like, yeah, this probably does need to happen, because we know that the police, and they can't, it's not that they don't want to do anything, they can't do anything based off the regulations that are pressed upon them in DC, and that's the same thing for Maryland. We all know that you can speed through Maryland, and ain't nobody really gonna pull you over, because the cops don't really do much for that. So, I mean, I'm not with the method, but I understand the intent behind what he's doing, and I'm not a Trump supporter. I ain't saying that, but I understand that.
I agree with you.
I just looked at the statistics just so we can all be on the same page. It says robberies and car break-ins were down by more than 40%, but thefts were flat. A 6% increase in burglary and a 14% increase in assault with a dangerous.
I feel like we just go anti-Trump. I feel like if this was a Democrat doing this, it wouldn't be an issue.
But it would be.
Yeah,
You must didn't hear a lot of
It would be an issue because crime is going down. See, it would be different if this was 2013, 2015, and he wanted to go into Chicago, it would be different. But the crime is going down.
It's not lawful. It's not lawful. And traumatizing the Second Amendment to the degree that nobody is safe. But instead of focusing on that root cause, we want our kids to have mass shooter drills and like people are going on about their daily lives. They don't give a shit about the fact that their kids are afraid, or that more and more children's schools or daycares are being shot up, and no one's willing to even discuss gun reform, right? And so this is the same thing. Now, like we don't want to talk about gun reform. We don't want to talk about guns. But yeah, go ahead and do the dictator thing. We're good with it. You know what I mean? As a matter of fact, why don't you do like dude in El Salvador, the president of El Salvador, and just lock everybody up in a mass prison so that I can quote unquote feel safe. It's wild. We should know better, I would say, because I'm sure people know that there's checks and balances, and you don't just do shit for no reason. Like we've been through so much as a country, like so many emergency situations. To look at this like this is like normal or should be normalized is wild.
I don't really see a problem with it, to be honest with you.
Of course you don't. I know you don't.
Yeah, I mean, y'all act like this.
Let's go through it. Let's go through it. Do you subscribe to the Constitution? Do you believe that the Constitution, you may disagree with it in some parts, do you think that the Constitution is the law of the land? That's for you, Rashad. Just want to be clear.
You gonna answer the question, you'll get off stage, brother. You guys gonna participate in the conversation, but that trolling shit is dead.
Hey, I agree. Yes, I agree with it. 100%.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. And Rashad, jump in at any time too. I suspect that this conversation might have been too deep for you, so I got booted. Do you believe in federalism?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're on the same page, how do you understand federalism?
Understanding. I'm in the military, so I get it. Federal laws, state laws, whole nine.
Okay, and specifically federal laws, state laws, and states are essentially left to their own affairs, correct?
Yep.
All right. Now, if states are left to their own affairs, that would include crime, right?
Yes.
Understanding that DC, of course, is an exception because the way the laws are set up, right? Understanding that DC is in a different situation. As a matter of principle, because we believe that crime should be left to the states or local entities to govern, do you believe, or rather, what do you feel are the exceptions for the federal government to step into state affairs and local affairs?
Y'all claim y'all not a state. That's number one. Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
I say y'all not a state.
I just said as a principle, understanding that DC is in a different situation.
Exactly. So if y'all not a state, then and it's under federal rule.
So I said,
Yeah, but if it's under federal rule, that means he can do what he wants.
Yeah, so he said that. We're tracking that. He's talking about the principle. He said that.
That is accurate.
Well, I mean, he's tracking that DC is in a different situation. So he's talking in general, even if we were talking about California. So I'll keep going with what you're going with, Black Freedom.
The president can't just do anything. He needs to have a justification to rule a state of emergency. And it hasn't been anything as of right now to prove the justification for the National Guard, and that's the problem. DC doesn't have authority of their own because we are still under federal rule because we're not a state. This isn't a party issue. This is literally about our constitutional rights and the rule of law.
Well, he gave a reason, though. Y'all just don't like it. But he gave a reason as to why he did what he did. So
what the fuck are you? Are you not listening?
Yeah, you just said that saying he needed a reason to do what he did.
Yeah,
system when it comes to states and local governments being able to handle their own affairs, especially when it comes to crime.
When the state is unable to handle it.
Okay, and what would be indications that the state is unable to handle?
Normally, that would be the governor asking for assistance.
Governor asking for assistance, or are there any other exceptions that come to mind?
Not that I am aware of, but normally it would have to go through the governor. It would be a request from the governor.
Okay, so let's just stick with that exception. Outside of that exception, you believe that the federal government should not enter into the affairs of state and local entities as it pertains to crime, right?
Should not, but there are some gray areas.
Okay, could you describe some of those gray areas?
So when you think about in terms of even the National Guard, the National Guard is managed by the governor, but it's not owned by the governor. All military is owned by, is technically owned by Trump, for the president. So they're, am I what?
You went out a little bit, so you're talking about the National Guard, if you just start over.
Yeah, so basically the National Guard is basically loaned out to the states and managed by the governor. But all military is owned by the President of the United States, regardless if it's Trump or anybody else. So they are on loan to the governor. So if there's a situation, then that's how the president has the overarching rule on what happens with military personnel.
I hear that, and I hope you don't take what my remark is about to be as disrespectful. I don't know if that's exactly responsive to the gray area comment. What would be the gray area regarding when the president, let's say, would take over the local or state affairs of let's say the state as it pertains to crime?
I mean, essentially, it's just when the president is, I don't like to use the word feels, but when there's a indication that obviously the state is not able to handle that level of crime or what's going on,
And so
whatever the risk is.
Yeah, and so ultimately what I'm hearing is that, okay, the governor can ask for assistance, but then the president can look at a situation and just kind of be like, it's time for me to step in. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and normally it's not just the president. I mean, the last word obviously comes from the president, but normally that is normally I'm gonna say agreement for lack of better words, but it's normally both Congress and the president working together to make that decision. But obviously the president in certain situations can overstep, which there's been arguments to that.
Yeah. Okay, so last question, really, because I know this is taking up a little bit of time. If this wasn't happening in Washington, D.C., and let's say this was happening in, I don't know, Arlington, Virginia, okay, Arlington County, do you think, and Arlington had similar statistics, and Arlington having a state government, state constitution, all those different things, again, we're just taking the principle of the thing, do you think that what's happening in Arlington would rise to the level of that gray area where the president could just jump in and take over the local affairs of the county board and so on?
Right, and this is where you kind of get into the gray area of that legality, right? So if we were saying Arlington, or let's use a real case scenario, right? Somewhere where we kind of think why wouldn't the government have stepped in, right? So let's instead of going to DC where the crime rate is the crime rate, but not to the extent of what we know Chicago is. So why wouldn't he have not used the same level of measure of tactics towards Chicago and chosen DC first? Now, do we recognize that there's some issues in Chicago, or any place where it's made the list of being the murder capital of the United States, right? Would that be the suggestive way to go? I think that's when we're talking about two different styles of leadership, right? And the style of leadership, if you haven't been groomed in government, and you're just a person that's like, listen, I see a problem, here's a solution. I get it that the local government has been, trying to manage a solution like we say Chicago, the government, the local police, they've been managing this situation for a number of years now, and we're still seeing the issue at the rate that it is. A person that hasn't been groomed in politics is like, listen, I got an answer. Here's how we're going to smash that, right? And I think that's the approach that Trump is taking. Whether we agree with it or not,
by the way.
When we look at, so obviously we know that data is one thing, the severity of a situation is another, right? So I know I'm a big data person, but we understand that we can't always rely on data to describe exactly what's going on, right? We all recognize that when we're talking.
That there are more mass shootings in the United States than anywhere in the world. And so while we're talking about Chicago and crime and where people are getting shot, let's recall that the same week Trump pulled this shit, the CDC was shot up. I believe there were casualties. A Target in Austin was shot up. I believe there were casualties. We know that people get shot up at church, synagogues, preschools, college campuses, high schools. Why are we doing this specialness when it comes to black people? Don't you get it? They're not going to do what really needs to be done to protect all of us or to reduce gun violence in the nation. They have not chosen you. They have chosen the gun lobby. They have chosen guns. And we just have to deal with it. This is a consequence of our freedom. This is what they say when they blow their toddlers away. This is what they said when they blew their own babies, precious white babies, as Cornel West would say. Blew them precious white babies away, and they sold you. This is a consequence of guns, of freedom. We'll have to put guns in the hands of the teachers. We'll have to put military in front of the schools or what have you. This is what we chose as a nation. So what are we doing? What are we talking about?
So I don't disagree with you. I recognize that there are situations across the United States, right? I think all I'm offering is that, if you're coming in as the leader of this entire country, and again, let me step back and say, I am not a Trump supporter, but I always offer a level of understanding. If you're coming in as a leader of an organization, which the United States is an organization, you are responsible for what happens or what also fails to happen.
Not really.
And so
there's jurisdiction. There's laws. Again, like goddamn. Why? You think Trump is the first? Y'all act like this is the first president we've ever had, and the most creative president we've ever had. He's not creative. He's not effective. Everything he does almost fucking destroys. I mean, he's fucking tanking the economy. Like, what is it about this man that makes his brash and rash bullshit that always backfires, and you ain't never seen it ever in your goddamn life, haven't read it in no history books, but you're just like, we know what the Constitution and the Bill of Rights says. We know that he's calling out blue states and black mayors in particular, even though there are higher crime rates in red states. We know all of that. That's data, right? But we can't come to a conclusion other than maybe he has our best interests at heart.
And Biden did. Biden had our best interests at heart.
Can I ask you what? Well, I have two questions. How does the military help with homelessness? Because y'all keep talking about.
I don't think it's I don't think it's the best.
And Chef, you gotta let her finish.
This is so crazy. How does the military help with homelessness? Because y'all kept talking about 10 cities. So tell me how bringing the National Guard is a solution to homelessness in DC. And then I'll ask my second.
Well, I can agree with you on that. I don't think that's going to help anything.
choose substance abuse. So maybe offer them some programs or something.
So I don't think, in essence, the military necessarily helps out the homelessness problem. But I think his strategy is more so more personnel and hands to be able to remove them. Now, I'm not in support of that, obviously, but I'm thinking more so his strategy. He just needed personnel to be able to move them to wherever he's moving them, which is obviously not good. But
So you never answered the original question. And my thing is, this is so frustrating, right? Because I just become willfully obtuse about certain situations. And for you to be in close proximity, I think you would at least pay a little more close attention to what's actually happening. People that are gun owners, how do y'all feel about him just unlawfully doing car searches and taking these registered guns?
They're not taking my
Because
guns.
that was a huge, they will take whatever the fuck they want.
They're not taking my guns.
They will take whatever the fuck they want.
I'm in the South.
That's the reality.
I'm in the South.
That's
They're not taking that.
whatever the fuck they want. This is the reality of the situation, is what we're trying to tell you. And it's starting here in DC. You may say, oh, they're not going to do this. Yes, the fuck they will.
You said they're taking the guns by what means?
Right.
Under what law?
They don't have no means. They're just taking them up.
I'm in the South. I'm in the South. They're not taking our guns.
They will.
No, they're not. I'm in the South.
They will. They don't give a fuck about the right now.
Does it matter if they take away other people's rights, like constitutional rights in the country? How do you think that psychologically, if they would take away, especially for black men, if they would take away anybody else's rights in this country, what the fuck makes you think that they're going to respect your rights? They're already coming for your voting rights.
At the end of the day, though, I'm a part of the government. I think. One second, because I want to say this. Because at the end of the day, I am a government worker, right? I am in the National Guard, and I'm in law.
You're in the military, yeah.
Yeah, they're not taking my guns.
But guess what? They almost arrested. They almost arrested a police officer. They don't give a fuck. If you look back and you got something, they'll take it. They'll lock your ass up and ask questions later, whether you're in the military or not. They don't, unless you got on your uniform and you're carrying a gun, you ain't safe.
Y'all really, y'all know this
safe.
Hey, look, y'all know this fear mongering.
The Constitution,
Hey, look, y'all know this fear mongering shit is exactly what
This ain't fear mongering anything. This is exactly
I'm just saying, look, we hear you. I hear you, but this is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying, right? So right, we'll come to another election, right? And I just want to know, right? Because the method that you're using to explain why you should not vote Republican in the next election, it didn't work last time. So what I'm just saying, wait, hold on, let me finish my point. Wait, just because we disagree don't mean you gotta cut me off. Wait, just because we disagree don't mean you entirely irrelevant. No, because the thing is, right, we're kind of running this same narrative, like, you're going to take our, wait, let me finish, when you disagree with everybody, you just don't shut the fuck up. So my thing is, like, I'm just saying, is that, look, just because this whole thing about who they're gonna take our guns and their fear mongering, I agree that what he's doing is a bit aggressive. But you're not gonna get what you want out of this situation by simply fear mongering on what ifs. Because it's not really happening.
It's actually shit that happened. There is nobody's fear mongering. No one is fear mongering. These are events that actually happen, that are happening.
Who guns are they taking?
Right now.
Whose guns are they taking?
I can give an example.
Whose guns are they taking?
about the
Give
screening?
me one example. Let her talk. Go ahead.
Okay, my son goes to court next week. 4 of his friends were in Raleigh, North Carolina. They took all of their guns. It's open carry here. We don't have permits here. All of their guns were in their cars. 2 of his friends got their case dismissed, but they haven't gotten their guns back yet.
Yeah,
My son goes next month. Hold up just a minute. Let me finish. My husband's law enforcement cowboy, so he even tells
I'm
me
law enforcement.
how many guns.
I'm law
I
enforcement.
don't. Okay.
I'm from Raleigh.
So then you should know Raleigh actually has had an increase of them taking guns, especially of our young black males here in North Carolina. There were so many men in that courtroom where their guns have been taken. So you can't sit here and say they're not doing it already.
Right.
And it takes forever for these boys to get their guns back if they get them back. No, there's no reason. That's why their cases are just. Hold on just a minute, cowboy. Can we be respectful? Just a little bit, because I don't want to yell. I usually don't even get on fucking stages.
Bro,
but
corporate wouldn't even let me finish talking because she disagreed.
I want to respond to.
Okay.
I want to let her get that stuff off.
You can respond to me. No, I'm not getting nothing off. I'm just giving you an example.
Well, understand that next time someone's speaking and you don't disagree with them, let us finish talking.
Who are you talking to, Rashad? I'm not even talking to you. That's not even me. Your exchange. I don't know what. Y'all are emotionally unintelligent at this point.
You got a young lady over here who won't shut the fuck up when people who are on the other side of the table start
But what does that have to do with me? I'm talking right now.
Because the only reason she's shutting up is because she agrees.
Hold on. Let her speak.
You got one more shutting up before I cuss your motherfucking ass the fuck out. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, y'all. It's okay, y'all. It's okay. It's Clubhouse. But anyway, so my son goes to court on the 5th of next month. 2 cases have already been dismissed. There was no reason other than they were walking downtown Raleigh. And the police they weren't even in the car. Their guns were in the car on the seat. And the police happened to walk by, and they looked in their cars, and they took their guns. Each of them were driving their own individual cars. So, cowboy, there was no reason. Even the lawyers are saying that. So, I don't know why you're saying it's not happening, because it is happening here already.
Why are they going to court?
How long can I please respond to it? How long, bro? Can I please respond to it?
Yeah, please respond.
You know what? You know better than I know, because I'm not in that situation. What I was going to say is, even though, you don't need a permit in North Carolina to open carry, but you do have to have a permit to conceal carry. So while if they...
Other seat is not concealed, baby.
Yeah, if it was out in a seat and visible, then I would agree those officers are wrong. However, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, if they seat was out in plain sight, view, then that's open carry, and them officers were wrong. So, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, but hey.
They're actually breaking into people's parked cars and doing unlawful searches. People aren't leaving their guns around.
Already y'all got they been throwing shit to niggas. So keep the same energy, like this is not people this shit. No, relax.
Nobody can finish on this stage.
Hey, listen, the country been mass incarcerating us. Hey, the last nigga who was home, it ain't even been 10 years. They've been doing shit, so now they want to take niggas guns. Now you niggas got selected already.
What is wrong with it? How do y'all niggas be on? I was like, I literally get off of the stage and have
Lisa, they're not taking their guns. They're going to get their guns. They're not going to get their guns back, though.
I understand what you're saying, but the process to get them back is going to be a very long process. They already told us it could be up to 6 to 9 months for my son to get his gun back. And it's crazy for him to even have to go through that because his gun was sitting out on the seat.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Rashad and the Black Trump supporters. Bro, what? God,
that's what you're saying. That's how you're supposed to carry it. Shut the fuck. I'm sorry, doctor. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Alicia, they need to go. They need to go get their concealed carry.
He's already got it. We just got his. He just did his class last weekend. So he's just got to do the committing process. process now, which, North Carolina is under, Mecklenburg County has a lawsuit for how long they're taking to do
No,
concealed
that's
carry.
over with. They did that. They said that.
No, it's still going on. No, for the concealed weapon, it's still going on, sweetie. There's a.
The lawsuit.
I'll send you the link. But they're still having a problem with
Cowboy. If somebody's speaking, that doesn't mean that you should be speaking over that person, bro. Come on.
Look, what I'm saying is this. I'm in Mecklenburg County.
She's not done. She's not done, though. She's not done. Alicia,
all right, are you done?
No, I was just gonna tell you, we were already told by our instructor that they have been taking an unusually long time to do concealed carries now. Now, it used to be that they were just having a problem with just the regular permits, but since we don't need the permits anymore, now they're having an issue, especially, I hate to say this because I'm not one of those fear mongers, especially when they know it's one of us. So, we're just gonna wait it out. He still took his class and he's gonna get his permit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I hope y'all get that fixed, but I'm in Mecklenburg County. Wow, a court case may still be ongoing because, court cases is not like no quick thing. It may still only be going. However, that was during, when they had that, when they was prolonging people's permit, that was more so like 2021, 2022, right? Ever since they hit the sheriff, that's been over with. Now people are getting their cards back in a timely manner when they apply, because it's not, what some people don't know, when you apply to get your CCW, it's not always the sheriff that's holding it up, because the sheriff has to go send it to some hospital or whatever, right? And then they have to approve it, and then it comes back to them. So it ain't always the sheriff who's holding it up, because it takes multiple things to actually get that approved. So that's what people don't understand. And it was the hospital who was really in Met County. It was the hospital who was holding people's cards up, it wasn't the sheriff.
Well, I'll just say this: from my husband's already in law enforcement for years since he's been in New York. I know how this works. I'm law enforcement too. I work with law enforcement. Let me just say that. So I know how it works, and I know how long it's supposed to take. Just because North Carolina wants to hold things off, I think they had a viable lawsuit, and I still think they're doing the same thing. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but they're not doing it no more. I'm in the county.
Okay.
Christ on the cross. My God.
Alicia, one of the things I just want to add, and I think you understand to some degree, and I've heard a few other people were shot, a cowboy, definitely I'm military, and then I work part-time law enforcement. And, military, one thing, people don't look at us too much in a bad light until we go overseas. But when I started doing part-time law enforcement, especially in our communities, as soon as, our people, as soon as black people see the uniform, like, it goes really bad, the way they react to just law enforcement in general. No matter if you black, white, no matter. And I mean, and normally, and I'm saying even from the ones that I see, law enforcement isn't going to say anything unless you are breaking the law. And I'm talking about laws. There could be something as small as, parking in a fire lane where there's clear signs that say do not park in the fire lane. Black people do it. And so then when you say something, you don't do it, like, the issues just go crazy. And then it comes, I know the law, I know my rights. Like, you have no idea how many people don't understand that when they're breaking a law, and then throw the black card and all these other crazy things that don't make any sense, right? When we really talk about us being law-abiding citizens, just no different than shooting somebody, or just, even when we talk about, we all break the law when we talk about when we speed or with the way that we drive. And then we get upset when someone enforces it, right? I think that even some of the things going on in DC, and what's the name mentioned it, if you're doing something, or if you have something illegal, then yeah, someone's gonna say something, but you shouldn't have anything to worry about if you're not breaking a law. So you want to go to DC?
That's not what's happening, though. That's not the reality of the situation. Even if you're not doing anything, they're just picking on you and they're picking people up. Even if you do have a registered gun, they're still taking those. What we're trying to get y'all to understand is that they're not giving a fuck about our rights at all, and they're doing whatever they want to do. And because the law is slow, it's taking time to overthrow this stuff until
really feel like it.
They don't even have reasonable suspicion. Like people aren't even suspected of crimes, and they're fucking being stopped and frisked and all kinds of stuff. Like, these are blatant constitutional violations. If we're talking about following the law, like, the burden is especially higher on government officials than individuals who have the law on their side, like law enforcement.
All right, so if you're smart, if you're smart, you know this is a time where this is not the best time to be walking around with weapons in your vehicle. It's probably not the best time.
So what does that mean for a gun
Let me address this. Let me just quickly. So we excuse the folks who have the highest burden, who have the ability to kill lawfully, and we say instead, well, you know, shit's crazy, so you shouldn't be doing something illegal. The burden should be placed on the individuals who represent the state because they are supposed to uphold the Constitution and are protected and the protections that are afforded in the Bill of Rights. That's the point. The burden is higher for them. The onus should not be placed exclusively or squarely on individuals who may break the law. The individuals who are supposed to uphold the law, and you know this as a soldier, as a person who's in the military, the burden is especially higher for you.
Martial law hasn't been declared. There are no fucking curfews. Like, there's nothing. Nothing has been declared that says to niggas, stay off the street, right? We're still free, right? This is not, quote unquote, a police state. Motherfuckers want to argue you down. It's not martial law. Motherfuckers want to argue you down. But yet still, you want us to act as if this is what we were living in, right? And I mean, for any of you law enforcement people, I know that when y'all pull people over or y'all stop somebody, the first thing y'all do is read a motherfucker his rights. And you can be sanctioned or disciplined for not. You can throw a case for not. So why is it that you understand the requirement of rights in your job, but you don't understand like the 10th Amendment and the rights that states or cities or citizens have when it comes to being policed by motherfucking military force? Like, how do y'all miss that?
So what I was going to offer is what it should be isn't what it is, and that's the reason why we're in this situation, right? What things should be, you know, a woman should be able to walk down the street or go running in whatever little bitty piece of clothes that she wants to and not be whistled at or anything like that, but we know what reality is. So if you know what's going on in DC, you might want to use your street smarts and say, okay, this is probably not a good time to be going down there with a weapon or doing anything illegal.
You know why that's terrible? What you just said, you know what just flashed in my head? Fucking Emmett Till. He should have known. It's all I'm gonna say. He should have known better.
The way you flipped that was crazy, yo, because I totally got what he was saying.
Right. I just wanted to told him not to go down there to Mississippi, though.
No, you didn't. You didn't get it.
His mother told him not to go down there.
What you don't get is we're United States citizens. We have rights, and this country is governed by the rule of law. And if y'all are saying, fuck the law, y'all are saying, fuck the law. Fuck it. Donald Trump can reach into anybody's state, anybody's city, and do what the fuck he wants. This is what y'all are saying, basically. Yep. So if this is where we at, this is what niggas who forefathers fought based on their constitutional rights, this is what they progeny, this is what they died for y'all niggas to want to give up the ghost. We can't hold the line at the voting booth. Now y'all want to give up the whole, everything that enabled you to enjoy your life as you know it. You want to just give it up. Because what? Because you...
It's actually only 30 days, and it seems like it's been pretty effective.
He's threatening to come to Chicago. He has no
that shithole called Chicago and clean it up.
You know what? Y'all motherfuckers watch too much TV, and you're not traveled.
He should go that shithole to Chicago and clean it up. So
Chicago is a clean city. It's a wonderful city. This city
I want to see those black children come out and go to the park and play. I want to see my elderly black people be able to walk out of their homes and walk on the sidewalk and get some exercise. So
Yeah, but shouldn't it be if we want the kids, if they want the kids to live free, shouldn't he be setting these people in like places like Appalachia, a lot of the suburbs where a lot of, white Americans live, right? When you look at the crimes as far as things like pedophilia, and the trafficking in this country, it's leaning a higher percent in one direction. So why isn't he, putting those assets in those communities, right?
I mean, most crime is in the major cities.
That's not the case. Y'all are
Not the case, bro. See, it's so interesting. You know it's so interesting, man. Like, I guess like a lot of y'all are kind of like defeated, right? So you don't know what to do. You don't know what to say. But there are a bunch of crimes out there that's being committed. Every 40 seconds is a kid that's being trafficked. Every 40 seconds in America, right? So where are those kids? Why don't you put those assets to finding those kids?
Well, I agree with you, Lonzo, but I think you have to choose and pick which battle you're going to
But what about the kids? Isn't that the biggest battle, right? Those kids are being trafficked.
It's like you guys are undoing your argument, right? So on one hand, you're saying that Trump.
No. I'm saying
you're saying that Trump is a racist, right?
Hold on.
Now you're saying.
Hold on. I'm saying if this is true, and this is what he really truly wants, why doesn't he attack the big problem every 40 seconds? Because somebody just mentioned the kids, right? That was you, Notorious, right? You said you want the kids to be able to walk around, right? And play freely. Well, the kids would be able to walk around and play freely if there were less pedophiles on the streets, right? And a lot of these people live in the suburbs. Why don't he go there?
Somebody said the kids are the problem.
What the kids are the problem? Yeah, I'm about to put this fuck around. Y'all tripping. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming. This has been a great space, man. Yeah, I'm
It's a good conversation.
What is? We use another punching bag, Chanel. We use another punching bag.
Well, there's more. First, Palestinians are not Palestinian Americans that are citizens are not full citizens of America because they're Palestinian, and he is a full citizen, even though he doesn't even live there. And he's going to be president in 2034 or 32. Yes. Yes.
But you are going to be that black brother? You're going to be president in 2034?
And what was happening in March? Some executive order that you were going to 32. But 34, you said you have 2 executive orders that you'll be placing. What was the first in March? Do you remember? I know you were really high yesterday, so I don't know if you remember.
Mental illness is a horrible thing to have.
Andy gave me death threat. He wants to kill me. This was a few months ago. He got butthurt, triggered. He wants to kill me. Gave a bunch of threats to Ace, about me or whatever. We have screenshots, everything on it. He's like, yeah, we're gonna get the FBI involved, police involved. So when you come from that background, he lost all the respect I had. Like teeny bitty respect that I had left for him, it was all gone down the toilet.
But that just seems like bipolar disorder to me. What you guys are describing. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's why we use him as a punching bag.
Man, I don't know, Black Rabbi. You'll always be in here, so you kind of ask me for it.
Well, he likes to sit around and eat his chips. walks around Jerusalem or Tel Aviv 3 o'clock in the morning, constantly taking money out of the ATM and cash.
But Amir, he forgot to put out there that was a black rabbi that said those threats. It was AI generated video.
Exactly.
We got everything, Black Rabbi, you know, giving threats, and he was threatening everybody in the room, doxing. He wants to dox everybody. Do you remember that day, Black Rabbi? You know, you gotta come down. And then he went to the brother Alonzo's room, and he's talking smack about me that I want to go kill him. I'm giving him threats or whatever. This son of a gun ran around and lied about me.
Amir, I think you misunderstood. He didn't say he wanted to dox anybody. He said he wanted to box everybody. Like get in the boxing.
You think he'll win?
You gotta stick and move in the boxing ring, and I don't think you can move that quick. But
I mean, as long as you got chips there, then sure, he'll be able to.
yeah, you throw chip bags left and right, center. He'll move back and forth. I mean, those are must be some pretty good chips.
Anyways, these are kosher chips that he was telling me about the other day.
Black Rabbi, are you married? Or have any kids?
Yeah, he's married and he has like 10 kids.
No, he married a white woman and Ashkenazi woman, and they got divorced. And then he was supposed to marry this Nigerian girl, and I don't know what happened there. What happened there, Black Rabbi?
Not the Nigerian.
What happened to that Black Rabbi? What happened to that girl?
Said that he went to a white woman. He doesn't want a black woman.
But, so, he changed his mind? That's a big mind change. I mean, you should know if you want a black woman or a white woman. That's something you should be pretty clear about, Ashkenazi woman versus a Nigerian. Those are two different cultures.
He wants a Punjabi woman now.
A black rabbi, he's breathing heavy now. He's getting upset.
Wait, what?
Oh, I don't know. Black rabbi.
You want a Punjabi woman, right, Black Rabbi? You want the Indian soon to get your wife?
Yeah, I mean,
What about Wednesday? What if God put Wednesday in your life? Would you marry her?
certain like laws about can't have a relationship with animals.
No, you're lucky Wednesday didn't hear that.
She's a dog food.
Anyways, I think we should talk to Caleb. Black Rabbi kills and brain cells. Caleb, what's your take on what do you think is going to happen? Do you think the ceasefire is about to happen? Crickets.
Reference allegiance to the U.S. or Israel in Iran. Very curious to know his answer. Mossad got into your Wi-Fi, your microphone, your tripping, boy.
Anyways, I think there's what's it called? There's a lot that's going on. People have been protesting. People have been. I actually shared a whole bunch of links in the chat. I'll go over it again. topics that I've shared. The first one was thousands demonstrate block roads at start of a nationwide day of protest for hostages. What else was it? Yeah, and then we have the I don't know who I was talking. I think I was talking to. I forgot who I was talking to. I did share that other article as well, where Sportgate said that hostage is not the most important thing. As far in related to this war. And then the next thing I shared. So IDF, this hospital attack that they did, they killed a bunch of journalists and whatnot. They were putting the blame on cameras. Cameras were being used, and now they're saying I think it's like 5 of them or 4 of them were Hamas. They do this all the time in every attack, right? It's always Hamas and Hamas. Even if the food falls down on the plate or whatever, like let's say they break their plate, it's Hamas. Hamas did this. So
right now, cameras were being used. What's the claim? Because there are cameras.
Let me read it out to you what the cameras being used. I'll open up the article because I don't want to misquote it. Right here, just do it. All right. So the claim is the IDF says a preliminary investigation into yesterday's attack on Nasser Hospital and Khan Yunis determined that Hamas had installed a surveillance camera at the site to track Israeli troop movements and to help direct attacks against soldiers. According to the army, Golani Brigade forces operating in the city in southern Gaza identified the camera of the hospital grounds and destroyed it after determining it posed an immediate threat. More than 20 were killed in the strike, including several journalists, and it drew international condemnation. The IDF says that of those killed in the incident, 6 were identified as Hamas operatives, including one who took part in the Hamas-led 7th October massacre in southern Israel. The army reiterates that it targets the harm caused to
Wait. But you said it's because of the camera.
Yeah, it's not just the camera, bro.
That's what it said.
By the way, they came out and said that this camera that they were targeting.
Yeah, it's because of the camera. That's what it says in this article.
That's what it says.
But apparently this camera only covers the surrounding of the hospital, so it has nothing to do with anything happening outside.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's what it says in Times of Israel. It's a Jewish source. How can I lie about the Jewish source? This is the Times of Israel.
I think he's talking about Baida. But the camera, it says, okay, well, yeah, we targeted because we wanted to hit the camera. So, and then, they say there were Hamas people there too. There were Hamas. So the objective was the camera. But by the way, there were Hamas there. So why didn't you target Hamas, not the camera? I mean, you should have led with, we targeted because there were 6 Hamas. And what's the camera have to do with anything?
What's the problem that you done the building? What's the problem?
That you weren't in it.
Okay.
That you weren't in it, Black Brother.
We need to evacuate them out of there. It's not humane for them to live there.
By killing
But you mean, you mean get Palestinians out of Gaza so you can come in and take it over?
I mean,
That's humane of you?
That's good. Better than
Is that what your God is telling you to do?
Better than them staying there and dying.
What a terrible God you have.
Yeah, it's funny to me. The way you rationalize things, remember, it's so funny. Like, you guys just leave so we can bomb the place and take it over. But we're doing you a favor because we're like helping you leave. Like, how does that make sense? And that's the funny thing about you Jews. You create
That's
problems.
the reality.
No, you create problems, and then you create the solution as well, and you're like, oh, I did a favor for you. Like, no. What do you mean? Like, you can't even do it. Like, come on now. You can't be this stupid, please. Like, you can't be this dense.
so I don't know if you'll be able to find them.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The key point is you cannot allow collateral damage to block the overall objective, right? Unfortunately, yes.
The objective was
True
camera.
insider.
The fucking camera.
He said we cannot allow collateral damage to get in the way of our objectives. That's a genocider right there. No matter what, no matter how many people die, you must meet your objectives. But you've had that opportunity. You killed unlimited amounts of people. You still haven't met your objectives. What's that tell you? You are a failure. You're a failed state with a failed military.
Pretending to be ex-Muslims. Watch out.
Some of the so-called experts who go around the country teaching, and in some cases preaching, about terrorism and the dangers of Islam are not quite what they seem.
100%. 100%. That's it. That's it. But he's a Muslim.
In the 2000s and after 9/11, they had all these experts, teaching about what Islam is and that we're going to bring Sharia law. And we even had, people believe this, that we had entire cities around the country that were no-go zones for any non-Muslim in America. But yet they couldn't point to it. This is on Fox News. And they couldn't point to a single city.
Here, I'll put it for you. Here, I'll put it in the chat. How can we sit here and say that everything
And they made a lot of money.
is a lie, and then believe when he says that he's a Muslim? It makes no sense. He's not.
Yeah, no. A lot of them were not Muslim, but it was a time where you could write a book, a cheap-ass book, and make millions of dollars by holding talks. Look up Pamela Geller. Her daughter in the last couple of years was, this is over 20 years ago. Her daughter grew up and she became a big influencer on Instagram. And then people found out who her mother is. And then, a lot of people dropped her. She had like a fashion brand. Her mother was going and giving talks about how Muslims are taking over America. How they're, Pamela Geller. She was on, it's so funny. There was a website, moonwatch.com or .org, and they had a whole thing on her. And for example, she took a picture of, where was it, Nigeria or somewhere in Africa, of an explosion, okay? And there are Pakistani soldiers there. And she was saying how the Pakistanians came in and shot, I think she said missiles or something, and killed a lot of people. And it was actually the Pakistani military happened to be there refueling or something, and then so they saw what happened and they came in to help. But I mean, Loonwatch has a whole thing on her, and others like her.
Yeah, but I don't go on.
Including Black Rabbi should be on Loonwatch. I think anybody could put somebody up there.
Anyways, but the point is, I don't say anything negative about Muslims. All I do is I'm talking specifically.
If you're saying collateral damage, which are Muslims, we can kill as many Muslims as we want, as long as we get what we want. As long as we make. You're saying collateral damage doesn't matter as long as our objectives are met. That's what you said. Not even 10 minutes ago. So this is hate for Muslims, not love.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because it has nothing to do with ethnicity or religion. It's to do with resistance, right? If these people stop resisting, there'll be no issues, right? But they resist, so that's the problem.
Well, so what would happen if they stop resisting? What would happen?
They will have
How? How? Like where? Like how? Can we
and you're talking about you are civil, and you're going to bring civility to Palestinians?
Wait, Black Robert, do you really think that you can?
Order. This is at McDonald's.
Do you think that you can like?
I think he's talking about the same type of order Germany tried to bring to them in 48.
No, I'm just curious. Like, no, I'm just asking you, Black Robert, do you think Israelis can save the Palestinian people? Is that what you're saying?
He's the leader.
What I've been taught here, that the goal and objective is to remove the perception of being Palestinian and to give
remove
Wait,
their identity.
Okay, let's hear him out.
Because the identity of Palestinianism is built into this idea of violent and aggressive resistance. It's
Okay.
to modernize the region, right? To reach its potential spiritually and ethically and morally.
Okay. Can I just say something to that? Wasn't that exactly the same white thing white people said about Africa when they came there? And so also all the jewelry, all the diamonds and everything, all the resources, and gave them weapons so they could fight each other. Like every tribe could fight each other. So isn't that the exact same thing they said? They talk about white man's burden. It must be the Jewish man's burden this time around. Is that how it is?
Well, what you're witnessing is the will of the American people, right? The will of the American people is what you see redesigning the Middle East. Yes, Israel's there. Israel's no front.
You would have thought they had better internet connection in Israel. They got distractions. Black Robert, how is it that you have so trashy internet? Like every time I'm talking to you, I can't hear you. Like you're always in the matrix.
Alright, so just keep it going. The point is saying Israel is on the front lines, but this is the will of the American people, right? What you're witnessing in the Middle East is the will of the American people redesigning this region, this district. Okay, our military generals, our infrastructure, our American citizens, right? So we're shifting this region. Yes, Israel's here. Israel's like the Green Berets on the front line. They're going right in. They're brave. That's why
I'm curious, who's going to be U.S. or Israel?
there's no difference. It's the same country.
Oh, shit. Israel.
There's no difference. Anyways, the point is just saying that's
I just wanted that for my record, Rabbit.
yeah, there's no separation. Exactly the same idea. In fact, it's like your left arm and your right arm. You know what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is that both USA and Israel are the same.
Yeah, I'm saying Israel is the right hand and America is the left hand of God.
So is America first or Israel first?
No, they're both left and right hand of expressions of God.
America first. America first.
Hey, Mordecai, now that you think we know that you think your Judaism and you think your rabbinical licenses and stuff like that, should we actually give a shit about what you think is right or left hand of God at this point, or are we still gonna accept that bullshit now? So you should ask him when he said left and right. You should ask him which God is it like?
God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Yeah.
How could anybody think that God is on the side of Israel? The Zionist, apartheid, genocide of the state of Israel. So this type of God would condone killing babies, children, massacre people, stealing. No, God is not like that. That's your God, not our God.
Indeed, you told it here the fact that Mordecai believes that he is not the God himself incarnate.
I can't hear if people was talking at the time.
So Mordecai thinks that he's the judge himself.
He thinks he's a what himself?
He's the judge.
He's the Jal?
Yeah, he said that he thinks he's the judge.
No, he's just messing around. He's trolling.
I know. He's remarkable.
Anyways, the point is just
get killed.
Anybody who dies on planet Earth.
And you think God
God, anybody on planet Earth.
of every single country
Yes.
that they've been in, with the exception of like 4.
So we all come back to Israel.
So,
We all come back to Israel.
okay. So, what do you think you guys could do better to stop getting kicked out of these countries?
Stay in Israel. Build Israel. Make Israel stronger.
So, when you say stay in Israel, do you mean to expand that to any other parts like Gaza, Palestine,
Gaza is
Lebanon, Syria, Jordan?
certain parts of Lebanon, certain parts of
But that's not staying in Israel. God's gonna punish you again. Yeah, but you said God said stay in Israel, right?
Israel is part of
Jordan is Jordan. Lebanon is Lebanon. Syria is Syria. Is that why you get kicked out so many different countries? Because you keep on expanding?
So I'm gonna help you out. So everywhere that Abraham walked is the land of Israel.
Wait, what? And there we have it.
It's in the Zohar.
Abraham walked in Mecca. He was in Mecca.
Did he walk in China?
Mount Sinai is in Mecca.
What about China? Did he walk over? Did he walk in China?
I don't know. Wherever he walked.
United States.
It's the land of Israel. It's all the land of Israel. Everywhere he walked.
Wait. What about?
He walked in the United States zone. He walked
Hi,
in the
guys.
US, he walked in the Caribbean. Walaikum salam. He walked in the Caribbean. Yo, he walked in Dominican Republic.
Leave the Caribbean. No, leave the Caribbean out of this. We want no parts of that shit. Oh, y'all kicked him.
He leaves on his own when he knows that it's becoming, people are just.
No, the funniest thing that he made about the claim of Mecca is like, if he's claiming that, the Islamic claim, then he's just proving his Judaism wrong.
In his last claim, he was trying to make an assertion like basically the world belongs to them.
Yeah, no, but he's retarded.
Trying to get him to say things like good, less, like.
He did say he wants to make Israel strong, which to me means that he doesn't feel that Israel is strong anymore.
And he also said, stop resisting.
But actually, like, confused. How are all of these Zionists also, like, very staunch defenders of the word not being defended? Like, it is the most radical. It's so like, I think it's the best way to put it.
I don't really get his point about his God's will. I mean, I think he's just trolling half the time. Half the time he's serious. But God's will, what do you mean by God's will? Was it what you said about the Holocaust? The analogy, was that God's will?
Yeah.
God allows things to happen. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. We have free will. We're being tested. What is his point? This is God's will. I mean, I don't know.
He says God ordained Israel. He also ordained the Holocaust and the Nazis. He also ordained everything else that happened in history, which is one of the most retarded points you could ever make, even as a Jew.
Now you get it. Now you get it.
Yeah, Devin, Montana's about 940 for 3,500 years. It was the home of the Jews. Yeah, so it's been the home of the Palestinians as well. Palestinians, many of them were Jewish, many of them became Christian, many of them became Muslim, some remained Jewish. They're indigenous to that land. They live in there forever. We have Palestinians on this land.
Longer than 3,500 years, actually. History doesn't start when the what line? I'm blanking, from the Canaanites, where the Jews come from.
Bro, he repeats the same shit every single day.
Where do Jews come from? What line? Ishmael was Arabs and Isaac. Yeah. No, so history doesn't start then.
back 10,000 years, bro, in that region.
Yeah, we have a Canaanite on this app. We have many Canaanites. Edward's a Canaanite. And is Jews, they say, they actually, when they do their DNA tests, they're so European. White, pole, all these different races mixed in. They're less, their DNA is less of that from that region than the very people they're trying to genocide.
I mean, a lot of Palestinians are like 80+% Canaanite. A lot of them, when they get their test back, that's their results. So, proof is in the pudding.
But Mazi, that land was promised to them over 3,000 years ago.
Just like Iran, Iran has been trying to make a nuclear bomb for over 2,000 years.
Oh man!
Did you guys see that Trump has moved out soldiers from the base in Iraq? I don't know if that means anything.
He actually started doing that when Iran and Israel went down.
So he didn't. There wasn't a yeah, I know he did, but I thought he started doing it again, moving soldiers out. He brought them back in and started moving them out again in the last 3 days.
I don't know why he's doing that, but actually nowadays, anything American is being targeted themselves a lot. They're going after companies, not after military bases.
Say that again.
So if they're targeting anything American inside of Iraq, they're not going after military bases. They're going after American companies.
Okay.
Yeah, it happened.
Yeah. That's how you're supposed to do it.
What's this terrorist Wednesday?
Well, something is about to go down. It seems that Israel, people are saying Israel is going to attack. Iran believes an attack is imminent from Israel. So something is about to go down.
Russia was gonna hit first, you know.
I think they're doing that. I think they're doing that to try to cover, so all eyes would be on Iran and Israel fighting and the atrocities that they're going to commit to the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Not like they're doing it already, but this is going to be 20 times magnified.
Possibly, but here's the thing.
They're evil people. Evil, evil, evil.
With this attack, Iran is gonna have to retaliate in a very, very strong way, or it's like the people are gonna go up against them. I think so, right? So it's gonna be a little bit different than how it was last time.
Well, the last attack there, Israel hit them with a cyber attack. So their air defense was down for 8 hours. But I think
And there was more Mossad agents there.
Yes.
That were causing internal turmoil. And from what I gathered from my people there that I spoke to, they said, and I heard it on the news somewhere, that a lot of them were captured and a lot of them were taken care of. So that threat might be a little less this time around. So.
Edward, let me just add one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also read something today about, I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently Russia sold or gave the locations of the defense systems that they have in Iran to the Israelis. And that's how they were able to
When?
I don't know if it's true or not, but I actually read it on one of the pages that I found.
No, a strong Iran would be in Russia's best interest because that's a gateway to the Middle East by land. I don't know. I can say though, the worst thing, the biggest mistake that Israel made is giving Iran a 12-day war and not finishing the job, which they couldn't finish the job. But if you couldn't finish the job, the biggest mistake
mistake they made is giving them those 12 days, because those 12 days, Iran gained the experience of testing their systems in battle with very little damage, because it was only 12 days long. And that's experience you cannot buy. You have to.
Hogan bought it, all right.
And so they had a limited engagement, so that Iran was able to test, see where their systems are weak, see what worked, what didn't work, so they revamped their whole government, restructured it so that information moves very fast. Commanders on the ground can make decisions autonomously. The weapon systems are now deployed differently. They recalibrated their radar. They made thousands of changes, thousands, and that's because of experience. That's pretty crazy. I mean, the Iran that Israel would attack next is not going to be the same Iran.
I agree on that one, Lord. And on the previous person was General Osama. Yeah, that news is fake about the Russian giving a spot or location to the Israeli. There's a bunch of Russia phobia also is in Iran. They don't understand what's going on. They don't even understand the difference between the S-300 or S-400. And they're opening their mouth and giving false information and bringing down the whole system of the defense system that which is Iran military. They thinking there's a weak point. Actually, there is between Iran and Russia a good strategy and good working on every defense or any needs to be done. They have back and forth intelligence between each other. Same Russia gets from the Iran, Iran gets from the Russia, and that's very common thing. And trying to saying that the Russia is under behalf or behind selling the location, that's absolutely it's a fake. Yeah, it's just discard that news.
We'll see what happens. I don't want a war to break out, honestly. And we'll see what happens. Hezbollah said, what was their comments? Everybody thinks Hezbollah is out. I've never thought this. But they said the world will know our might, or something like this, if they're attacked. So, we'll see what happens.
And another thing you was mentioned about in Iraq, the American moving around. American just trying to achieve their own goal, not the Hezbollah to get them disarmed. They're trying to do the same thing in Iraq with the Hashd al-Shaabi. They are very afraid of Hashd al-Shaabi and Hezbollah. That's why they're trying so hard, they're pushing so hard to dismantle the Hashd al-Shaabi. And the government in Iraq, they know exactly what will happen next if they do that.
more eminently qualified than every other black male. Like, he was no thoroughbred Marshall, let's be honest. He's still not. Like, even on his best day, twice on Sunday, is not anywhere near what Marshall was. So, I mean, I liked him, but at the same time, I look at some of his decisions, some of his writings, kind of go, all right, this is lukewarm. It feels like fucking warm, cool toast. I don't know. I like him, but I mean, he's not someone that's going to resonate in the history books and pop out. He's not that guy. So it was performative when the Republicans did it. It's performative when Joe Biden did it. So I'm just saying.
I think he'll make the history books for sure. Because he'll be, part of the bench that, we know all of the justices that made landmark decisions and where they stood on those landmark decisions. And as, people's rights are continuing to be taken away, his name will go down in history as being a part of the bench that made that happen, particularly when it comes to things like voting rights and affirmative action, which you guys seem to conflate DEI with, which it's not. DEI is not affirmative action. DEI is a mechanism, so it's for an organization to quantify how diverse they are, if they're diverse at all. Where are they not diverse? And why is this happening? It's data that can guide action as it relates to, wow, so are we just not, going to the Black Ivy League schools? Are we not going to the AAPI Ivy League schools? Because a lot of the schools on the West Coast are like specifically AIPI. I forget the acronym. They're specifically that, right? Like, or are we not making an effort are we even making an effort, right? There's no forced action as a result, right? There's no enforcement. It's data for people who give a fuck. Now, everybody is not going to give a fuck, but for those people that give a fuck, they have a way to quantify how segregated or how exclusive racially, gender, veterans, etc., that they are, because they might want to intentionally look for veterans that hold the skill set that they're looking for a position, right?
So they
wouldn't just quote unquote give a random veteran a position, right? But they would go to military job fairs, perhaps, and make sure that candidates were aware of their company, because they want to make sure that they're hiring vets. Like that is
how do you determine who's hired under the how do you determine who's hired under the
It's part of vital statistics. It's tracked. Anytime that you fill out a job application, you're asked about your veteran status. You're asked about if you have a disability, and you're asked about your race, because there's different types of diversity, right?
I'm saying how do you determine if they were hired based on those?
I determine that they're hired. I determine that they're hired based on whatever candidates were hired before. They were just probably became aware of the position through another mechanism. I said specifically, there are job fairs that target women. There are job fairs that target veterans. There are job fairs that target natives and AAIPI. Like all groups have job fairs, because usually the country is still so segregated, right? People have to like work together and network
exclude other groups?
No, because those candidates are going to be also, like, again, DEI, there's no enforcement. What don't you get about that?
Well, it is. Hold on, listen. The targeting part is enforced.
No.
Correct.
A targeting for a job fair, bro?
Correct, yes, you for.
So letting different people know that you exist. So are the.
No. Not letting them know, but you're.
Because that's what a job fair is.
Well, yeah, but it's open to everybody. Once you cut off other groups, you're being discriminatory. You're saying, I'm not going to hire you. You just said targeted.
Who said that other people aren't going to be there?
Well, it's targeted for those groups of things.
Have you ever been to a job fair?
I have, but listen to what you're saying. Let's not, let's get to what you said. If you target, okay, good. All right, so let's stay there. Let's say there's a job fair to what you said. That's targeting women. Hypothetically, let's say other men are there, which doesn't make sense if you're targeting women, you have men there. But let's just say, okay, that's fine. But that's still, but the ideal is that the men are there and they might not be in the know that they're not prioritized. You're prioritizing the sex over the other sex, and therefore there's going to be a less likely chance you get the job as a male because they prefer females.
Who said anything about priority?
That's what targeting means. Oh, Jesus. That's what targeting means.
No, it does. No, it doesn't.
You're targeting this thing opposed to that thing. So, come on, man.
No, it's not. No, you're an idiot. When the Army puts,
yes, I'm not making sense right now.
When the Army puts a recruitment facility, or they go to different high schools, right, with different populations, is that a target? Are they targeting?
It depends on what they're targeting, yes. If you're targeting something, yes, that's common sense. Why here opposed to there?
Because hey, it's not no here opposed there. It's everyone. Like, it's not like Yale or Stanford or wherever the fuck they were going before is not still being recruited from. As a matter of fact, again, according to the data, these things, again, since there is no enforcement, there's only like a minor increment of a bump of inclusion because you're now exposed to a different pool of people. But the majority of your employees are still going to come from the same, not only universities, because we know that most hiring, especially at the corporate level, is done by what? A reference. They recommend people. And the same thing happens with elite institutions. Most of the people that go to elite institutions are legacy, or they've been recruited because of what? Sports or whatever. Like, this is the goal or the core value of the institution is to not be segregated and to have a diverse what is the problem?
One, the discriminatory aspect of it. Secondly, to undermine the narrative situation.
If it's not diverse, isn't there already de facto discrimination happening?
No.
Okay, all right.
That's not true, no.
Sure.
Right.
So how do you determine discrimination?
Like you asked, exactly what you said. Targeting particular demographics. That's discriminatory. That's what it is. So 50 years ago, let me explain, because you just spoke. Let me try to explain what I'm saying so you understand me. Because you spoke. 50 to 80 years ago. Well, you asked me a question, and you just had a big spiel. So let me just run this real quick so I can tell you what I think discriminatory practice is, what you just said, essentially. But let's just go back some years, because we'll be doing the same thing, just with different demographic. There's a hiring job fair, and they are hiring only white people because they don't want to hire black people, right? And they don't care about diversity of other groups. They care about what they're targeting. If they're targeting white people, they're discriminatory against other groups, and that's what we saw. Hence, we're now saying what we're going to do, basically, I guess, what we call reverse racism, which I just call racism, is say now we're going to target other groups as opposed to what they did back then. The principle doesn't change. It's the same. If you target a demographic based on race and gender, it's more discrimination. I know you. When you say in DEI they're targeting certain demographics based on unique characteristics such as your gender, your sex, that's discriminatory.
It's not. No, it's not.
Whoa, hold on.
Excuse me.
It's not discriminatory. Hold on.
Define discrimination.
Yes, have it. Yes, we can. Let's do it. Let's do it right now.
And tell me if
I think everybody understands what this means.
If opening up your talent pool to diversity is an act of discrimination. Get the fuck out of here. Like, that's the opposite of
Yes, it is. Just because you're doing it, just because you're doing it to the group you like doesn't mean it's not discriminatory. That's what it is.
It's not one group.
It don't matter how many groups. If you exclude any group, it's still discriminatory.
What is the opposite of diversity, Free?
I know what diversity is. That's why we don't like it. That's the whole point. I get it. You're trying to get something outside of it. I get it. Something that's different, diverse. Yes.
What is the
I
opposite
get what you're saying.
of diversity? Answer
Queen,
the question.
king. I get what you're saying.
What
We
is
got
the
it.
opposite of diversity? Can you
You
answer
gonna keep asking the question? Yes, I can answer the question.
Okay, answer it.
Diversity. No, we understand.
Goal. It's not the highest goal to achieve. Three. What is the opposite of diversity?
That's the fourth time you want to ask again.
You haven't answered. Like, what is
I do. What? Because I don't need to. Because we get it. Everything's the point. We get it. We get it. You're gonna ask me again. I will tell you we get it. I don't need to answer because we get the fucking point. We don't need to do that. No, it's not a C. It's trivial. Yes, call it what you want to, but you're being stupid, acting like discrimination is not discrimination.
That's low.
But you're acting like this. Yeah, I know. It's the irony of this. I want you to understand what you say don't mean anything to me because I don't consider you smart. So it doesn't mean anything to me. So you can think I'm low IQ. Because if I am low IQ, you're lower than me because you don't know what discriminatory means. So you don't know that you're actually preaching it. Because the group that you like is being favored in this situation, so you don't want to call it discriminatory because the group you favor is being benefited.
Tell me what the opposite of discriminatory is.
It doesn't matter. It's trivial. This is called obfuscation. You're gonna do this and we're gonna go somewhere else. That's why she wants you to do stupid shit. We get the point. We get it. No, it's not bullshit. The bullshit is you trying to go somewhere else opposed to the point. That's why she wants to do this.
It's a nice thing, but it's not the highest goal. And yell instead of answer the fucking question.
No, you're sticking to a point. You want to ask that question because you want to go somewhere else. This is what you do when you guys do when you have an argument. No. Yeah, you're right. I couldn't exactly, but there's no need to because we're going somewhere we don't need to go.
Marshall,
Marshall, go ahead, Marshall, because we're not going over this idiot.
Hey, King, just got back on my truck. I just cleaned it. What's going on?
What's the opposite of discrimination?
That's it. It fucking matters. Please answer because this is going to go nowhere.
The antonym of discrimination, I guess, would be empowered. If I'm thinking, the antonym would be empowered, but I have to look that up to double check.
The opposite of discrimination.
Preference.
Right. Okay. The opposite is a preference. Okay. What else?
Well, true preference. She's trying to get you to say equality.
No, the opposite of discrimination is exclusion. It's segregation. Stupid.
No. That's what you're doing, though, dummy. When you prefer one group over the other, that's what you're doing, you idiot.
No, it's not.
That literally is. You're saying I'm going to target this group and not that group. You're discriminating, dummy.
What did you get in language arts?
It doesn't matter, idiot. Stick to the point. That's why you keep asking these dumbass questions. Stick to the point. No. What do you get in comprehension? Because you can't. We're good. Let's not talk to each other. But y'all see how stupid she is. She's trying to act like discrimination is not discrimination because it favors the group she likes. Okay, good. Yes, like you fucking know me. Like I don't know you, and I don't care about your history either. Because I'm not gonna appeal to your history because this conversation would matter, and you're too fucking stupid to have it. Let's have this conversation, not about my history or your history. Let's have this conversation. You're too fucking stupid to have it, and that's why DEI sucks. None of your fucking business. How about that?
Yeah.
None of your fucking business. How about that?
I don't know.
Look that up. Look up none of your fucking business.
Maybe because
Go Google none of your fucking business and see what that is for a living.
Well, King, the problem is though, is that if you have, okay, so DEI or affirmative action in a way is preference.
DEI is
Which is, for example, hold on.
Don't conflate the two because they're not the same.
Okay. Sure. And that's why, 90+% of the fucking jobs post-pandemic ended up going to minorities.
Where's your evidence of that?
Okay, I don't know about any of that, bro.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
I did look this. Hold on. I did look up the synonyms and antonyms to the word discriminate. So we might have a more honest conversation about it. So synonyms to discriminate are differentiate, distinguish, difference, discern, separate, discern, understand, know, comprehend, contradistinguish. I've never heard that one before. Divide, sever, set off, demarcate, mark off, grasp, or part. The antonyms to the word discriminate are confuse, mix up, mistake, lump together, confound, and mingle. These come from the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. If anybody prefers the Oxford English, just let me know and I'll look it up.
So what about the context of discrimination, racial discrimination? Because I don't think these people are intelligent enough to like draw what I'm trying to say.
Hey.
I wasn't talking to you, Brad. I wasn't dissing you. I wasn't talking to you. I wasn't dissing you. So you don't have to get hyped on me.
I'm not dissing it. I'm not like let's tone it down a bit. I allowed it to go. I was doing something else, but trying to figure out how to work a fucking crock pot. But
You still struggling with that, Brad?
Fuck yeah.
Marshall, ask ChatGPT what the opposite of racial discrimination is.
It'd be racial inclusion. It would be racial preference. The opposite of discrimination is preference.
Thank you, Devin.
Well, what's the point?
Y'all still arguing?
Racial
Yeah, I've been waiting for it.
Wait a minute, the opposite of discrimination is
I'm pro DI, by the way.
Well, she agreed preference.
Wait a minute, no, I didn't get, I did not realize, and see what, because he says the shit, it's what, facts free?
No, the opposite.
No, I'm just trying to push this forward so you can make your point so we can move forward. You can ask this question.
The opposite of discrimination. So, like, for example, when they said,
Marshall will tell us.
King, I did look it up on ChatGPT, or my ChatGPT. I don't know how accurate this is, 'cause you have to check ChatGPT. Good question, since racial discrimination means treating people unfairly or unequally based on race, its antonyms would be words or phrases that capture fairness, like equality and respect across races. Some possible antonyms include racial equality, racial equity, racial justice, inclusion, diversity, partiality, fairness, tolerance, acceptance, and human solidarity. In the strict word antonym sense, equality or fairness are closest to the practice people often use racial equality, equity, or justice as true opposites.
but there's no natural.
That's what ChatGPT says. We have.
That is a
No. Hold on.
God damn it.
We have the meaning from Merriam-Webster, and we have what ChatGPT says too, as ways to discuss that.
I got an idea. Why don't we just use the English language instead of trying to define the word?
Not the synonym, so can you get the synonym to racial discrimination?
Why are we playing this fucking game? Equality?
Because we can't have conversation if y'all
Shut the fuck up and let me finish. I'm a goddamn mod. You shut up. Jesus Christ. No, okay. Having racial equality, for example, would be having the neutral stance. Okay. Me only hiring white people and telling my hiring managers to only hire white people would be an example. It would be the opposite. I have a preference for my own, and it's exclusionary group. In other words, there's two sides. One gets the preference, one gets the exclusion. The opposite is the person that's getting preferred. Equality would just be neutrality. In other words, you don't have a preference or exclusion. The opposite of exclusion is inclusion. Thank you. Doesn't discount what I said.
Yeah, she said this ain't a fucking discrimination version. Yeah, but this is stupid. Just get to your fucking point, King. We've been doing it like this.
The English language is not a mystery. You guys can twist and turn all you want, but it's very clear. The shit is not a mystery. If you refuse to accept it because you don't like it, that's personal.
You still haven't made your point yet, King. We've been on this for 10 fucking minutes. You haven't made a point. What's your fucking point, King? Please.
And you still didn't answer the question, so.
I did. did. I said a long time ago when you were trying to get other people answer. I told you you would say, okay, well, it was not a good point. All right, let's move on.
The opposite of exclusion.
No, what affirmative action in DEI was preference for dark people and it is opposed to preference for white people. Literally, it's literally swinging the fucking pendulum in the opposite fucking direction.
That's not true. That's not true. So, basically, nothing white and women, essentially.
Okay, is diversity the highest priority?
I applies also to governance.
Yes, I can say we did it. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Kay, is diversity the highest priority? Is that the most important thing, diversity?
For the left, yes, it is. But then they don't give a shit about anything else. It's not white. That's all they care about. That's not true.
We do not care about the PI. We do not care.
Devin.
Yes. Yes.
Do you believe in the free market?
The free market?
Yeah, I did that. I'm really getting a headache from this. I mean, either we make a point and move on, or.
I'm talking about an organization.
I was talking
What you're doing is changing the topic.
No, I'm not, because you're.
Guys, the mod is talking. Goddamn.
Hey, there shouldn't be anybody talking when Patricia's talking. Period. Like, she is one of the four horsemen of this entire club. Let her finish. Then you guys can go.
Yeah, I just want you to make your point, King, and let's just move on from it, because we're not going to come to an agreement. You and Free are at the opposite ends of what the point of this is, so please make your final points, and if we can move on with the conversation, great.
Like what you don't like, but and make sure it's based on facts. Otherwise, you're fucking crazy. You're responding emotionally.
No, you're responding emotionally with your fucking watermelon logic, and it's fucking obnoxious. The reason why people are against DEI is they have to put up with black girl magic from people like you.
What do you do for a living, job? Genius. Mr. High IQ.
I fire black people for a living. How's that fucking sound?
Yeah, I doubt that very much. You probably got your GED.
Okay, but you're taking a little too long on your break to scream in your big mic, so why don't you go back to work before you get fired?
How do we get a great America? Do we get a great America?
I don't want a great America. That's how.
I asked you, it's a hypothetical.
No longer funding K-12, that would help.
It's just a thought experiment. How do we get a great America? By aiming for diversity or by aiming for greatness, merit, high quality achievements?
But that's what diversity was supposed to be for. It was supposed to be a merit-based logic, and it turned into something else, which is why I left the industry a decade ago. I did want to say this, right? Because in every room, there's people always talking about how diversity is this quote-unquote black thing, and that's just the most untrue thing. It is a white woman and a white LGBTQ. Those are the two biggest beneficiaries of diversity, both in finance and in the tech industry. This whole color conundrum where you're now starting to see black faces in the DI space is primarily black women, and that's because there's some benefits that, depending on your institution, there's some benefits that you can get from being quote-unquote a double or triple minority. Diversity today basically means anybody but a heterosexual white male that is not in the military or has disability.
These things also vary by field.
But that includes everybody except for those people. And I found that
in technology, maybe it is white people. I have no idea. But there's all different fields where people excel. In individual fields, Oriental people might excel. Women might excel in another field. Gay people might excel in another field. Maybe Jewish people excel in a certain field. I don't know. Whatever it is, if it's based on meritocracy, that makes for a great America.
That's how it started. Like that initial intent, and it has dwelled into something else, which I do not agree with. But the initial intent about diversity was there, and today what it's become is something different.
I mean, don't you guys? I even think like some groups do better than others in the United States. It's, statistically this all bears out, and I don't. There's no real way you can try to, I don't know. I guess try to even quote unquote even things out so people are equally as educated and equally have as much money as from the different groups without you basically, I guess you'd say, abusing and taking advantage of not taking advantage, how do I put it, like you'd have to have almost like an actual communist fucking country.
I don't think anybody's asked for equality of money though. I think just opportunity is all. That's it. I think that's the goal, just equal opportunities to get a shot. That's it.
Can I ask you a question then?
Go.
Why? So New York City, more than half of the children, the Chinese children, live below the poverty line. I learned this a couple of years ago. Yet they still outperform every other ethnic or racial group in New York City.
So do you think that we're genetically predisposed to performance?
Well, I think I do know that culturally they spend even the poor Chinese kids, they spend far more hours studying than native-born Americans. So I would say, are black children or white children in New York City, for example, not being given the same opportunities, or do they have a shittier culture when it comes to education in comparison to these Chinese kids?
Culture, 100%.
It's culture, 100%. There's a New York Times best-selling book called Tiger Mom, and it's an Asian woman author that wrote about immigrants and parenting, and listed 8 immigrant groups that have they have a very, very intense culture as it relates to education in America. And this is the reason why people from those immigrant groups tend to excel in a capitalistic market or the United States of America. But the book Tiger Mom goes into it. It's called The Immigrant Advantage, and it's really between nationalized newer Americans in that first generation. But studies show by the third generation of that same family, they tend to have the same results as a average everyday American. So to me, what that signals is that over time, people become completely matriculated into that culture, and some of their outcomes are very similar with everyday Americans. But that sort of immigrant advantage disappears within 2 to 3 generations.
I guess, so yeah, I don't know that data, so I'll take your word for it, but is it I wouldn't call it lack of equality if I don't think there's anything we as a country can do when it comes to how people raise their children. And of course, I don't think all parents are really equipped to be good parents, if I'm being honest. But yeah, you can offer the schools and stuff, but if the kids aren't being made to study and aren't being pushed by their parents, I think it's just...
That's a cultural issue.
Yeah, but how do you change that culture? Like, that's the thing. I don't know how do you change the culture for an everyday boy living in rural Nebraska or I don't know, anywhere in the fucking country compared to these smaller, dense Chinese communities in New York City. I don't think you can do that.
I think you can.
Go ahead. Whoever was talking.
Yeah. I think you can. It's going to take a lot of effort and time. And the issue is that, I don't think people as adults we want to give up the players because of all the shit that the kids do that kind of distract them from being disciplined, ambitious, and smart. It's the same shit we do as adults. We like playing games, gambling, drinking, being on the internet, spending countless time doing nothing, essentially. And we have to take the initiative to kind of change our society for the youth in order for them to start following the path we said. Because the only reason we got here because we let ourselves be here. So we have to start with us to change that, essentially.
And I did want to say this one thing about the conflation of
diversity and affirmative action. If you Google right now, and I'm not saying this to be sarcastic or sound like a smartass, I'm just saying to get some actual factual knowledge, is the quote-unquote affirmative action has been banned by the state of California since 1996, right? So anybody alive today that has gone through the college system, unless you graduated before 1996, you're not a quote affirmative action or diversity hire, right? Because people like complaining too. It's been banned since 1996, right? Thomas Sowell has a book where he talks about the challenges of affirmative action, him being a Stanford professor and him teaching all over, being a professor all over the United States. He talks about the challenges and why it's wrong, right? And so I agree with a lot of his points. If you put somebody who is not at the same level or at the same standard of excellence in the space where there is that standard, then you're setting that student up for failure, right? But I did want to clear, affirmative action is not a California-based thing. It's more of an East Coast, Midwest, Southern thing. But California put a ban to that a long time ago. And when I was hearing all these changes as somebody that has worked decades in the D&I industry, and it really wasn't even an industry until after George Floyd. It really was not. It was a low-paying job. It was a job where you really were a cog of HR. It wasn't a big deal for black folks until George Floyd, right? But black folks have somehow been labeled with this affirmative action and this diversity thing, where it doesn't matter if you're talking about university hiring, it doesn't matter if you're talking about government hiring, it doesn't matter if you're talking about the private sector hiring. The biggest beneficiary of any affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion initiative, number one, white women, number two, white LGBTQ, and number three is white veterans or veterans in general. Those are the biggest beneficiaries. Black people just got blamed for it, like the quote-unquote, remember the welfare queen from back in the day? I think it was Reagan that went on this thing about this welfare queen, and then it was this black woman. You can Google this because Google and ChatGPT is free. That woman was an Italian woman cosplaying as a black woman. The welfare queen, that whole welfare queen campaign, that was an Italian woman cosplaying as a black woman. That wasn't even a black woman. So in the history of America, when it comes to DEI, when it comes to affirmative action, it's only been branded as this black initiative. But when you look at the data, you'll find that black people are the least to benefit from any of these initiatives. And it's just a statistical thing. When you look at it, there are more white women in America. There are more white LGBTQ or LGBTQ in America. Black people got beat up for all this stuff, but they did not benefit in the same ways that other groups did, and I land my plane.
Yeah. So I would take it you're not making an argument that we shouldn't have it because of that, right? And I'm not for the but just a yes or no real quick. That's it.
You said what?
I'm not taking that you said we shouldn't have the because it benefits the police, right?
Not have this version of DEI. We should not have this version. The DEI that I built was based on merit, not based on what we're seeing here today.
So when you say based on merit, because it's kind of changed things up, give me a quick example here. What do you mean? Just who performs the best, who has the best outcome?
Right. So again, there are certain metrics that, depending on the organization you work for, you look at when it comes to making a hiring decision. The interview is a part of that. If it's more of a new hire, you're going to look at education and grades. But if you're more of a mid-level management, you'll look at experiences and title. And if you can quantify the actual performance, you'll look at those metrics as well. And so what I've seen, and you can Google this yourself, is what I've seen is particularly in the finance banking industry, like JP Morgan, the company that I used to work for, is there was no way that you could justify hiring a quote unquote, it doesn't even have to be a black person. It could have been a woman, it could have been LGBTQ, it could have been a black person. There's no way that you could use our metrics and our hiring standards to hire this person over this person. So how is it that they got the job over X candidate, right? And so the actual CEO, Jamie Dimon, came out and said, hey,
we looked at the data ourselves. We didn't hire a third party. We looked at the hiring data ourselves, and we did find that there was some discrepancy, there was some discrimination, and so we're going to work internally to fix that. But we want to let the public know that we did our own due diligence, and we found out ourselves that we do have discriminatory practices based on our own metrics that we set forward. And this happened maybe 5 to 8 years ago. Jamie Dimon did a public press conference and released an article saying like, no, we do have discriminatory practices, and it wasn't based on any particular race, gender, or sexual orientation. We're just saying that, hey, you can't justify hiring this person based on the score that this candidate got. All we're asking is how did this person get this job over this person?
AC, I have a question for you. Any free guy?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things that I've noticed, I spend a good amount of time on Clubhouse just to relax a little bit and listen to both sides. Though I'm a person of color and lean right, when I go into most of the rooms, and especially the politically correct room, where majority of the population is black folks, why do they make this whole movement about everything is going anti-black? And there are some coincidences, like for example, like where he was talking about sending National Guard and military to all these bigger, cities, especially like Los Angeles, Illinois, and New York and whatnot. So why does there's a problem that we see, and as a resident of California, I see the problem. There are places in Oakland and Compton, there are in some parts of LA that are not very safe. Yes, they are populated with black people, but that doesn't mean that he's targeting only these specific black-dominated cities, but he's talking about cities in general, like LA. So LA is very diversified, and it has nothing to do just with black people. But somehow Democrats and the people on the left spin it in a whole different way, and I try hard to listen and understand their point of view, because they always tell me that this is targeting black people, and I have a hard time understanding why it is.
As someone born in Berkeley and raised in Oakland, California is only a city like Oakland or LA is only branded as black. There's not very much black people here anymore. They've all been gentrified out to the south, and so I don't know. I don't speak for all black people, but I will say this is within these conversations, where there's cultural wars, where there's conversations about DEI or affirmative action, black folks have just been branded. Like again, California does not have many black people. Black people are actually retreating to the south. Cities like Oakland and LA are no longer quote unquote black cities, even though they have a significant population. There's more white people here in Oakland. There's more Mexican people here in Oakland. San Francisco is actually, after white people, is Chinese or Asian people that dominate the population. So there is no quote unquote black city on the West Coast anywhere, actually.
But somehow Democrat and the left party is able to spin it against, this whole thing is about targeting black people. I see, that's the part that I not understand, even no matter how much I explain about the situation in LA.
Because some people want to sow dissension. You sow dissension in a society, you pit people against other people, and many people from various areas of society wish to deploy dissension for their own purposes. It's political on any level. Even when it's purely social, it's political. It's trying to get your point across. I don't think I made myself too clear, but whenever you invoke identity, you are trying to sow dissension. Dissension is when people are against one another. I think I have to look up the word.
So do you think is it because the political party, whether it's left or right, are not being able to give the right tools for people of minority to succeed. That's why they have to come across these kind of different programs and agendas and make it part of the campaign for them to get the visibility into and consideration into the society. Like, where is the political party failing? Like, I mean, I'm not talking specifically the Trump's administration, but even if you were to look back the previous administrations, where have they failed? Like, in terms of empowerment, California has the most amount of programs to help no matter whoever you are. I mean, they're okay to bankrupt themselves to the last penny, but they just want to give money and help people. But I still don't see any progress. And that has costed the taxpayers in California so much, and we're so frustrated with so many initiatives happening around with no results. And that's what is actually making a lot of us in California who work, who contribute to society and try to make an impact to lean right, because the left has shown nothing but no results.
So, Oki, I agree with you in so many different ways. I used to be a staunch Democrat that voted Democrat for forever, and then recently, by recently I mean the past 8 years, I've become independent, and I only vote based on policy. There's no loyalty to any party. It's kind of like being a political prostitute where you go back and forth based on the proposed policies. You're going to make a vote based on that and not necessarily a party. I think the Democratic Party has failed, particularly black people, in many ways, but I'm just going to make a overarching thing. I feel like the Democratic Party caters to the emotions in people. They would like a emotional reaction that will secure votes for them. And so I feel in many ways that the Democratic Party has failed black people and Californians. And even if you look at the last election in terms of policies on crime, like I remember there was a policy if you stole something from somebody, but it was less than $1,800 or something, then they couldn't really do anything. I think policies like that have crippled Californians. And from a policy standpoint, if you look at how Californians have voted, just from a state policy, it was much more conservative than it's ever been. And I see that as a key performance indicator to the Democratic Party. Like, hey, maybe we've gone a little bit too far left, and we have to move a little bit more in the middle in order to gain some voters back. The reality is, I think that this is how I view politics is a way that all black people should view politics, because there is no party necessarily for us. It's just like which one is better than the other. So for me, again, it just comes down to what the candidate, whether it's at the state level, the local level, or the national level, what they're proposing and voting based on that. Because the Democratic Party has been something that is an emotional jerker. They want you to vote based off emotions instead of logic.
Joby, did you want to add to the conversation?
No, I'm just enjoying the bullshit in the back channel, but thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Brad has stepped away for a phone call, and so I don't know how much longer he's going to be, but I think I'm going to shut it down because you guys are getting a little too spicy in the chat there, and we all have lives and other things to do. So thank you for coming back to the Political Compass. We're going to be running more rooms a bit more often when schedules permit. If Brad is available later today, we might open something back up. But for now, thank you for coming, and we will see you again.
Okay, so first of all, okay, see, I will give you, hold on you guys, hold on, because this might be C's last time in this room. See, I don't know what's wrong, and I think maybe and talk about the stable coins against everybody. If you don't have any interest, then don't come, see? Seriously, you're to me, I'm talking to now a person who is not even a fucking adult. Is a child. No one put your finger on the button and press 420. Nobody. You chose to come in here. And I'm only telling you this because this might be your fucking last time. And I really don't care. It is her last time. It is. Yeah, because I'm the one telling everybody that you had a very good presentation on Saturday about the stable coin, that you were very intelligent, you had all this information, and I wanted you to present it to the room. And then you stumble in here at 3 o'clock in the morning and try to tell me about how my room is a piece of shit. Well, you know what, see, I agree with you, but even allowing this conversation to happen between you and me, I'm a piece of shit. I'm gonna tell you right now, the club let out, and she stumbled out who she is, because didn't nobody take her home or take her to the Waffle House, so she up in here crying, you know. Okay, so can you say I'll have to fix that. Can you say my mom? You're not Captain Savo. You are not Captain Savo. I tried.
Trump needs to go after these black cities. They are.
Hey, Joe. Okay, really? Horrible. Hey, Joe, you were in the middle of one, so. Yeah, I mean, that's retarded that you would say that about your own people. So there's a lot of self-hatred going on. I understand it. I don't appreciate it, but I understand there's a lot of self-hatred. It's like me going to a white room. Yeah, these niggas need to be hung. I don't understand it, but you do, and that's all that matters, okay? So whatever sickness you're suffering for, I got somebody for you. I'll give you a recommendation so you can go get help. But see, I told you about these black men. They come into here and they say the craziest, stupid ass shit about their own people, about their own communities. Just
No, ain't no such thing as a black community. It's harmful.
it's not such thing as a black community. There's no such thing as a black community. Okay, there's no such thing as upstanding black men then. And you're part of the problem. And you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're the black man that we need to exterminate. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. So you and your family don't live in a black community. You and your family, all of them. All 12.
Blacks are the problem.
You black. You gotta get out the jail free card. You black.
Let me break this down to you.
You black. You don't have to break shit down. You don't have. That is so disgusting. That is so disgusting that you got.
We know Chicago is we know DC is we know.
Where you live? 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 I don't want to live. Where you live? Where you live? Where you live? Where you live? So don't live in no city. Shut the fuck up.
I've been in major cities. I'm being honest, but if you don't want to have dialogue,
you're a provocateur, and you
but if you let me finish, I would get out of you. But
I don't give a fuck. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. Nobody want to hear you coming here.
Isn't that your topic? Trump more black cities. I'm telling you, it needs it.
No, it doesn't need it.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're the problem. You guys need to exterminate people like him. If you guys want to shoot people, this is exactly who you're right here.
No, so they
But you're a criminal. You're a criminal to our community.
tell me how.
You are.
Tell me how.
Okay, you're coming in here to you can possibly be you are the enemy. You
Listen, you can't find out.
You're gonna say that?
The niggas up.
Oh, and lock you
Take
up.
away the black bitches, EBTs, and they sent you in.
Hey, first of all, all the black women. Y'all need to get started right here. This is the kind of niggas.
No, I'm not in that.
So we don't. You're about to lose your housing. Relax. Take your tattoos off and relax. That sounds like a more necessity. You are the kind of people that need to be exterminated. You're gonna get kicked out your apartment. You dumbass nigga. I don't live in an apartment. Go to Section 8. I know a Section 8 single. It's an apartment. That tricky, huh? I'm just trying to show you his fucking ignorance. Now he calls me a bitch. Then he tells me I live in an apartment. Nigga, that's the bitches you dealing with. They call you, they call you from your household. Did. Alright, so is we done or is we done? Okay, so yeah. Nobody else sent me a time, so yeah, it's a wrap. That was very painful. That was very painful to hear. That was way too early in the morning for somebody to come in, literally, and start calling me bitches at 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, God. Even if he was baby Quinn, he succeeded. That's really early in the morning. I don't even know if I'm coming or going. My hair was plaited down and in my pajamas. Shit, I don't know. But I invited him to come back so I could apologize for my behavior. So I invited him to come. Well, I don't know if that's the one. Hey, man, boy, if that was the reason for the conversation or what we were supposed to be listening to. Y'all was all hype. Yeah, listen to it. No, y'all need to listen to Culturally, because she was on fire. I don't know what happened, because by that time I was already in the tub, but I could hear culturally, what's his name? Culturally just. Y'all need to listen to Justin Matt if you guys want content, because Justin Matt, I don't even know who they were talking. Oh, you know who they were talking to? Who was it? Maya was it Ion or was it somebody else? I didn't even know it was Ion. Okay, yeah, I don't know, but that was crazy. All right, we y'all sleep? Y'all done? I wasn't gonna say that, doctor. Can I say something real fast, please? Yes, Brooklyn. Don't say. Brooklyn, you were here too. You were wilding out too. Y'all go get Brooklyn. She was wilding out from the beginning. I'm gonna tell you this though, Lisa, because I'm about to, this is for you, okay? Now, take a seat. If you decide that it's in your best interest to apologize to that nigga for that, something wrong. Like this is like victim. This is like what victims like keep getting victimized knowing that they victims. You can't let these people do that to you. He called you everything but a child of God, and you was about to, you going to apologize. You better don't apologize to him for that. I think I called him a nigga first, right? He does not. He thought like a nigga. Yeah. He thought like one. It was well deserved. Believe that. You do not apologize for that, because the coonetry of the whole situation was some bullshit. Like the nerve of him to come up there and say any of those things that he said from the get-go. Yes, he was a nigga, big nigga energy too. And he could be from any country, any color. At this point, he was on some bullshit. So please don't apologize to him for that. Don't, if you ever decide that you want to apologize to people for telling them about themselves, contact me first, because I'm going to tell you not to do it. You don't never apologize to niggas like that ever. But you guys must know him because Dap
I
came
don't
in
even
my
know
back.
him. I don't even know who that was, but that besides the point. They all
I'm just
trolls
saying.
at the end of the day.
Because Dap came in my Brooklyn, came in my back channel, and I don't know if he wanted what he wanted from me, but he said that, oh, you know, I know him, he's a nice guy, he was just trolling you. I said, well, he called me a black bitch. I mean, what do you want me to do with that? And he goes, oh, you know, but he's black Hispanic. I was like, okay. What? But you know, he was sitting there trolling you, just having fun. I'm like, no, I don't do that.
Yeah, I don't even play with people like that though. Don't play with me like that. These is grown people, adults. Okay? Like I only take this so much of the bullshit either. This is why some of them they know, you know, my patience get real low. You are grown adult men and women, you know what I'm saying? Y'all need to start acting like it. I'm not taking no fucking trolling as an excuse. You dumb. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't have got on the internet to troll nobody. Now all bets off. I'm shouting your whole fucking lineage out. That's how you treat them like dirt. They're nothing. Nobody. You talk to them as such. And then you dismiss them and make them go away. That's how you treat them people. You don't fucking be nice to them. Y'all gotta start being nice.
You know, seriously, my therapist told me to take a break from the clubhouse. It's like you are not built for that shit. And I'm like, yeah, in so many words. But you know, I felt out of body at the time, and I didn't feel comfortable with what I was doing, but I just didn't have any self control at the time. So you know, some of the things I said, you just coming out of my mouth, I felt uncomfortable with, but I said them. So, you know, like fuck you and nigga and all that kind of stuff like that. I mean, when I do that, I don't feel good after that. Brooklyn, I don't. I mean, you guys might think whatever, and I really don't care at this point. But I don't feel comfortable, you know, doing stuff like that because after it's over, it's still with me, and I can't release that. So, yeah.